Chapter 32:25. After receiving Xia Jinyuan's latest instructions, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. His voice had an indescribable arrogance. Just in time. I'll show them how arrogant I am. You'll make them feel ashamed. Since you dared to provoke Q King's majesty, you should be aware that you're ashamed. You're protecting him? Of course. He's my captain and my comrade. Of course I'll protect him. He didn't even mention the boyfriend relationship. G3 laughed and said to Xia Jinyuan, who was already sitting in the monitoring center, "Did you hear that, Q King? Our female soldier is protecting you. Are you touched?" "Yes, I'm very touched. Tell Qing Niao that I really need her protection right now." Lieutenant Colonel Xia's shameless reply made his comrades in the monitoring center glance at him out of the corner of their eyes. How shameless! G3 turned his head and told Yi Qian his exact words. Yi Qian smiled and said, "If I defeat 30 recruits in a week, Q King, will there be any rewards? For example, let me learn how to pilot a fighter jet." The female soldier's clear and deep voice rang in everyone's ears like jade beads, making the comrades in the monitoring center smile, knowingly. Good Lord, she's quite ambitious. Now it's up to Q King to answer. "Sure, as long as you defeat 30 recruits in a week, I'll personally teach you how to pilot a fighter jet." Xia Jinyuan's deep voice rang out slowly with a hint of mischievousness. It was like a hook that gently tickled Yi Qian's heart. With this guarantee, Yi Qian was even more motivated. "G3, put on your helmet. Don't hit your head." The motivated Yi Qian stared at the two commuter cars that were speeding around the corner. They were so fast that they were like a flash of green in a snowy white world. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Yi Qian glanced at the radar. After another turn, they would be facing each other. When they met, it would be a steep slope. She would go down, and they would go up. With a glint in his eyes, Yi Qian pursed his lips and began the first round of direct confrontation. Boom! Boom! The sound of the warrior commuter car's motor was getting louder and louder. The speed of the car was so fast that the scenery on both sides of the car became blurred frame by frame. G3 knew that she was serious this time. He stared ahead with a cold expression and told Yi Qian about the surrounding situation. The flashing red dots on the car's radar screen were getting closer and closer. This meant that Yi Qian's car was getting closer and closer to the oncoming car. Finally, Yi Qian reached the top of the steep slope. The commuter cars blocking the road ahead began to speed up. Number 9, the target vehicle has appeared. The target vehicle has appeared. Force it to stop. Roger, number 9. Number 11, and I will move side by side. Good. Captain is cunning and scheming. Be careful. Okay, you guys block his rear. Leave the front to us. Leave the front to us. Yi Jian had already appeared in the line of sight of team number 9 and team number 11. Then they saw the target's car coming down from the top of the steep slope as if it had gone crazy. First, it stopped, then it came down with a loud boom. Number 9 was shocked. F***CK. Is he trying to perish together with us? Let's charge straight ahead too. I don't believe he's willing to perish together with us. Recruit number 10 didn't believe in superstitions. If they were going to charge, they would charge together. Let's see who braked first. Yi Qian didn't even think about braking. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to block her path with two cars side by side? That was too simple. Chapter 32:26. The military special warrior commuter car was different from the warrior commuter car outside. It was better at climbing, crossing hills, and flipping over pits than the average commuter car. Due to its high speed and the danger of overturning when turning corners too abruptly, it was nicknamed the Battalion Killer. Captain Xia once told her that this car had another advantage, which was its ability to go off-road in the air, on a certain slope, as long as the accelerator was applied properly, and the driver was nimble, they could find a spot and fly over. In order to convince her, he even tried driving twice. Now, let her try to soar into the air. Number 9 and number 10 rushed up from the bottom of the slope. Seeing the 3 cars getting closer and closer, number 9 yelled, "Crazy! Is he crazy? Let's go crazy together." Number 10 had also gone crazy. He had no intention of dodging at all. He charged at the car that was rushing down. Then he saw the target car suddenly drive into the protruding pits on both sides of the road. With a heavy step on the accelerator, the car flew. F*CK. He really F*King flew. It flew over the top of their car. When the comrades in the monitoring center saw this, they burst into loud laughter and even applauded a few times. Amazing, really amazing. Q King, this is your ultimate move. Looks like Qin Yao learned it from you. Pigeon, who finally knew where Qin Yao learned it from, let out a long sigh. My heart can finally be put back to rest. Compared to the recruits, he was actually more worried about Qin Yao. Although the skills of the recruits were not as good as those in their team, it was still not bad. As for Qin Yao's driving skills, it looked very good, but they were still a little worried. Now that he knew, he was absolutely relieved. Xia Jinyuan looked indifferent. Qin Yao's understanding is not bad, and her skills are not bad. It's a waste to let her practice with the recruits. She beat me 3 times in a row in an off-road car. She can complete a one-sided sidewheel pass. Some comrades in the team have seen it, and these mountain roads are nothing to her. Looks like there's going to be another all-round soldier king in our team, and it's a female soldier king too. Why side? Female soldiers are already so powerful. The pressure is a little too much. Qin Yao became the first female soldier to join the Snowfield Brigade. Her abilities are already stronger than our male soldiers. Pigeon smiled and said, "A different female soldier, an extraordinary female soldier. In the future, our male soldiers will have to take it easy and not fall too far behind Qin Yao. Falling too far behind would be a disgrace." But now, it was the recruits who had lost face. Watching the vehicle fly over their roofs, number 9 and number 10 raised their eyes abruptly and observed the situation behind them through the central rear-view mirror. They saw the target vehicle steadily land and accelerate away. That swiftness and ferocity simply did not give others a chance to crush him. "What's going on over there? You didn't block the target vehicle?" The recruits in car number 1, who had been tailing Yi Qian closely, noticed on their radar that their target car had broken out of their encirclement, their brows furrowed so tightly that they were in a knot. The 2 cars in front of them were driving side by side to block the road, but they still couldn't block the captain's car. "His car flew over our roofs. We couldn't block it, even if we wanted to," number 9 answered with a gloomy expression. "To be able to drive like that, I don't know how much better he is compared to us." They thought they could definitely block the captain, but in the end, the result was cruel and realistic. The recruits in car number 1, car number 2, and car number 3 were stunned for a long time after hearing that. Flying over the vehicles. Indeed, they couldn't block it. Then another group of comrades said, "5 of your cars couldn't block the captain? He took a shortcut to the top of the mountain. Brothers on the top of the mountain, get ready." Chapter 32:27. This time, the recruits in the first to third cars didn't answer their comrades. The recruit in the second car was the first to charge towards the slope where Yi Qian had parked. He stepped on the accelerator and wanted to speed up the slope, but the accident happened so quickly that he didn't have time to react at all. The front wheels crashed into 2 deep pits with a bang, Because the speed was too fast, the pitted front wheels were hit. Under the inertia, the whole car directly flipped over. Then, there were two loud bang-bang sounds. The whole Warrior commuter car was flipped upside down. The comrades in the two cars behind were shocked. They hit the brakes repeatedly on the slope, and their faces were a little pale. Only then did they manage to stop the car and avoid a rear collision. The wheels of the second car were still spinning quickly. It was obvious how fast he was driving at that time. The recruit in the car, who had been maintaining contact with the other teams, was still quite clear-headed. After the spin, he curled up and grimaced. I didn't block it, and I F*King flipped over. The comms instantly exploded. F*CK, you flipped over? Are you for real? How can it be fake? Number 2, how's your situation? Are you okay? You really flipped over? How did you flip over? Quick, help, help. Even the car flipped over. How fierce is the captain? Brothers, can we block it? Brother number 2, from your voice, you don't seem to be seriously injured. Take care, wait for the other brothers to come and help. Number 2, how's the situation? Did you flip over on the spot or flip over? Countless voices came from the comms. Recruit number 2, who was curled up to the point his ribs hurt, tried his best to open himself up. He answered all his brothers in a muffled voice. I flipped over on the spot. I'm fine, I won't die. You guys have to block it. This is a good opportunity to hold your heads high. You have to seize it. They were still thinking about holding their heads high even after flipping over. It was obvious how deep their obsession was. Before they finished communicating, a roar came. The target car is breaking through. The target car is breaking through. Take a shortcut at section S26. Section S26 is a two-way bridge. It's a good opportunity. Block it. Brother number 2, take care. Brothers will avenge you. F*CK. Avenge my ass. They didn't take a shortcut at section S26, and now they're back. Number 16 fell for it. The target car reversed and charged straight ahead. F*CK. Number 16, hurry up and fucking force the captain to stop. Recruit number 16 watched as the target vehicle brushed past the edge of the mountain road and passed under his eyes. As the vehicle passed by, he seemed to see the captain driving the car, who seemed to be a few sizes smaller. He didn't seem like the captain at all. Looking outside, recruit number 16's heart pounded uncontrollably. The captain, who seemed to be a few sizes smaller, drove the car to the edge of the mountain road. Judging from the tire tracks left behind, recruit number 16 answered his brothers. The captain, who was a few sizes smaller, drove past the edge of the mountain road. Half of the outer tire was outside, and the other half was hanging in the air. The entire channel was instantly turned off, and everyone went silent. The whole process took about 1 minute. Car number 2 overturned and exploded. After 1 minute, everything returned to normal. Only the sound of recruit number 2 panting could be heard. As for the number 16 recruit's captain, who is a few sizes smaller, it was ignored. Surveillance center, car number 2 has overturned. Car number 2 has overturned. The recruits in car 3, who had turned off all channels, stopped the car and unfastened their seatbelts. They immediately contacted the monitoring center. They didn't know what the situation was like in car 2, but they had to contact the higher-ups immediately since an accident had occurred. Once someone was injured, they could immediately receive support. Chapter 32:28. The recruit in the first car parked and unbuckled his seatbelt. He practically kicked the car door open and quickly ran to the second car that had flipped over. When the car hit the deep pit created by Yi Qian, the veterans in the monitoring center knew that the car was definitely going to flip over. It could be said that they saw the car flip over on its back through the screen. Go check on the situation of the people in the second car. Backup is on the way. Calm down and deal with the sudden accident. Xia Jinyuan's voice came from the car's communicator. The recruit in the third car was stunned. It was their captain. Their captain was watching them train in the monitoring center. He didn't drive the commuter car to train with them. Then, who was the person who was competing with them? Was it the instructor? No, that's impossible. The instructor didn't even come back. Could it be the assistant instructor? But the assistant instructor said that he wouldn't be training with them today. Then who was the person who was competing with them? In a short period of time, the recruit in the third car thought of countless veterans who might be competing with them. In the end, he rejected them one by one. There was no time to think about it. The recruit in the third car replied, "Yes," and immediately got out of the car to check on the situation of the people in the second car. The first car that ran out saw the deep pit on the mountain road. It was so deep that it almost reached the bottom of the commuter car. Thinking that the target car was parked on the slope and not moving, the recruit in the first car gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn it, are they trying to report the casualties?" He didn't dare to look anymore. He rushed to the driver's seat of the second car and saw that the recruit in the second car was unbuckling his seat belt and preparing to climb out. The recruit in the first car slapped the car window hard and signaled his comrade to open the car door first. The recruit in the second car, who was dizzy from the overturn, opened the car lock in the blink of an eye. When the recruit in the first car heard the car lock being unlocked, he pulled the handle with all his might. The door opened, and his body twisted strangely. His head was facing the door, and his body was curled up. The recruit in the second car, who was leaning towards the front passenger seat, fell out. The recruit in the first car hurriedly supported his comrade. Because he was too worried, the muscles in his arms were as hard as stone, preventing his comrade from climbing out by himself. "Don't move, I'll carry you out." The warrior commuter cars used for the Special Forces training at the Snowfield Brigade base were all custom-made, and their safety features were much more stable. Apart from the damage to the exterior of the car and the dizziness of the people inside, there were no other problems. The recruits in the third carriage who had rushed over immediately helped. They placed the fallen recruit in the second carriage flat on the muddy mountain road. "Help me take off my helmet." The recruit in the second carriage was lying flat on his back with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale, and his hands and feet were trembling slightly. When the car suddenly flipped over, he really thought that he would fall down the mountain with the car. At this moment, even if he was lying on the cold and wet side of the mountain road, his heart was at ease. His life was finally picked up. He did not lose it. The recruit in the third car took off his comrade's helmet and asked with a tense expression, "Is there anything wrong? Don't hold it in. I just contacted the surveillance center, and they have already sent someone over to ask for help." The recruit in the first car had already checked if his comrade was bleeding. He carefully lifted his comrade's arms and asked in a soft voice, "Does it hurt anywhere?" No. My body is fine, just a little dizzy." The recruit in the second car raised his hand to cover his undulating chest and said with lingering fear, "Just now, I really thought that I would fall down the mountain." Chapter 32:29. Don't talk nonsense. There are old trees and old roots outside. The shrubs are as thick as a child's arm. Even if we go down, we will be blocked. We won't be able to go down the mountain. Car number 3 saw that his comrade's face was pale, but his speech was clear. There were no major problems with his body. Only then did he relax. Lie down and rest. Wait for the rescue team to arrive before you get up. The competition hasn't ended yet. There's no need for rescue. I'm fine. I was just shocked. Car number 2 was still thinking about the competition. He immediately asked, "What's the situation now? Is the road blocked?" When your car flipped, the two of us quickly jumped over. We really don't know what's going on in front. Leave the competition to us. Why are you still thinking about the competition when you're already like this? Even though you're not bleeding, you should still go for a checkup. Car number 1 was bending his comrade's legs. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I'm really not injured. After catching his breath, car number 2 didn't lie down anymore. He supported his body with one hand. He knew his body's condition better than anyone else. I'm really fine. Let's go. I'll sit in your car. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to beat Captain today? Car number 3 saw that his comrade's face was gradually recovering. There were no problems with his limbs and neck. He knew that he wasn't injured. He patted his comrade, who still wanted to compete. His gaze swept across the faces of his two comrades. This isn't a competition to begin with. There's no need to continue. Car number 1, help him walk a few steps. I'll go tell the other comrades that there's no need to block the target's car. Car number 1 couldn't take it anymore. He ground his teeth. We have to compete. Mother of asterisk cur. Look at the deep holes. They were made by him. I was wondering why he didn't move. It turns out that he was already playing tricks on us. If you have the ability, then do it openly. What's the point of playing tricks? Car number 2, whose car had flipped, heard this. He didn't sit down and slowly panicked. He immediately stood up and rushed to the flipped car to check it. As expected, the 4 deep holes were all made by the wheels. Because he was too fast and didn't pay attention to the deep holes while going up a slope, his front wheel was the first to sink. The inertia caused the car to tilt forward, causing it to flip. I was wondering how he could flip while going up a slope. It turns out he was tricked. No, this competition can't end. There has to be an end to it. He's already been tricked into overturning the car, and he still wants to report the casualties? The inhumane training before was one thing, but what is this? This is murder. The angry recruit in the second car spoke without thinking. The recruit in the third carriage was much more mature. He scolded, "Shut up. These are all considered avoiding danger. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? There are so many dangerous situations on the mountain path, and there are even more dangerous ones than this. How dare you talk about murder? Why don't you say that your skills are not as good as others and that you don't know how to react in advance?" After being reprimanded, the recruit in the second carriage knew that he had gone too far, but he couldn't swallow his anger. He bit his cheek so hard that the muscles on his cheeks could be faintly seen. Thinking about the various dangers and obstacles on the mountain road, as well as the various special training on the training ground, the recruits in the first carriage also fell silent. His comrade was right. Who could he blame for not knowing how to react in advance when his skills were inferior? Seeing that his two comrades had gone silent, the much more steady recruit in the third car said, "I also want to tell you some bad news. The captain that we want to defeat is currently sitting in the monitoring center watching us compete. In other words, the person we are competing with is not the captain, nor is it the instructor or the assistant instructor." Chapter 32:30. I don't know who it is either. Recruit number 3 widened his eyes. It's not captain? Then who is it? I don't know who it is. That's why I said this is a meaningless contest. After recruit number 3 finished speaking, he heard the sound of a powerful engine coming from behind. He saw a Lynx all-terrain vehicle that could travel on any terrain speeding over. In just a few blinks of an eye, it was in front of them. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the military green camouflage all-terrain vehicle, jumped down from the passenger seat. His noble aura was like that of a monarch patrolling his territory. When his shiny military boots stepped on the mud, it made people feel that a red carpet should be laid out to prevent his boots from getting dirty. He first walked in front of recruit number 2, with an elegant smile on his lips. Without saying anything, he waved his hand to signal the other 2 recruits standing beside him to move further away. When the 2 recruits saw their captain, who they were both afraid and respectful of, come out, they immediately moved 3 steps away from recruit number 2. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan waved his hand again, indicating that the distance was not enough and that they had to move further away. Recruit number 1 and number 3 looked at recruit number 2 sympathetically. Sorry, brother. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but their captain's aura was too strong. Even if he didn't say anything, they could feel the terror of a gun pressing against their temple. They could only silently move away. The Snowfield Brigade's Q King's aura had always been shocking. Sometimes, even veterans didn't dare to look him in the eye, let alone recruits. Recruit number 2 knew he was going to be scolded this time, and it wasn't a normal scolding. It was going to be a fierce scolding. Captain Xia, with a smile on his thin lips, circled recruit number 2 who was yelling murder and looked him up and down. Not bad. You didn't hurt yourself when the car flipped. You passed the self-defense test. Thank you for the praise, Captain. Recruit number 2 stood at attention and straightened his chest. He accepted the praise with a guilty conscience. Then, deep down, his heart trembled. The situation was very bad. How could the inhumane captain praise him after such a thing happened? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Sure enough, the number 2 recruit heard his captain, who he was both afraid and respectful of, laugh and say, "If I want to murder someone, I can do it completely without anyone knowing. I can also frame others while I'm at it, so that no one will be able to find out anything." Number 2, did you just say that I tried to murder you? Or murder you? Captain, you must have misheard. I didn't say anything. Number 2 raised his voice to prove his innocence. As for whether he was innocent or not, his fingers were trembling slightly, F***CK. When he climbed out of the car, he didn't turn off the public channel. When he saw the 4 deep pits, he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. And now he was standing there nervously, unable to stand still. Xia Jinyuan smirked and said, "Come on, tell me why these 4 pits are a plot to kill you. Are you made of tofu? How could you be killed with just 4 deep pits? It shattered into pieces with just a touch." "No, it's really not." No, I think it's you." Xia Jinyuan, who was circling recruit number 2, stood in front of recruit number 2. His voice suddenly became cold and stern. His previously smiling face was as cold as ice, and his gaze was as sharp as a thin blade. "4 pits. The other party specially reminded you to pay attention to them. What happened in the end? Did you pay attention to them? Shut her up? What are you going to use to shut her up? Use your mouths to shut her up?" Chapter 32-31. A murderous, bone-chilling voice suddenly roared. Even Pigeon, who came with him, straightened her back out of reflex, and her expression became stern. The 3 recruits tightened all their muscles and bones. Even their eyeballs were fixed, not daring to move at will. "Didn't you think you were very powerful? Didn't you think you were so awesome that you could move mountains and fill oceans? Didn't you think my training was inhumane and against human nature? I admit that you are powerful, that you are so awesome that you could move mountains and fill oceans. I admit that I am inhumane, and I need to bow and apologize to you. I really want to admit it, even in my dreams, that you are really powerful and awesome. Now, you want me to look at this 4-wheeled commuter car and admit that you are powerful, admit that you are good at flipping cars?" Xia Jinyuan had a sharp tongue, and this was something that the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had all experienced. In Pigeon's opinion, Q King had already restrained himself in front of the recruits and did not scold them until they wanted to cry. Back then, after one or two of them had been defeated by him, he had scolded them without using any vulgarities. He had mocked and ridiculed them while quoting the classics, causing them to be so embarrassed that their faces had turned red and they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, Q King was much more polite to the recruits, but the recruits did not appreciate it and thought that Q King was deliberately making things difficult for them. The pigeon coldly stared at the recruit, who was scolded to the point where he didn't even dare to look away. She lightly sneered and said coldly, "Don't be unconvinced. Our team has never had an accident before. Recruit number 2, you have created a precedent. I'm afraid that there will be more successors in the future, and even more so in the future." Xia Jinyuan glanced at them and said to Pigeon, "Let the brothers check if there are any problems with the car. If there are any problems, try to fix it within 2 days. There is a shortage of vehicles, and if one breaks, there will be a shortage of roads." "Yes," Pigeon responded with a serious expression. "If it really can't be fixed in time, there are still 2 vehicles in the team that can take care of it for a while." Xia Jinyuan glanced at the 3 recruits again and did not hide the contempt in his eyes. "Take care of it for a while. With today's standards, it is possible to break 2 cars in a day." The 3 recruits were so embarrassed that their faces were flushed red and their hearts were burning. The recruits who did not dare to look directly at their captain saw that his fierce gaze was full of disdain. He glanced at them and said with a smile, "God's favored sons and elite soldiers of each military region. Come, little guys, let me show you what an expert is." After that, he strode forward with his long legs and stepped onto the all-terrain vehicle. The pigeon immediately jumped on the all-terrain vehicle. Without waiting for the 3 recruits to sit on the commuter vehicle, it immediately started the vehicle. The vehicle swayed and bumped as it sped past the commuter vehicle that had flipped over. The pigeon's cold words floated in the wind. "Follow me." The 3 recruits hurriedly jumped into the car. Number 2, who didn't have a car, was in the same car as number 3. He was afraid that he would fall too far behind, so he hurriedly gave them gas. "Be careful when you go up the slope. The target vehicle stopped on the slope before, so there might be another pit waiting for us to intercept it." I am the one who will be embarrassed. Rookie number 2 fastened his seat belt and sighed in low spirits. "Nothing would have happened if I had paid a little attention to those 4 deep holes. I was too impatient and made a big mistake. The bigger mistake was, I even said that the 4 deep holes in the target car was a murder. I want to slap my own mouth now." Chapter 32:32. That's enough. Stop sighing. If he knows, you will be punished even more severely. The mistake has already happened. There's no point in thinking too much. Just focus on training hard in the future and stop talking so much. Recruit number 3 firmly held the steering wheel and drove past the overturned commuter car. He looked forward and seized the time to comfort his comrade. If he is going to be punished, he will be punished together. You won't be alone. Sit tight. Follow the captain first. We'll talk about other things when we get back. He pressed the accelerator and increased the motor to rush up the steep slope. This time, recruit number 3 raised his vigilance. He immediately slowed down the car after going up the steep slope. As expected, there was also a deep hole made by the wheels on the mountain road near the biggest bend. Looking at the steep mountain at the edge of the deep hole, recruit number 3 said to recruit number 2 with a face full of fear, "I think the person who competed with us was merciful. If we were to overturn here just now, it wouldn't be a matter of 4 wheels in the air. It's very likely that we would roll down the mountain continuously." Recruit number 2 also noticed, sitting in the passenger seat. He could clearly see the steep mountain outside the mountain road. He thought about his mistake and overturned the car just now and said with lingering fear, "He was indeed merciful. We probably got into a fight with the new instructor, and the instructor got into a fight with us for no reason. He was also surrounded by 30 commuter cars. I'm afraid he wanted to teach us a lesson." Recruit number 3, who was silent for a while, nodded slightly and agreed with recruit number 2's guess. He said, "Ask the other brothers about the situation. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy." He opened the public channel, and the voices of the brothers on the mountaintop came from it. "We can't block him anymore. He can even drive sideways. The rear of the car swept, and we all retreated. None of us dared to meet him. How many brothers are there on the mountaintop? Line up and block him. Do you think we can't block him? We can't block him. He just took 3 detours and got rid of our brothers who were caught in the traffic jam on the mountaintop. Now there's only me and number 22 on the mountain. F***CK. He's here again. He's here again. He's going straight again. He wants to drive sideways. Don't let him drive sideways. Block him." No one answered. All they could hear were the screeching sounds of brakes and the sounds of people sucking in cold air. If the mountain road was divided into 3 lanes, Yi Qian would choose the lane closest to the mountain to complete the lateral dash. At least, that was what the recruits who surrounded her thought. Therefore, one of the 2 cars was blocking the mountain path that Yi Qian wanted to rush through, while the other was blocking the middle lane. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to approach, Yi Qian suddenly swerved his car and sped through the outermost lane that they were not guarding. At this point, all the cars had failed to encircle Yi Qian. The G3 was no longer in the car. His stomach was churning violently. Yi Qian was afraid that he would have problems if he kept swinging him around, so he simply let him get out of the car and rest on the side. This time, the G3 did not stay in the car. Instead, it chose to get out. Qing Niao passed through all obstacles from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain without stopping. Time, 12 minutes. After breaking out of the encirclement, Yi Qian received Xia Jinyuan's order. After receiving Yi Qian's reply, Xia Jinyuan entered the public channel and said to all the recruits, "Keep your eyes on the radar. See if anyone can pass through all obstacles from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain in 12 minutes. Inhumane. Inhumane. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Passing through all obstacles from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain in 12 minutes was also evidence that the recruits thought Xia Jinyuan was inhumane. Chapter 32-33. As soon as Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, the recruits in the car were all boiling with excitement. They had long wanted to see if the legendary, all-round Soldier King could complete the journey from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain without any obstacles in 12 minutes. Previously, he had even mocked them when they brought it up, and they still couldn't forget it. They didn't expect him to change his mind today. A recruit directly said, "Captain, didn't you say that we weren't qualified to watch? Why did you change your mind? Just now, we couldn't stop you no matter how hard we tried. Isn't it a piece of cake for you to complete the journey in 12 minutes? It's a piece of cake for me, but why is it inhumane and inhumane when it's you guys? It's obvious that you've indirectly admitted that you're inferior." Xia Jinyuan had never been afraid of anyone when it came to arguing. The recruit who had just spoken was immediately rendered speechless. He sat in the car and slapped himself in the face with a moderate amount of force. The other recruits were silent as well. When it came to them, they became inhumane, but when it came to their captain, they let nature take its course. It was obvious how extreme their thoughts were usually. They couldn't be strict with themselves, but they had to be strict with others. The 2 recruits who lost in the confrontation saw that their brothers were silent. Recruit number 22 cleared his throat and voiced his suspicions. "Captain, was it really you who was driving just now?" Number 18. "And I suspect that it wasn't you who was driving. It didn't look like an instructor either. We found that the brother who was driving was much smaller than the male soldiers. He was also a little skinnier. There are no soldiers in the team with small skeletons and thin bodies. Who was the driver?" Finally, someone felt the same way as him. Recruit number 16 said, "After brother number 2 overturned the car, I said that the captain who was driving was a few sizes smaller, but none of you responded to me. It seems that I wasn't wrong. The driver really wasn't the captain. It really wasn't the captain. It might have been the instructor who was hired." Recruit number 1, 2, and 3 didn't join in the conversation. They didn't dare to speak before the captain spoke. All the recruits were silent again. It wasn't the captain who was driving? The one they surrounded wasn't the captain? F***CK. Then who was it? There was silence in the channel. After about 30 seconds, Xia Jinyuan said, "Indeed, I wasn't the one who drove. However, you were the one who issued the challenge. The soldiers who were targeted by you were inexplicably challenged by you. We'll know who it is when she rushes down the mountain. It really wasn't the captain. If it wasn't the captain, then they were even more embarrassed. They said that they were elite soldiers selected from each military region." 2. The faces of the silent recruits started to heat up. Seeing this, the special forces in the monitoring center burst into even louder laughter. 2. It wasn't a male soldier, not an instructor, not a special soldier in the team. It was a female soldier who had just joined the team that day, and she was still a military school student. Even I want to join in the fun and see what the recruits' expressions will be like. Hey, should I bring a camera over and take a picture of their exciting expressions? Why couldn't hold back his desire to join in the fun? Staring at the monitor screen was no longer enough to satisfy him. Chapter 32-34. You don't have to go to the scene. Just move your toes, and you'll know what their expressions will be. Qin Miao's master is Q King's disciple. They can't even beat his disciple, yet they still want to challenge Q King. I really want to give them a word. What word? Idiot. His comrade's conversation made Y laugh uncontrollably. That's right. It's true. However, the recruits could not laugh anymore. After they took the unobstructed mountain path down, the radar of the vehicle parked at the top of the mountain started flashing. Then, the red radar moved at high speed on the mountain path. From the radar track, they could see that the vehicle was moving very fast. It was as if it was charging with no regard for its life. He's coming, he's coming. He's approaching the first obstacle. Let's see how long he'll take. 12 minutes. I doubt Q King can do it. Even if he drives normally, it'll take him 25 minutes. Don't doubt it. When have you ever heard the captain talk nonsense? He said 12 minutes. I'm afraid he can really do it. Our fastest speed is only 18 minutes. If he can do it in 6 minutes, I have nothing to say. Me too. The public channel that was originally open was turned off. Everyone's communication system was turned off by the monitoring center, and the discussion disappeared. Number 3 and number 2 sat in the same vehicle. The two of them could still look at the radar screen while whispering to each other. They're approaching the first obstacle. He didn't slow down. Number 3's expression was serious. He would always slow down when he reached this point because it was a rocky bend. It was an S and Z-shaped rocky bend. If he did not slow down, he would crash into the boulder if he could not handle it. However, there was no commuter vehicle competing with them. If they did not see that the opponent was driving a commuter vehicle, They would have thought that the opponent was actually driving an all-terrain vehicle in the race. He's charging through, he's charging through. He's charging through at the same speed. Seeing the radar spot rush out of the rocky bend without any change in speed, number two's shock was not small. He was so shocked that his eyes were wide open and he did not know what to say. He was not the only one who was like that. Everyone, including the special forces in the monitoring center, was like that. After passing the first obstacle, there was a second one. Yi Qian, who was driving the commuter bus, had already shocked the 30 recruits before they even met them. As they drove down the mountain, Yi Qian's eyes became brighter and brighter. Just as Xia Jinyuan had said, once she entered the Snowfield Brigade base and faced the huge training ground, she had completely let herself go. In less than half a day, she had integrated herself into the environment and did not feel unfamiliar at all. Xia Jinyuan did not go down the mountain. After he received the G3, the three of them sat in the car together with Pigeon and quietly watched the radar that represented Yi Qian's car. Xia Jinyuan raised his head and looked in the direction Yi Qian would pass by. He saw a black shadow whizzing past him. It was Yi Qian's car. Looks like Yi Qian can really learn how to pilot a fighter jet this time. Pigeon laughed. Q King, you've lost. I've lost. Do you think I don't know if she will win? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and stretched lazily. He said to Pigeon, let's go, brother. Let's take a shortcut down the mountain and chat with the recruits. The Mountain Cat all-terrain vehicle was also a very powerful vehicle. Pigeon took a shortcut and drove down at a speed so fast that the cold wind blew past his face. Chapter 32-35. Q King was the only one who knew if Qing Niao would win. Pigeon, who was driving, felt that she had asked a rather stupid question. It seemed that after spending too much time with the recruits, even her IQ had been affected. The all-terrain vehicle's speed was not slower than the commuter car. In addition, its performance was also better than the commuter car. Pigeon, who had taken a shortcut, quickly caught up to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was fully aware of the passage of the fourth obstacle. Watching the commuter car speeding past in front of her eyes, Pigeon, who was waiting for her, sighed. G3, it was really hard for you just now. It's really uncomfortable to sit in the passenger seat at such a speed. How is it? Do you still want to throw up? G3's complexion did not look too good. His hands were still covering his stomach. His two thick eyebrows were furrowed, revealing a hint of discomfort. I'm afraid there's something wrong with my stomach. Stop talking nonsense and get off. His stomach was in so much pain that it twitched as if it was being twisted inside. The cold wind blew until his face was deformed, but the stomachache was so painful that his back was covered in cold sweat. G3 sat in the back. When he got on the car, he tried his best to pretend that nothing was wrong. Xia Jinyuan was angry because of the recruit incident, and Pigeon was moved by Yi Qian's simple but practical trap. The two of them did not pay attention to G3's complexion. When they heard this, the two of them turned their heads with a swoosh and saw that G3's face was extremely pale. Why, inform Case 7 to come to the training ground immediately. Hurry! When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he did not hesitate and immediately contacted the monitoring center. G3's stomach is in pain. Every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade had some old ailments. G3 had it, Pigeon had it, and Xia Jinyuan naturally had it as well. K7, who had become a medical examiner, received the notification and rushed to the infirmary to pick up G3's most commonly used stomach medicine. He then drove to the training ground. When G3 returned from Estonia, he went through a full-body checkup, and his stomach was checked again. There was no change. K7, who had seen his body checkup report, said that G3's diet had to be normal. Otherwise, the frequency of his illness would increase. However, he hadn't had dinner in the car since he had rushed back from his hometown the day before. He hadn't eaten anything today and had even poured himself a few mouthfuls of cold water. Then he had been tossed around in the car so violently that he had vomited out bile. With all these factors stacked together, his gastric problems had started to act up. Pigeon knew his comrade's situation. He couldn't drive the mountain bike too slowly, but he couldn't drive too fast either, so he slowed down the speed, afraid that if he drove too fast, the G3 would be bumpy and hurt him even more. G3 was a tough guy. Seeing this, he said, "It's better to deal with the pain quickly. Drive down the mountain quickly. K7 will pick me up at the bottom of the mountain with the medicine." The Snowfield Brigade's base was located in the forest, and it took about 10 minutes to drive the K7 from the infirmary to the training center. The team's usual mode of transportation was an all-terrain vehicle. K7 sped all the way there, racing against time. The recruits who were staring intently at the radar screen had completely forgotten about their inhumane captain. They all stared intently at the two of them, not even daring to blink. Every time Yi Qian passed through obstacles at the same speed, or sometimes even faster, a group of elite recruits couldn't help but shout, "Good!" It was a pity that the public channel was closed, or else the entire channel would explode. He must be a senior sergeant. I'm impressed by his skills. Brute force, this is brute force. Be careful, be careful. There are 2 consecutive turns ahead. Don't flip over. Don't flip over. F*CK. It's only been 7 minutes, and we're already halfway down the mountain. Chapter 32-36. They couldn't discuss it through the public channel, so they were all staring at each other in their own cars. They even had to clench their fists and talk to themselves. They really couldn't hold it in. It was too awesome. If they didn't say anything, their mouths would be in a panic. They had to say something to make their hearts and mouths feel better. Pigeon rushed down the mountain in a straight line. After seeing Yi Qian's car for 3 times, she was left far behind. G3 told him to drive faster, but how could he really drive as fast as he could? If he overturned at this speed, G3 would be in pain. Yi Qian, who had completely let go of herself, had a burning passion in her eyes. She held the steering wheel with both hands and operated it nimbly. Sometimes she even used her palms to turn the steering wheel quickly. The steering wheel in her hands was like a top that spun left and right. She was in control of the entire process. Time ticked by. Yi Qian, who was nimbly operating the car, didn't pay attention to the time from time to time. She would occasionally look at the dashboard. She didn't need to pay attention to the time. She only needed to maintain a certain speed to arrive at the foot of the mountain on time. Vroom, vroom. The sound of the car's motor traveled down the mountain. It went from completely inaudible to faintly audible, then to clearly audible. The recruits at the foot of the mountain knew that the veteran driving the car was getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain. G3 heard the sound of the motor getting further and further away from him. His face was pale, but he could still smile and speak. "I wanted to welcome our female soldiers at the foot of the mountain. It looks like it won't work. They've already overtaken us. With your speed, don't expect to catch up. Hold your stomach. Bro Qing Niao will be training at the base for the entire winter break. You'll have plenty of opportunities to experience it." Pigeon saw that he was still thinking about Yi Qian's exciting performance, so she said helplessly, "Next time, I'll let you compete with Qing Niao to make up for today's regret." "That's a good idea. Q King, why don't we form a team next time and compete together?" "Hey, why do I feel like I'm much more energetic now that Qing Niao is here?" G3 used talking to distract himself. Otherwise, his focus would be on his stomach. There was no way to cure this problem. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a pair of windshield goggles, turned around and glanced at his comrade. His clear and sharp eyes behind the wide goggles narrowed slightly as he stared at G3's expression. He did not answer his question. Instead, he asked him, "Can you still hold on?" "I can handle it. It's just an old problem. It's nothing." G3, who was also wearing a pair of goggles, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The snowy light shone on both sides, illuminating his white teeth and making them flicker with a cold light just like the teeth of a beast. "Then let's have a competition. Let those recruits who think that completing the entire passage in 12 minutes is inhumane open their eyes wide and see if they can do it. It's not yet time for the whole team to be mobilized to deal with them. Don't worry, we still have to torture them." Xia Jinyuan retracted his gaze and looked at the time. 10 minutes had passed. Qing Niao was already close to the foot of the mountain. If he didn't calculate incorrectly, she was about to complete the last obstacle passage. Yi Qian, whose eyes were shining, had indeed completed the last obstacle passage. Xia Jinyuan said that it would be within 12 minutes, but he calculated the entire distance and speed and controlled the time to be within 11 to 12 minutes. The recruits who were watching the radar closely saw that the red radar had completed all of its tracks and was about to appear in front of them. Everyone's hearts were actually tense, so tense that even their heartbeats seemed to slow down. They didn't dare to have too big of an amplitude. Chapter 32-37. The radar never slowed down and continued to charge downwards. Behind the radar was a green radar track, indicating that the opponent had already completed this part of the route. 11 minutes. He only used 11 minutes to complete the obstacle passage from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. He only used 11 minutes. 11 minutes. He actually only used 11 minutes. Captain said to complete it within 12 minutes, but he actually only used 11 minutes. Looks like he really can complete all the obstacle passage within 12 minutes. Captain really didn't make things difficult for us on purpose. He really can do it. If he can complete it in 11 minutes, then it's even more possible to complete it in 12 minutes. He didn't make things difficult for us. He really can do it. The red radar that continued to flash for 3 seconds. The recruits sitting alone in the car were both excited and shocked at the same time. There were also some recruits who couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. They were so embarrassed by their previous actions and words that their faces were burning. So it really could be done. So he wasn't trying to make things difficult for them. 12 minutes later, Yi Jian's car appeared at the foot of the mountain on time. When the commuter car rushed out from the mountain intersection with a rumbling sound, the recruits who were reviewing themselves in the car all raised their heads and saw a warrior commuter car that was exactly the same as theirs rushing out. With a nimble stop, it directly rushed to the center of their entire semicircle and stopped steadily. The 29 commuter cars driven by the recruits formed a semicircle around the mountain exit. Yi Qian, who had stopped the car, curled the corners of his mouth slightly. She had to defeat 30 recruits in order to be able to train with the veterans. She didn't know if she could be considered to have defeated 30 recruits today. Probably not. With Captain Xiao's personality, it was possible for her to defeat 2 or 3 recruits, but it was impossible for her to defeat all of them. In front of her were 29 commuter cars in a semicircle, waiting for her to descend the mountain. Taking off his helmet, Yi Qian opened the car door and got out of the car. He smiled and waved at his comrades who were still sitting in the car preparing to get out or had already gotten out of the car. The mountain was quiet to begin with. At this moment, the recruits all carried a respectful attitude. They were so quiet that they even held their breaths as they waited for the veteran to arrive within the next 11 minutes. This caused the atmosphere to become even more solemn and quiet at the same time. The female soldier who walked out stood in front of the vehicle where everyone could see. Her short hair fluttered in the snowy wind. Her face was as bright as the moon and as beautiful as a flower. Her beautiful face made all the recruits' pupils constrict, and then they all stared at her. Because he was too surprised, he used too much force when he stared, and his eyes bulged a little from their sockets. A woman! A woman! Female soldiers. A very, very young, very, very beautiful, very, very handsome female soldier. F***CK. A female soldier? He wasn't a veteran. It wasn't a male soldier. She was such a young female soldier. Just now, 30 of them had failed to surround her, and they had even caused brother number 2 to overturn the car. Such a young female soldier had shaken off all of them and rushed to the top of the mountain. Such a young female soldier had completed what they thought was purposely difficult and impossible to pass through the obstacles from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain within 11 minutes. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. The recruits sitting in the car kept their hands on the car handle, maintaining their posture of preparing to get out of the car, as though they were petrified. As for the recruits who had already opened the car door and stepped down with one foot, they stared and slowly and gently stepped back onto the ground. They just stood there and didn't make any further movements. The recruits standing by the side of the car maintained their backs straight. They stood motionless like statues in the cold wind. So it was her and not him. Chapter 32-38. At this moment, the mountains and trees were still. The pure white snow was silent. The snow-white sunlight shone on the female soldier's beautiful face. What they saw was not only her beauty, but also the majesty of a soldier. She was as majestic as a mountain, as deep as the sea, as vast as the stars, and as straight as a steel spear. This was the female soldier in their eyes. A female soldier who had thrown off 30 of their male soldiers and ruthlessly crushed them. A female soldier had defeated 30 of them. How could 30 of them not be able to stop a single female soldier? The female soldier had completed all the obstacles in 11 minutes, but they still thought that completing all the obstacles in 12 minutes was making things difficult for them. Looking at Yi Qian, the 30 recruits, with mouths full of bitterness, felt as if a stormy sea had been set off in their hearts. Wave after wave hit their hearts and made them tremble. They had 1,000 thoughts and guesses in their hearts, but no matter what, they would never have thought that the person getting out of the car would be a female soldier. A female soldier who was even younger than them. The average age of the 30 recruits was 24 years old. If they were placed in school, it would be equivalent to graduating from university. For example, recruit number 1 graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China at 17 years old. After completing his master's degree, he joined the military. When he was selected to become a recruit in the Snowfield Brigade, he had already been studying for a Ph.D. degree for a year. Even though he had been studying for a year, he was still only 22 years old. He was the youngest of the 30 recruits. He was already young enough. Then when the female soldier got out, it was obvious that she was even younger than recruit number 1. More importantly, she was younger than them, but more capable than them. Yi Qian saw that all of them were standing there motionless. Some of them didn't even get out of the car. They just sat in the car with their hands hugging the steering wheel. Their faces were almost pressed against the windshield as they stared without moving. One of their comrades had already gotten out of the car with one leg left in the car. At this moment, he quietly got out of the car and stood behind the open car door without doing anything else. Seeing that the comrades standing beside the car were also motionless, Yi Qian couldn't help but walk forward. As a result, The comrades who were originally standing motionless all backed away with a schwa sound, as if they were afraid of being beaten by her. She couldn't help but stop and feel a trace of awkwardness. Why did they back away? The male soldiers didn't know why they retreated. They just felt that it wasn't right for 30 male soldiers to surround a female soldier. However, in the end, they did not win against the female soldiers, even though they had done something unethical. If they really won against the female soldiers, they would also lose face. However, now that he had lost to a female soldier, he was embarrassed and his face was burning. It was extremely awkward. Both parties felt a little awkward. Yi Qian was much more mature mentally than they were, and had been through a lot. He knew that it was not a good idea to stare at each other like this. They had to get to know each other better. Standing in place, she straightened her back and straightened her clothes to ensure the solemnity and dignity of a soldier. Then she saluted all the male soldiers. At the same time, she turned her upper body slightly to face the male soldiers around her. She was allowed to do this. Although Captain Xia said that they were all recruits, in reality, they were all elite soldiers in their respective military regions. They were all older than her, so she was allowed to salute them. Her salute shocked the male soldiers. The recruits, who were still hugging the steering wheel, quickly got out of the car. Before they saluted, they did the same action as Yi Qian. Chapter 32-39. The military salute was a soldier's etiquette. At the same time, it could also show the prestige of a country's soldiers. Therefore, it had to be serious and solemn, and could not be mischievous. They had been driving the commuter car just now, and all of them were disheveled. Some of their helmets were even crooked to the side. If they were not properly dressed, they would appear too sloppy. If they were not properly dressed before the salute, it would seriously affect the country's and soldiers' image. After the salute, Yi Qian and the male soldiers looked at each other again. They were at a loss of what to do. The two recruits looked at each other, and then took the lead to walk towards Yi Qian. They wanted to apologize for their actions just now. The entire competition was inexplicably started by the two of them and number one, because the female soldiers' commuter car suddenly overtook them and even did a very beautiful drift. It instantly made them angry. They thought that their captain, who had gone somewhere, had returned, and then came back to look down on them without saying a word. Because of one overtaking and one drifting, the 30 recruits even launched a tactical encirclement. They swore to block off their captain and force her to have no way to retreat, and no way to retreat. Now, everything was actually a joke that would make all the male soldiers look bad, a joke that would make them realize the cruelty of reality. They thought that no one could do it, but someone not only did it beautifully, she even finished it a minute before the time limit. Recruit number 3 and number 2 walked over. Yi Qian, who was standing at the same spot, also walked towards them. The two of them were second lieutenants, but they did not have their rank and seniority badges. Yi Qian could not immediately use the rank and seniority badges on their badges to know the details of the two. However, without the rank and seniority badges, the two's seniority and age were definitely above hers. As a military academy student, she had only been in the military for a year and a half. Recruit number 3 and number 2 walked a few steps closer and could clearly see the rank of the female soldier, who was also walking towards them. They could tell from the female soldier's badges. And she was a military academy student. The two of them quickly looked at each other. The fluctuations in their hearts were like electricity, pulling at their hearts and causing them to spasm. A current military academy student had won against 2 male soldiers who had been in the military for at least 2.5 years. Hello, I am recruit number 3. Hello, I'm recruit number 2. When they arrived in front of Yi Qian, the two of them took the initiative to extend their greetings and introduce themselves. Yiqian also extended his hand and smiled. Hello, I'm Qing Niao. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry. I'm recruit number 1. It was because of me that the competition happened. The number 1 recruit no longer had the angry expression he had when the bus flipped over. Facing the female soldier, who was obviously younger than him, his face flushed red as he apologized. I'm very sorry. Just now, I mistook you as our captain and did something very unwise. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. After he finished speaking, although he held his head high and chest out, his gaze did not land on Yiqian's face. His gaze occasionally met Yiqian's, but immediately drifted away. He did not dare and was too embarrassed to look Yiqian in the eye. Her gaze drifted for a moment before she suddenly stared at Yiqian's shoulder. Cadet, you're not our instructor. You're a cadet. Recruit number 1 widened his eyes completely. His gaze did not drift away anymore. Instead, he looked directly at Yiqian. How are you a cadet? The female soldier, who had won against all of them, was a cadet. The male soldiers, who had finally calmed down after Yiqian's military salute, exploded once again. Chapter 3240. Didn't they just explode? The one who won was a female soldier. Fine, they accepted it. Heroes didn't matter where they came from. Women weren't inferior to men. There were also powerful female soldiers. For example, the beautiful female soldier standing under the snowy sun was very powerful. Therefore, they accepted it. Maybe she joined the military and became a top soldier in the military. She was very strong in this aspect, so they admitted defeat. But they never would have thought. Brother number 1 raised his voice. His voice wasn't just surprised. It was practically a roar of horror. How are you a military school student? The one who won wasn't a veteran or a top soldier in the military. The one who won was a military school student. This was truly a series of blows, one after another, to the point that their brains and nerves were twitching and hurting. They finally calmed down and started to feel embarrassed again. They were even more embarrassed than before. They were a little embarrassed to go over to the female soldier. Faced with recruit number 1's shocked expression, Yiqian calmed down and smiled. Yes, she's a second-year military school student. She came to the base to train with you during the winter break and defeat all of you within a week. Yiqian didn't say this out loud. Number 1 didn't feel too good. His lips trembled for a long time before he muttered, Did you come to the wrong place? You shouldn't be training with us, right? Xia, Jinyuan's cold voice came from behind. Do you all know each other? Or are you the only 3 talking to Qing Niao now? Pigeon drove G3 to meet up with K7 in the all-terrain vehicle and didn't follow them. G3 saw their young captain, who was respected by the veterans, walk over to the recruits. He was in so much pain that he took deep breaths to relieve the pain. He joked, I feel like I missed something interesting. Those recruits. Ouch, can you put a fake stomach in your stomach? You're holding your stomach so tightly that you're trembling from the pain, yet you still want to watch something interesting. Pigeon didn't know what to do with her comrades. They all liked to join in the fun. In the entire team, K7 was the only one who liked to join in the fun. He would avoid wherever there was excitement and go wherever it was quiet. He was also someone who loved to watch a good show, especially when it came to the recruits. Now that they know who the people surrounding them are, their faces will definitely be colorful, especially beautiful. A female soldier and a military school student. That was enough of a blow. Carrying the patient, the pigeon left with a smile. The sound of the car did not distract the recruits who were walking over to complete the formation. When Xia Jinyuan came out, all the recruits immediately reorganized and gathered. They did not dare to stand beside the car and dawdle. Xia Jinyuan finished the assembly in 10 seconds. After that, he stood in front of everyone and looked at everyone's faces with his sharp and deep black eyes. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "How is it? Is today exciting enough? You're challenging me. 30 people are surrounding one person, and you're actually willing to do it. Don't you feel embarrassed at all? Number one, come, tell me. Do you feel embarrassed at all?" Number one straightened his chest and replied, "If it's you, Captain, I wouldn't feel embarrassed. But now that I'm a military academy student, I feel very ashamed." When Yi Qian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up silently. "You're quite confident. Your courage is commendable." Chapter 32:41. Yi Qian understood Xia Jinyuan's temper. He wouldn't be angry at comrade number one's biased answer, but he wouldn't let him off so easily either. "What about you guys? You think so too?" Answer yes or no. As the captain, Xia Jinyuan wasn't angry. It wasn't easy to subdue a group of arrogant soldiers. These people were like frogs in his pot. The water wasn't hot yet, and they were still jumping around happily in the pot. Now that Miss Qing Niao was here, he should prepare to cook them. Cooking frogs in warm water. They would have a good life in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 recruits immediately answered. Yes. No. There were 2 choices and 2 answers. Recruit number 1 answered yes. Number 2 and number 3 answered no. The appearance of the female soldier Qing Niao made them understand one thing. Arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated, and they are digging their own graves. They also vaguely felt that the days ahead wouldn't be so easy. It would be harder, more bitter, more ruthless, and more demanding than now. Therefore, they chose no to answer. As for the recruits who answered yes, they were probably really stubborn. They still wanted to use their stubbornness to resist the other party's inhumanity and resist to the end to prove that they were right. Wrong, really wrong. This mysterious captain who had only appeared in front of them 3 times in the past half a year, including today, was starting to get serious. The reason why he didn't get serious until now was probably related to the female soldier beside him. The appearance of the female soldier Qing Niao could be said to be the beginning of the joke of the 30 recruits. Number 3 couldn't help but purse his lips. There was a very dark look in his eyes. The appearance of the female soldier Qing Niao also sounded the alarm for the 30 recruits. "Qing Niao, they said that they surrounded you and felt ashamed because you were a female soldier. They thought that surrounding me was normal. Tell me, what do you think? If I remember correctly, Captain, you lost to me twice back then, right?" When Xia Jinyuan heard this, a faint smile flashed across his eyes. His female soldier understood why he suddenly mentioned her. He nodded and replied, "That's right." Yi Qian asked again, "As a team leader, did you feel ashamed when you lost to a female soldier? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Xia Jinyuan answered calmly, "Of course not." Yi Qian knew that this group of recruits had some opinions about his training. Now that he suddenly pulled her into the conversation, the intelligent Yi Qian immediately understood what he wanted to do. A rather deep conversation unfolded between the 2 of them. She, the female soldier Qing Niao, was the whetstone for the 30 new recruits. Her captain, her comrade, needed her to stand up and smooth out the edges and corners of this group of capable elite soldiers until they were round like pearls and jade, until they were all top-notch individual special forces soldiers, until their comrades at the base could wait for them to return safely from every mission. After he finished asking, Yi Qian took a step forward. His beautiful face was colder than snow, but the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. He had a very light smile. It was like a gentle breeze that could soften the gazes of the male soldiers. Such a light smile, was enough to make the male soldiers ignore the coldness in her eyes. Chapter 32:42. She smiled and said, "Your captain didn't even feel ashamed when he lost to me. So, I don't understand why you feel ashamed when you lose to me. If it's because of your strength, I can understand. But that's obviously not the case now. I feel that you have some prejudice against female soldiers. You think that female soldiers are inferior to male soldiers. Regardless of whether you win or lose, it makes you feel that it's embarrassing to challenge a female soldier because you're a male soldier." She spoke unhurriedly, her voice as cold as water. "You're not ashamed because I'm stronger than you. It's because of my gender that you feel embarrassed. Comrades, I may have offended you by saying this, but I'm just saying what I think, just like how you can bravely say what you think." They weren't ashamed because she defeated them, but because of her gender. That made them feel ashamed. Every word was like a gem, but it also felt like a direct slap to their faces, causing them to feel a burning pain. That was indeed the case. They were not ashamed because she had defeated them in terms of strength, but because of her gender. Some of the quick-witted recruits almost lowered their heads in shame. As for the recruits who reacted a beat slower, their breathing became heavier. Gradually, everyone understood. The recruits who understood stood in the warm winter sun, but not only did they not feel warm, they felt their bodies become stiff from the cold. Yi Qian didn't say anything else and returned the field to Xia Jinyuan. Her whetstone had shown results today, which was worth celebrating. If nothing unexpected happened, the 30 male soldiers standing in front of her would all be her comrades in the future. As a comrade, she had the same thoughts as Captain Xia. She hoped that every one of them could pass the test, that every one of them was proficient in all kinds of weapons, and that every one of them could leave and return to the base alive. Now, all the pain, sweat, and blood they had to endure was for them to return safely one day. Xia Jinyuan's cold gaze swept across this group of male soldiers who would become qualified special forces of the Snowfield Brigade in the future. He was a man who could keep his cool, and was also a soldier with a strong aura. When he didn't speak, his gaze was like an invisible mountain that pressed down on the people below until they couldn't straighten their backs. At this moment, he didn't speak, but his gaze was as heavy as a mountain. His cold voice had the power to break the ice. "I didn't just lose to Qing Niao once or twice. Even veterans have lost to Qing Niao countless times. But we've never felt ashamed of losing to her because she's a female soldier. We only reflect on our own skills and shortcomings. But what about you? If it were me, wouldn't I feel ashamed of losing? That's not right. Don't you think that you're all very strong? Do you think that all of you have the ability? Do all of you think that you're on par with me? What's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly change your mind? If it were me, wouldn't I feel ashamed? 30 people ganged up on me, and you don't feel ashamed just because I'm the captain? Wrong. Very, very wrong. Since all of you boast that you're all elite soldiers and all of you care about fairness, why don't you have the guts to stand up and challenge me? Chapter 32:43. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice pierced into the hearts of all the recruits in the spacious training ground for Special Forces vehicles. The coldness and sharpness pierced into their hearts and made their hearts tighter and tighter. Your double standards have really opened my eyes. Don't you feel ashamed that 30 of you ganged up on me? It's unfair that I ganged up on 30 of you. Don't let me hear the word unfair in the future, because you don't deserve it. A loss is a loss, and you're still looking for excuses. You even said that you feel ashamed because Qing Yao is a female soldier. Have you ever thought about why you lost? Have you ever thought about why you couldn't beat Qing Yao? There are no female or male soldiers here. There is only one type of soldier here. If you make a fool of yourself and embarrass yourself, just say that your opponent is a female soldier. If you win, you'll probably say, "Oh, we're male soldiers, so it's normal for us to win against you female soldiers." Let me tell you, recruits, Qing Miao will defeat all of you in a week. You should be prepared to be crushed and embarrassed. Also, I have to tell you that I taught Qing Miao how to drive, and she has already surpassed me today. She can drive from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain without any obstacles. My fastest speed is 12 minutes, and from the intersection, I need 13 minutes. After reprimanding, Xia Jinyuan's eyes fell on recruit number 1. He pointed at the parked commuter car and said coldly, "I'm very dissatisfied with your answer just now. You know the speed of 30 laps." "Yes." Recruit number 1, whose face was flushed red from embarrassment, immediately responded. He bent his arms and crossed his chest as he ran to the commuter car he usually drove. This time, he no longer expressed his dissatisfaction because he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Qing Miao's words enlightened him and made him realize how arrogant he used to be. He was indeed a top soldier in the original military region. He was a top soldier who won glory for the regiment and was liked by the leaders in the regiment. But now that they were here, everyone was like him. They were all elite soldiers of their respective military regions. If they weren't the elite soldiers of their regiment, they definitely wouldn't be standing in this blood-boiling place that touched the most confidential military base of the country. He's here, he's a recruit. His previous position, military rank, and glory had nothing to do with him anymore. He was just a recruit who still needed to train hard, sweat more, and bleed more. Xia Jinyuan could see the sudden change in recruit number 1, but he was not moved. It was just the beginning. Whether he was a worm or a dragon would depend on the future. Without waiting for another minute, he said to Yi Qian, "Come to my office." Yes, Yi Qian followed his footsteps and left. Behind them, the 30 recruits who were being reprimanded didn't dare to send the 2 of them off with their eyes. Even if the 2 of them walked far away, no one dared to move. The scolding this time was the harshest, most humiliating one they had ever received since they entered the Snowfield Brigade base. They thought that they were very powerful, but in the end, they were nothing. They thought they could win, but in the end, their skills were inferior. They only realized today that everything they thought and persisted in was a joke. The squad leader of the recruits, who was in charge of organizing the team, stood up and sighed. "We really need to reflect on ourselves. Qing Miao is still a military academy student, but she can completely defeat us and even defeat the captain. We were too arrogant. Arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. Our predecessors have already reminded us of this, but we still held on to our pride and thought that we were being treated unfairly. Actually, just as the captain said, we used double standards to judge ourselves and others." Chapter 3244. What the recruit squad leader said was what was in his heart. It was what he thought through in an instant. It wasn't an epiphany, but they knew they were wrong. They made the most mistakes they shouldn't have made. We should be strict with ourselves, but in the end, we became strict with others. From here on, we have made a big mistake. We must correct it. Looking at his brothers who were in a heavy mood, he said, "Also, Qing Miao just said that we lost to her not because she was stronger than us, but because she was a woman, a female soldier who should be weaker than a male soldier. So we felt ashamed. It's all wrong, brothers. It's all wrong. If we don't reflect on ourselves, if we don't restrain ourselves, if we don't adjust our mentality and put ourselves in the position of a recruit, I'm afraid." Recruit squad leader number 10 paused slightly. His eyes were as heavy as ink. "I'm afraid we will be sent back to the original army, or we can only be a recruit forever and stay here until we are qualified. No matter what the result was, it wouldn't be a good result. It would become a stain in their lives. As the elite soldiers selected by each military region, they entered this unit that they had never heard of before. Just a simple introduction of less than 100 words made them understand that they had entered a unit that didn't belong to any military region. It didn't even exist in the system. It was an extremely mysterious and special combat unit. Although the introduction of less than 100 words was very short, and there wasn't even a history of development, they could smell the bloody wind and rain from the short words. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up, and their blood boiled instantly. Why did they enter the army to compete to be elite soldiers? It was to raise the prestige of our country, to serve the motherland, and to do great things. They even prepared to go to war soon. They were all so excited. However, reality quickly hit them hard. The person in front of them who had walked over and introduced himself as, "I am your captain," gave them a very big show of strength that night. They thought that he was giving everyone a show of strength at that time. Gather at 2:00 in the morning and tell them, from now on, you are all new recruits. Everything you have done in the past will be erased. From this second onwards, you will have no position or rank. You will only have a code name. The positions you're standing in today are your code names. From now on, I don't want to hear about your positions, military ranks, meritorious deeds, or awards you've received. In this place, these won't make you anything. You're all recruits. A recruit doesn't have any positions, military ranks, meritorious deeds, or awards. You're just a recruit who started from zero. During the day, he had only introduced 6 words in front of them. Suddenly, at night, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them in the middle of winter. What right did they have to deny their positions, their military ranks, the contributions they had made, and the awards they had received? What right did he have? There was no explanation, only obedience. No nonsense, only obedience. Here they could only obey, obey, and obey. Once a proud son of heaven, he felt as if he had suddenly fallen from the clouds into the mud. Furthermore, he was being ruthlessly trampled on. Who would be convinced? No one was willing to submit. Chapter 32:45. They issued challenges that they thought were right. He ignored them the first time, the second time, and the third time, he still ignored them. There was one time when he finally responded. The elusive captain appeared and eliminated all 30 recruits in one night. During another field training session, the 30 recruits were either tied up or hung up by him. They were either directly eliminated or killed with a single shot. The 2 times he attacked them, they were both afraid and respectful. They also knew that their captain was not to be trifled with and was terrifyingly powerful. After that, he did not attack them again and did not appear in front of them again. Today, he appeared in front of them with a female soldier and made them completely realize how wrong they were. Qing Niao will defeat all of us within a week. Within this week, everyone should be prepared for anything that can happen. Let's go, let's go. Today's training is not over yet. Today's training was not over yet, and there was no time for them to reflect on themselves. The recruits continued to immerse themselves in training. They only thought that Xia Jinyuan's training arrangements were unreasonable, inhumane, and inhumane. However, they would do whatever they were told to do. A soldier's duty was to obey orders, and this was already engraved in their bones. They would not be so bold as to disobey orders because of their personal emotions. Xia Jinyuan did not take it to heart because they carried out his arrangements seriously even though they were dissatisfied with them. If they disobeyed military orders because of their personal emotions, they would have been taught a lesson long ago. Yi Qian followed him to his office. Xia Jinyuan's office was very simple. There was a desk, a row of bookshelves, a chair for himself, and 2 chairs in front of the desk. There was a national map in front of the desk, a national flag, and no other decorations. It was clean, bright, tidy, and neat. Sit. Xia Jinyuan sat behind the desk and gestured for Yi Qian to sit down with him. Then, he pulled out a folder from the pile of folders on the desk and took out a piece of paper. Take a look at this. I think you will be excited. Yi Qian took it and looked up at the man sitting across from him. His dark eyes shone like stars, and in that instant, the room lit up. Seeing this, the cold Xia Jinyuan finally smiled. He knew that she would like it. After you defeat all the recruits within a week, we will depart. But if you don't defeat all the recruits within a week, you won't have the chance to go. He smiled as he finished reading Yi Qian. His eyes lit up as he looked at him. I'll definitely do a good job, but I need to know what the requirements are for defeating 30 recruits. Just like today, how many recruits did I defeat? If I really want to calculate, I should have already defeated all 30 recruits. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. You can only say that you have defeated 3 people. There are still 27 people who have not been defeated. As for the requirements, it's very simple. I want you to use all your skills and defeat all of them. You have to use all your skills. Just like today, you and the veterans took turns to fight, and the one-on-one fight with the eagle. You have to use all your strength to defeat them. Qing Niao, you are now the whetstone for me to sharpen them. I need your help to train this group of capable elite soldiers from various military regions and military branches into qualified special forces. Chapter 3246. This was Xia Jinyuan's arrangement. This was also why he had only trained this group of recruits and did not do anything else. What he wanted was to smooth out their edges and subdue them all at once. Recruits were different from veterans, so the methods used were also different. No matter how much the veterans disobeyed him, it was because they had enough strength. On the other hand, the recruits were far weaker than the veterans. He did not have that much time to defeat them one by one like how he defeated the veterans. The best way was to smooth it out in one go and waste less time. Yi Qian naturally listened to his arrangements. She was also very willing to be his whetstone and would do her best to assist him. Back then, it was he who held her hand and took her step by step, allowing her to grow steadily step by step. Now, it was time for her to repay him. Yi Qian's first day in the Snowfield Brigade was already so extraordinary. It was destined that her future as a Special Forces soldier would be extraordinary. Night fell, and the sky in the mountains darkened faster than in the city. After the heavy snow, the warm sun lost its last ray of light, and darkness enveloped the entire land. In the distance, the rolling mountains were like dormant dragons, quietly guarding this big country that was becoming more prosperous and powerful with each passing day. At the capital airport, a plane flew through the cold wind and slowly landed under the control of the control tower. This was a plane returning from the Middle East and Palestine. The plane was a large passenger plane with 270 passengers. They had all specially rushed back from Israel and Palestine to celebrate the spring festival with their families. A graceful woman wearing a camel-colored woolen coat, a pair of navy blue and black trousers, and a pair of sheepskin boots that reached her ankles walked out of the plane and into the arrival hall of the airport. She was not very tall among the northerners. She was about 163 meters tall, but she had a delicate appearance and a gentle temperament. Even if she was walking in the bustling crowd, she was still one of the more eye-catching types. Miss Sun, Miss Sun. I'm sorry, excuse me, Miss Sun. Hey, Miss Sun, a middle-aged man wearing a black woolen coat with a suit and tie inside, who looked like the boss of a company, rushed forward with a small password-locked briefcase while calling out to a woman. The woman who was called, did not answer. It was as if she did not know that someone was chasing after her. It was not until the balding middle-aged man caught up with her and reached out to take her luggage that the woman reacted. The woman with the perfect makeup and red lips smiled. "Mr. Sue, Miss Sun, you left so quickly. I just took the time to get your luggage, and when I came back, I didn't see you." The balding middle-aged man was sweating profusely as he chased after Sun Ying. He insisted on taking the luggage from Sun Ying's hands while trying to please her. Come, Miss Sunday. I'll get your luggage for you." Sun Ying smiled as she looked at the middle-aged man, who was in his early 40s. He was her father's generation. She continued to face him with a smile. "Mr. Sue, you're too polite. Thank you for the trouble." Mississippi. When the middle-aged man saw this, the smile on his face deepened. Chapter 3247. The shrewd businessman immediately seized the opportunity and asked, "Miss Sun, which hotel are you staying at tonight? Is there anyone coming to pick you up? My driver is already waiting for me outside. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to send you back to your hotel." The exuberant vitality of the young girl, as well as the fragrance of flowers, made the middle-aged man, who was in the jewelry business, reveal undisguised lust in his eyes. From his chubby face, it was obvious that he was not only lusting after Sun Ying, but also had other intentions. Sun Ying, who had been around all kinds of men in the brothel, could tell. If she had not accidentally found out that her boss was looking for a jewelry businessman to work with, she would not have paid attention to this fat guy who had designs on her. She smiled reservedly and replied, "Mr. Sue, you're so polite that I can't bear to reject you." As long as she could use it, it was useful and could be used. This was what she learned on the first day she entered the bloody and dark underground. The reason why she was defeated by Yi Qian was because she was too arrogant in the past and was completely isolated. In the end, she was easily defeated by Yi Qian. Now that she was back, this was the time of Yi Qian's death. Sun Ying's eyes flashed with anger as she walked out of the airport with Mr. Sue, who was in the jewelry business, talking and laughing. Now that she was alone in the country, the boss who sent her abroad naturally could not send someone to pick her up. Now that someone was sending her, why not? It was close to the Spring Festival, so the airport was crowded with people. Countless people were squeezed together, and some even raised their signs high, so that the guests they were waiting for could see them. Sun Ying's gaze lightly swept across the people who were in different styles of clothes, rich and poor, and had different temperaments. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. These people were living more freely than she was. "Miss Sun, let's go this way." In order to make himself more attentive, Mr. Sue did not even ask his driver to come over. Instead, he personally acted as her escort and walked all the way to his black Benz. Sun Ying looked at the car logo and smiled disdainfully. When Mr. Sue handed their luggage to the driver, she changed her expression and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Sue is in the jewelry business. This Benz must be worth at least $1 million, right?" "Ha ha ha. It seems that Miss Sun is also a car lover. If Miss Sun really likes it, I'll take Miss Sun to the shop to choose one another day. How about that?" When they were in front of his car, Mr. Sue directly expressed his intentions. However, Sun Ying smiled. Her big, watery eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning. She glanced at the other party with a look that was both welcoming and rejecting. Then she bent over and got into the car. In the distance, an imported luxury car that was several grades higher than the Big Benz was parked. A driver wearing white gloves was opening the backup car and loading the luggage. A young and beautiful woman looked at the big Benz leaving in front of her. Her eyes were full of disdain and sneers. Life is not bad, but it's a pity that you're selling your own body. Du Jiayi, who had also returned to the country, but on a different plane, coldly retracted her gaze. This is also her life. Not bad. Du Jiayi would not pay attention to a small character whose bottom line was stepped on by her. If she did not happen to meet her, she would have forgotten about her. Chapter 3248. The winter in the capital was filled with white snow. The snow that stopped during the day began to fall again at night. An ordinary car drove into the night along with the Mercedes-Benz. Its speed was always behind the Mercedes-Benz in front of it. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. Even if there was an overtaking car, it would quickly catch up again until it reached the entrance of the hotel. The people in the car saw a middle-aged man with the temperament of a businessman open the door. Then he blocked the edge of the car with one hand and asked the target in the car to get out. Perhaps the heater in the car was full. The target got out of the car elegantly with the coat in her hand. She wore a tight, white, high-collared cashmere coat and got out of the car elegantly. The exquisite female bag in her hand was also hidden in the coat. The target has checked into the International Hotel. The black female bag has never left. In the car, someone said in a low voice. The slightly restrained voice revealed a bit of coldness. After Sun Ying left the country, she went missing. Because there were many places abroad that the government could not easily enter and intervene, they could only determine the target's approximate location and then conduct a general surveillance. When the target bought a plane ticket with her real name and identity information, the personnel sent by the relevant departments immediately followed her until she returned to the country. When the leader of the military commission received a call from the investigator, he immediately issued an order that all the target's domestic movements must be monitored. The kind of people she had contact with must be investigated in detail. When Sun Ying entered the hotel, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she turned around and asked the hotel attendant, who was carrying her luggage. She glanced outside the hotel and said a few words in a low voice. Then she turned around naturally and walked side by side with the jewelry businessman who could be used by her. A young, beautiful, and elegant girl followed by a middle-aged man with a bald head. As long as the man opened his mouth to speak, his gaze would be very impolite and would be directed to the girl's chest. Such a person of the same trade could see through the door at a glance. Sun Ying did not give the jewelry businessman a chance to go further. She had already booked a room before she returned to the country. Boss Su wanted to go further, but he was rejected by her with a smile. She had whetted his appetite. This kind of person, just socializing would be enough. He still wanted to climb into the bed. Did he not look at what he looked like? After returning to the hotel, Sun Ying walked barefoot on the soft carpet to the bed and directly lay down. Then, her slender fingers dialed a number belonging to Anyang City. After a while, someone answered the phone. Sun Ying, who was lying on her back, moved her red lips slightly and asked with a cold gaze, "Sifeng, what I asked you to do? How is it?" "Sifeng, a middle school girl?" "Yes, Sifeng." "Ying, I didn't see Yi Qian when I returned to your village. I even asked my boyfriend to make a trip to Yi Qian's school." When Xie Sifeng picked up the phone, she gulped and answered uneasily, "But we can't get in." Sun Ying, who had come back with the intention of revenge, heard this and her face darkened. She said gloomily, "Sifeng, I have given you the money, but you should also complete my task. I only asked you to find out about Yi Qian's whereabouts, and you can't even accomplish such a simple task. Don't tell me you don't want to do the job after receiving the money? If it weren't for the fact that she was the only one in the country that could use it, she would have scolded her for being useless." He couldn't even find out where Yi Qian was. Xie Sifeng had been afraid of Sun Ying since middle school. Now that she was older, she was still afraid of Sun Ying. Hearing Sun Ying's anger, Xie Sifeng's shoulders trembled, and her voice became even softer. No, I definitely didn't mean that. Until now, my boyfriend hasn't returned yet. He's still trying to find out about Yi Qian's whereabouts. Chapter 3249. When Sun Ying heard this, she felt a little better. Her cold voice suddenly became gentle. Then she coaxed Xie Sifeng, just like how she used to do in junior high. Sifeng, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now. You know that I've been fighting with Yi Qian for so many years, and she caused me to be in such a miserable state. Now that my family is ruined, I must seek justice for my father, mother, and myself. She used me as a stepping stone to get to where I am now. In the end, she even harmed my father and mother. Sifeng, you don't know how much pain I'm in. Every night when I lie in bed, I think about how our family treated her well. We even provided for her to go to school. But in the end, why did she repay our kindness with ingratitude? Sifeng, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I must ask her face to face. I must ask her why she did this. Why did she frame me? Why did she harm my family? Why did she repay kindness with ingratitude? I must ask her face to face. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept it. Sifeng, you will help me, right? You're the only one who can help me now. All of my classmates avoid me like the plague. When they receive my call, they immediately hang up when they hear my voice. Look, they've all been fooled by Yi Qian. They all think that I harmed Yi Qian. How could I harm her? Looking at the situation now, it was clear who had harmed who, but why didn't they believe it? Sifeng, do you believe me? Or do you believe Yi Qian? Because many of her classmates were present in court, they all knew what had happened. Xie Sifeng, who was holding the microphone, lowered her head gloomily. Even she trusted Yi Jian instead of Sun Ying. But so what? She needed money now. She needed a lot of money. Without money, she was nothing. Since Sun Ying was begging her to do something, she would take out the money. Ying, I've always been on your side. You know that I've always been on your side from junior high to senior high. Why wouldn't I believe you? Of course I believe you. You're so good. Why would you harm an orphan? You have no reason to harm her. Only she would harm you because she has no parents and no family. She hates you and wants to destroy you. I know. Xie Sifeng would say whatever Sun Ying wanted to hear. For the sake of money, she had to say a lot of things that Sun Ying would like to hear. Wasn't it just bad-mouthing Yi Qian? Whatever they said in the past, they could just say the same thing now. Sure enough, Sun Ying was happy to hear that. It was as if she had really been harmed by Yi Qian, instead of reaping what she sowed and hurting others and herself. When Xie Sifeng talked about how her boyfriend was still asking around at Yi Qian's school and how they needed money for food, accommodation, and errands, and how little money was left for them, they could only last for 3 days at most. Sun Ying, who had just felt a little better, became gloomy again. If it had been in the past, she would have believed it immediately. But now she had climbed out of that dark place. Every day, she was either beaten by others or she was beaten by others. She also had to go through countless cruel training sessions. Those were things that she would never have thought of. She had to face things and things that were completely untouchable. How could she be so naive after climbing out of that place? Before going abroad, she gave Xie Sifeng 30,000 yuan. At that time, Xie Sifeng's salary was less than 2,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan was equivalent to 1.5 years of her salary. Chapter 3250. Not enough money? Huh. Did she think Sun Ying was stupid? Sifeng, Ask your boyfriend to come back. I've asked someone else to help me. I don't want the rest of the money. Just take it as a reward for your hard work. Xie Sifeng was frightened by her words. Sunning was her and her boyfriend's money tree. How dare she try to get more money from her? She immediately said, No, no, no. Ying, I'll ask my boyfriend to stay in a small hotel. He's a man. It'll be fine if he stays in a small hotel. It's late. You should have dinner. I won't disturb you. Since the other party was tactful, Sun Ying didn't pursue the matter any further. She held her phone under one shoulder and rolled up the sleeve of her cashmere jacket with her left hand. Her arm was riddled with hideous scars. Some looked like they had been whipped, while others looked like they had been cut by a knife. Sun Ying, who had been abroad for half a year, smelled of blood. Du Jia was welcomed home by the whole family. Today was the birthday of the Deputy Chief of Staff. It was too obvious for him to hold a big party with his current position. He hadn't held a big party for years. He always held a low-key celebration at home. When it was time to rest, Du Jia looked at her tall brother. She held Mrs. Li's hand and said with a smile, Mom, my brother really needs to find a girlfriend. You have to keep an eye on him. Don't let those girls who want to climb up the social ladder stick to him. Otherwise, they won't be able to be driven away. Just like Sun Ying, we almost let her marry into our family. Although Sun Ying was a small character, for Mrs. Li, who couldn't tolerate a grain of sand, if she didn't get rid of the small character, she would be inadvertently offended. He glanced at his younger brother, Li Chuhai, and the smile on his face became much colder. Your good uncle really pissed me off. I didn't like her, but he still kept her. He even sent her out of the country. I don't know if he's trying to annoy me or make me angry. When Li Chuhai heard his niece mention Sun Ying, he knew something was wrong. He raised his glass and said to Mrs. Li, Sister, I have no choice but to do something. I know you're angry. This cup of wine is my apology. I hope you can accept it. Also, you're my sister and I'm your brother. If you want to do something, I'll definitely do it for you, but not now. She's still useful to me. Du Jia, who had only casually mentioned it, immediately sensed that something was amiss. She had gone overseas to further her studies after retiring from the army, so she had no idea what was going on. However, at this moment, she knew that something was amiss. Uncle, Jai, this is your uncle's business. Your mother can't ask about it, and you can't ask about it either. Li Chuhai stopped his niece from asking further. This was the Du family, not some other place. If his brother-in-law heard this, even if Li Chuhai was his brother-in-law, he would not let him off. Du Jia looked at Madame Li, and then at her uncle, who was holding a wine glass and looking a little cold because her mother didn't say anything. Knowing that things were not simple, she could only nod obediently and say, Oh. Since she couldn't ask anything in front of her uncle, she could ask her mother. Mom, you and Uncle are very close. You can't ruin your relationship because of an irrelevant person. Today is Dad's birthday, so you should be happy. Come, let's toast to you. His niece's sensibility made Li Chuhai's cold face smile, faintly. Sister, I have to go after this toast. It's New Year, and I still have some work to do. I can't accompany you and brother-in-law all the time. Let's toast first. After saying that, he drank the wine in one gulp. Madame Li's face turned even colder. Chapter 32:51. Li Chuhai toasted the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said goodbye. The relationship between the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and his brother-in-law was not very good. Furthermore, the other party had just returned to the country recently, so there were not many things that they could talk about. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, didn't ask him to stay, and just walked him to the door of his house. After leaving the lively hall, Li Chuhai put on a thick coat and ran over the snow with his shiny leather shoes. he said to the deputy chief of staff, who walked him out. "Brother-in-law, have there been any big movements on your side recently? When I came back the day before yesterday, I saw the armored troops marching through the night. Is there going to be a large-scale exercise again?" Hearing this, the deputy chief of staff, who was just walking him out of politeness and didn't want to say much, smiled and said, "It's already the new year. Why would there be a large-scale exercise? It should be a normal night training." After saying this, he looked at his brother-in-law and joked, "You've left the army for so long. Why are you still concerned?" Back then, his brother-in-law was at the peak of his career when he suddenly left the army. Until now, he still didn't know what happened to make him leave the army in such a hurry. Even the process was rushed. When he returned home, he found out about it. When he asked his wife, she seemed to be hiding something and avoided telling him. Then, his father-in-law abdicated suddenly, causing him to lose his biggest support. That period of time happened to be a transfer period. Because of his father-in-law's sudden abdication, his official career was slightly affected. Fortunately, in the end, he relied on himself to live through it safely. Although his father-in-law and his wife didn't mention why his brother-in-law suddenly left the army, he knew that there was a certain connection between the two when his father-in-law also left the army. Now, it had been so long, but he still remembered it clearly. When he needed help the most, he was suddenly isolated and helpless. That kind of feeling was really terrible. Now that he was facing his brother-in-law again, he really didn't have much to say to him. Li Chuhai seemed to be just asking casually. He smiled and said, "Although I've left sometimes, I still dream of the past and the people in the past. I suddenly saw them the night before last and felt a little emotional." "Yes, I can understand how you feel. Your driver has been waiting for you for a long time. Go quickly. If you're free, come over often and spend more time with your sister. I don't know what kind of trouble your sister is in, but I don't dare to go over and talk to her. That's my sister's temper. If she's not satisfied with the slightest thing, she'll always remember it. Even you, brother-in-law, don't dare to approach her, so I don't dare to either." Li Chuhai sighed again and again, using his expression and manner to tell the deputy chief of staff, that he did not have any other choice. Li Chuhai put on the black sheepskin gloves and waved his hand, walking out of the courtyard with large strides. Deputy chief of staff stood still. His smile gradually turned into a thoughtful look. When the car started, Li Chuhai, who was sitting in the car, stretched out his hand and waved goodbye. Deputy chief of staff also showed a faint smile and waved back. After the car left, she turned around and went back to her house. He still had his brothers and relatives to receive him, so it wouldn't affect anything if Li Chuhai left first. When he came back, he saw his youngest daughter holding his wife's arm intimately. He didn't know what they were saying, but he knew that she was coaxing her. A little person suddenly rushed out with a toy gun in his hand. He wasn't tall and was chubby and very cute. He held the gun directly against the deputy chief of staff's leg and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa, don't move." Chapter 3252. This was the son of the eldest son of the deputy chief of staff. He was at the age of kindergarten and was at his naughtiest. "Oh, my good grandson, you even told Grandpa not to move." Back at home, Deputy Chief of Staff had a benevolent look on his face. He laughed heartily as he picked up his only grandson. There was a kindness in his eyes that even Jai had never enjoyed before. How, go play with Grandma. Grandma loves you the most." After saying that, he gently put down the grandson in his arms and patted the confused grandson's little head. "Go, let Grandma hug you. I'll let Grandma play with me. Go." It was the time when the little boy was the most naughty. Because of his family, he was a soldier. The little boy's favorite role was also a soldier. The toys he liked to play were all guns, tanks, and other models. The deputy chief of staff, could not help but laugh when he saw his grandson's lively appearance. It was good to be a child. He was carefree and could not hold anything in his heart. When he was angry, he would cry. When he liked something, he would laugh. When he wanted to cry, he would cry. When he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. When he wanted to sleep, he would sleep. When he wanted to play, he would play. It was really a good time. Looking at his wife, who was being coaxed by his younger daughter, the deputy chief of staff, could not help but sigh softly. In the past 6 months, his wife's temper had become more and more erratic. Sometimes, even he, as her husband, could not understand why she was repeatedly angry in her heart. With his wife's personality, who dared to make her unhappy, she had always been the one who made others unhappy, but others did not dare to retaliate. Today, he would let him know who made his wife unhappy. Only the unhappy matters of the Leaf family could make his wife unhappy for so long. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to hold it in for so long. However, he did not want to get involved in the Leaf family's matters. With old man Lee in charge, no matter how discordant the Lee brothers were, they could still live with their faces. Besides, even if he got involved, he would not gain anything. The Leaf family had helped him. If it were not for the Leaf family, the Dew family would not have anything to do with today. Since the Leaf family did not want him to get involved, then he would not get involved. Seeing that his eldest grandson climbed onto his wife and made a fuss, his wife, who could not even coax her daughter, finally laughed. The deputy chief of staff, then left. The snow outside was not heavy. Lee Chuhai, who was sitting in the car, leaned back with a gloomy face. The street lights in the car flashed past and turned into beams of dim yellow light inside the car, which made his face look even more gloomy and unclear. She did not. The villagers did not think much about it. They only told the girl that she had not returned to the village for a long time. She went to school outside and would not come back even once a year. The girl took the money and did not dare to not do anything. She asked her boyfriend to go to the school. The school is heavily guarded. She has been wandering around for several days and has not heard any news. She has not left yet. Mississippi's son contacted her female classmate when she came back to the hotel. We eavesdropped that the girl wanted to ask her for money, but was scared away by Mississippi. Sunday, boss, do you want to help Miss Sun with this matter? Let Mississippi's son deal with that person as soon as possible before the higher-ups know about his existence. Then you will have an easier time. In the car, a man in a suit, about 30 years old, with a fierce look in his eyes, lowered his head slightly and reported respectfully. Chapter 32:53. Lee Chuhai chuckled and took out a cigarette. The reporting man immediately took out a lighter and lit it for his boss. The smell of smoke filled the car. Lee Chuhai blew out a few smoke rings before he smiled and said, "A chess piece that can be thrown away at any time. Do you still expect her to do great things for you? She can't do great things like that. A person who doesn't understand the big picture and doesn't know how to cast a long line to catch a big fish. You, don't expect her to do things well for us. Then you—" The man paused and asked in confusion, "Then why did you send her out? Wasn't this a waste of his time? Why did I send her out?" Lee Chuhai took a drag of the cigarette and slowly exhaled light green smoke. Behind the smoke, the pair of gloomy eyes suddenly turned cold. "She's just a pathfinder. If a pathfinder doesn't have any ability, it will be easily destroyed by the other party. If a pathfinder uses a little ability, the other party has to use a little ability. And I just want to see if a child who has been crippled since childhood is really powerful or just pretending to be powerful." The reporting man immediately understood his boss's intention and lowered his voice. "You suspect there's someone behind the person you want to get rid of. Whether there's someone or not, we'll know when the chess piece makes the move. If she wants to destroy the chess piece, we can ask the police to come forward. If she doesn't destroy the chess piece, either she's really smart or she's really ordinary. But there must be an expert behind her. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her ruin my plans. Okay, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her. The man nodded and didn't dare to delay the task Li Chuhai gave him. He said, the main problem now is that there's no news of the person we're looking for. It's useless even if Miss Sun comes back. Don't worry. The school is there. No matter how far she runs, she has to go back to school. There will always be a chance when she goes back to school. Remind her to be more patient. Haste makes waste. Military school students are different from university students. It's normal to not find her during the winter and summer holidays. Her whereabouts are all secret arrangements. The school won't reveal anything. Our people are watching the village. If she wants to go back for the spring festival, let them know. Li Chuhai quickly finished his cigarette and put it out in the ashtray in the car. He then rolled down the car window to disperse the smoke in the car. When the car window was closed again, he asked about another important matter. Have you found out the identity of the person I asked you to investigate? The man's face suddenly darkened. He shook his head and replied, No, I went to the middle school in town and asked around. Other than knowing that the one with the surname Chun was transferred back from another school to be the principal, I don't know anything else. Our people even snuck into the Chun family's house in town, but they found nothing. The house was so clean that other than the furniture and some extra books, there was nothing else. I also went to the Anyang City Household Registration Office to check his personal information. It was clean, and there was nothing suspicious. It seems like that old man is the one who ruined your plan. His subordinate's report made Li Chuhai's face instantly turn serious. His intuition told him that the cleaner the surname Chen was, the more likely there was a problem. According to Sun Ying, after the old man passed away, Yi Qian grew up under the care of Chen. Yi Zhifan had wanted to use his household registration to blackmail Yi Qian, but in the end, the army had to step in. After the old man passed away, the people in the army continued to help Yi Qian. Chen even specially resigned from his position as the principal of the town's middle school and went to the provincial capital to accompany Yi Qian in his studies. Chapter 3254. After Yi Qian was admitted to the military academy, the guy with the surname Chun disappeared without a trace. No one in town knew where he went. No one in the village knew where he went. Even the teachers in the middle school did not know where he went. It was as if he had never appeared before. This was enough to prove that there was something wrong with his identity. Investigate, continue investigating. A person who has lived in a place for almost 10 years and is a principal at that. He has to leave some traces behind. Li Chuhai was still investigating Principal Chun. Xia Jinyuan, who was far away in the depths of a forest, had already heard about Sun Ying's return. After spending half a year in a dark market in the Middle East, the first thing he did when he returned was to ask his former middle school classmates to find out about Yi Qian's whereabouts. This time, it was not a small matter like before. He wanted Yi Qian's life. Did he think that he could easily cause trouble for Yi Qian just because he went out to train for a few months? He was still the same as before. He really thought that he was a character. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinyuan sat quietly for a while. Seeing that it was not even 9:30 yet, he put down his long legs and dialed an internal number. It rang a few times, but no one answered. He raised his eyebrows and his thin lips curved into a faint smile. He picked up the hat on the desk and got up while putting it on. Then he put on his military coat and pushed the door open to walk out of the office. The snow in the mountains was much heavier than outside, and the snow was also much thicker. When he stepped on it, he couldn't even see his military boots. Outside the office, two gun-wielding comrades were wearing camouflage cotton-padded clothes and large windproof hats with ear and mouth protection. The cold wind was blowing fiercely, but the two of them were still as straight as a pine tree. Xia Jinyuan walked out and glanced at the two of them. He raised his hand to adjust their collars, then stepped on the snow and sped away. The Snowfield Brigade base was very large. It was surrounded by radars and anti-air defenses. Even the mountains were equipped with special equipment. Once someone entered the cordon, the surveillance center would immediately receive an alert and track the intruder's specific location. It was not far from the office to the information center, only about 500 meters away. Like the information center, the comrades were standing guard. They were the new recruits on duty. When they saw Xia Jinyuan walking over, the two of them immediately lowered their guns and saluted. Xia Jinyuan nodded and walked into the building. Yi Qian did not sleep either. There was a lot of information about the Snowfield Brigade in the information center. He sat in front of the computer and read it carefully. This information was never open to the public, but it was open to the soldiers of the team. Some of the top secret information was only known to the team leader. Yi Qian flipped through the information on the Snowfield Brigade, which had undergone a number of reforms and major events since its establishment. She also knew that the original base of the Snowfield Brigade was not here, but in the Gobi Desert. The old base was still preserved to this day, but it had become a barracks for the local troops. Xia Jinyuan did not go to her dormitory and did not answer her phone. Naturally, he was not in the dormitory. If she wasn't in the dormitory, there was only one place where she could be found. Pushing open the heavy door of the information room, he saw a computer emitting a dim light. The flickering light shone on her beautiful face, covering it with a thin layer of light blue soft light. It was so quiet that Xia Lingyuan's eyes were filled with warmth. Yi Qian was reading seriously and did not notice that someone had entered. She only knew that someone had entered when the light was turned on. "Why didn't you turn on the light?" Xia Jinyuan asked as he turned on the light. Yi Jianshu's eyes were blinded by the white light. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to look at some information in the team." "Why are you here so late? Is something the matter?" Chapter 3255. Xia Jinyuan pulled out a chair and sat beside her. He leaned his upper body slightly and leaned his handsome face closer to the computer screen. "I received a phone call and couldn't sleep, so I came to see you. These are all the team's information. It wasn't convenient for me to reveal it before you came to the base, but now that you're here, you can understand it better." Yi Qian slid the mouse and closed the page after reading it. She turned to him and asked, "What phone call made you unable to sleep? Want to talk?" The team's computer was still a large desktop computer. The screen was very unstable, and the flickering was very painful to the eyes. Yi Qian closed the page and returned to the home page of the internal system. The screen reflected a faint green light on their faces. She looked at his lazy expression and smiled naturally. "Are you still angry about what happened to the recruits during the day?" "No, I just received a call from my dad. Sunning is back. She came back alive from a dark underground in the Middle East." The data room was well heated, but his voice added a hint of coldness to the warm temperature. "Her motive for coming back this time is not simple. She's coming directly for you. Although the person behind her hasn't revealed himself, the military commission has already found out a lot of things and has begun to collect relevant evidence. Sun Ying's return is very likely arranged by this person, but he hasn't shown himself. The military commission has begun to look for evidence abroad and then directly take action." Yi Qian smiled and said, Sunning came back to make trouble for me, but she can't find me now. This is going to be a headache for her. The crimes she committed in the past were not enough to make her unable to make a comeback. This time, if she really came back for me, I really want to what? Yi Qian didn't finish his sentence directly, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. Xia Jinyuan could tell what she was trying to say from her expression. We'll see when the time comes. Small crimes can only be punished lightly. Only big crimes can be punished severely. Sun Ying only did small crimes, but she didn't have the courage to commit big crimes. It was different now. After coming back from the dark underground in the Middle East, it could be said that Sun Ying was no longer the Sun Ying of the past. She was a Sun Ying whose hands were stained with blood and who had been instructed to do evil. If they wanted Sun Ying to stop doing evil, then they had to make her do it first. And the only person who could make her do it was Yi Qian. Therefore, Yi Qian's unspoken words were to lure her into the trap himself. Neither of them said, but they both knew what he wanted. Sun Ying. After all, the big catch. Yi Jian nodded with a faint smile on her face. I understand. I won't act rashly. Defeat 30 people in a week. You still have 6 days left. Do your best, Qing Niao. Sitting too close to the computer screen, Xia Jinyuan felt his hands and feet curl up uncomfortably. He pulled out the chair, crossed his legs, and crossed his slender fingers in front of his abdomen. His lazy expression turned slightly cold. I want to see you deal with them in a week. I want to see the effect I want. Yi Qian answered Xia Jinyuan with a smile. At 3:00 the next morning, Yi Qian began the second round of crushing the recruits. Chapter 3256, Winter Training and Winter Snowfield Combat, had always been the most important for the Special Forces. From the mountains to the highlands, from the forests to the desert. As long as it was winter, there would be traces left behind by the Special Forces. The Snowfield Brigade was a Special Forces unit. They trained for all-weather combat, regardless of whether it was spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Training was different because of the different seasons. Walk, fight, eat, live, hide, communicate, supply, rescue, repair, and manage was the topic of this year's winter training for the recruits. Mobile movement, combat drills, field survival, command and communication, and logistics support were all tasks that the 30 recruits had to complete, and all of them had to pass a test. At the assembly at 3 a.m, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Regardless of whether it was the veterans or the recruits, they all opened their eyes in an instant and jumped out of bed like a carp. Yi Qian, who lived in the information building, also got out of bed at the same time. When she crawled out of bed, she was immediately chilled by the cold air in the room, but it also made her mind clearer. Emergency assembly. Her training with the recruits had begun. Defeating 30 recruits in a week, getting on a fighter jet, and going to a drill. This was motivation. The emergency assembly time was 3 minutes. When Yi Qian ran to the assembly point, there was another squad of recruits running along the way. When they saw her running over, they were stunned. Why was a female soldier who had to defeat 30 of their male recruits in a week also in an emergency assembly? One of the recruits ran while asking her, "Qing Yao, why are you here?" "I have to come because I want to train with you guys." Yi Qian maintained the same speed as the male recruits and ran all the way to the assembly point. The other squads of recruits were already in formation. When they saw Yi Qian running over, they were also surprised. They didn't understand why she was in an emergency assembly with them. The squad leader, who was in formation, pointed to the only female soldier in the squad and said with a smile, "You stand first in the first row." brothers at the back, take a step back. Qing Miao will be training with us for a week. Yi Qian jogged over and stood first in the first row. Other than the squad leader, who knew that Yi Qian was training with the recruits, the rest of the recruits didn't know. Following the squad leader's shout, the 31 people all stood in a straight line. Yesterday, the captain told us that Qing Miao will attack 30 of our male soldiers within a week. Yesterday, the second male soldier was defeated by Qing Miao. There are 29 male soldiers left. Therefore, Qing Miao will be training with us for the next week. The result of each training session will determine whether we are defeated by Qing Miao. Just a reminder for everyone, don't lose to Qing Miao before you know it. Male soldier number 2 was even more dumbfounded. How did he become the first male soldier to be defeated by a female soldier? This is too shameful. But no matter how shameful it was still because his skills were not as good as his opponents, so he had to accept it. Soldier number 1, who was standing beside her, glanced at the female soldier who made all the male soldiers' faces burn yesterday, then glanced at soldier number 2. Then he slightly leaned toward soldier number 2 and said, "Brother, wait for me. I will avenge you." "What are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Do you hear me? Qing Miao defeated me with her strength. What are you going to avenge me for? I admit that I'm not as good as her." The second male soldier was shocked. He didn't want his brother to go against a female soldier. If word got out, it would be too ungentlemanly. Chapter 3257. Male soldier number 1's shooting skills were quite high. He could perfectly execute any shooting style and had high comprehensive abilities in all aspects. When he was first selected, his military leaders didn't want to let him go at all. His regiment commander even slammed the table anxiously with the military headquarters. It could be seen that he was a very outstanding soldier. "Don't worry. Since we're talking with our strength, I'll use my strength to avenge you. I won't make things difficult for female soldiers. I just want to let Captain know that not everyone can defeat us. Defeating 30 male soldiers in a week. I don't really believe it." Male soldier number 1 clasped his fingers together and stood like a long spear. He looked straight ahead with a resolute gaze that didn't lower his head easily and didn't admit defeat. He believed that the captain could defeat all 30 of them. However, for a female soldier to defeat all 30 of them within a week, even though he had seen how powerful the female soldier was yesterday, there was still a question mark in his heart. He definitely wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for a female soldier. Male soldiers wouldn't do that. But since we're talking with our strength, then we'll use our strength to win. We'll win fair and square. We'll compete openly and honestly. In this place, there was no distinction between genders. There was only one common identity: special forces. Then let's duel. Male soldier number 1 thought that he was speaking very softly, but he didn't know that the female soldier standing beside him was also a sniper. With such close proximity, no matter how strong the cold wind was, no matter how soft his voice was, Yi Qian heard everything he said. In order to ensure a certain level of fairness, Captain Xia told her last night that he couldn't tell her what the specialties of the 30 recruits were. She needed to observe and understand on her own. Every time she walked in front of all the recruits during training, then the last 5 recruits would be considered defeated by her. Yi Qian didn't have any objections to this arrangement. On the contrary, she was even more excited. If she didn't know her opponent's strength, the difficulty of the challenge would be relatively higher. She liked challenges with high difficulty. This way, she could better recognize her own shortcomings and know how to improve her shortcomings. She nodded without thinking, causing Xia Jinyuan to immediately laugh in a low voice. Now that she heard male soldier number 1's words, Yi Qian smiled slightly. She looked up and saw that the two figures were 5 meters away from them. Yi Qian said to male soldier number 1, "Okay, we'll compete fair and square." Male soldier number 1's face was filled with obvious awkwardness. So awkward. So awkward. There was nothing more awkward than being heard by a female soldier when he was threatening her. Male soldier number 2 had already learned the essence of the Snowfield Brigade's special force. He lowered his chin slightly and looked forward, pretending that he didn't hear anything. "I have no intention of targeting you. You don't take it to heart." Since he had already been caught, it would only make things more awkward if he continued to hide it. He might as well say it out loud. Whether it was true or not, they would only know after the competition. She would do her best, and so would the male soldiers. Yi Qian expressed his understanding. "I know you don't mean it. Let's learn from each other and give each other pointers." "Yes, let's learn from each other and give each other pointers." Hearing this, male soldier number 1 finally felt less awkward. Luckily, he didn't say anything bad about the female soldier being Qing Niao. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. But then again, his voice was so soft. How did she hear it? Chapter 3258. Soldier number 1 did not say anything else because the captain they feared and respected had arrived. Xia Jinyuan and Pigeon walked over together. Pigeon was holding a folder in his hand, and they could vaguely see a thick stack of papers in the folder. Seeing this, the hearts of the 30 recruits inexplicably thumped. Their intuition told them that the captain they were meeting for the 4th time would come with a fierce aura. The squad leader repeated the command, then trotted in front of Xia Jinyuan, saluted, and said loudly, "The recruits have lined up. Please give your instructions." Xia Jinyuan returned the salute with an indifferent expression, and the squad leader trotted back to the formation with his arms crossed. Dressed neatly, he stood at the front and did not look at Yi Qian from beginning to end. It was still 3:04 in the morning, the time when the temperature was at its lowest and when everyone was asleep. In the depths of a primeval forest in the north, a group of young soldiers in military uniforms stood in the snow and began their new day. Xia Jinyuan held the light on his helmet, lowered his head, and looked at the training topics of the 30 recruits since the beginning of winter, as well as the daily assessments of each recruit. The results were not very good, but they did not disappoint him either. After all, they were all elite soldiers selected from various military regions. If they were bad, they would not have been selected to enter the Snowfield Brigade and walk into this secret base that no one knew about. Xia Jinyuan did not have much of an expression as he flipped through the daily assessment forms, but the 30 recruits standing in front of him only felt a chill run down their backs. Even though their captain did not have any expression on his face, the sharp aura of a soldier could be felt. He did not even need to deliberately release it. Flipping a page of their assessment form, they could hear the paper rustling in the wind. Their hearts also trembled slightly along with the paper that was fluttering in the cold wind. Everyone's daily training from the first day of joining the team and the daily assessments every week are all written here. The few who performed well are listed at the end. Pigeon, who was in charge of the overall training of the recruits, stood beside Xia Jinyuan and whispered. Occasionally, he would raise his head, and the light on his helmet would sweep across the recruits' heads and faces. As soon as he raised his head, the recruits standing in front of him saw the coldness in his eyes and his cold smile. Those who are bad, those who are good, those who made mistakes will all be recorded. Not a single one escaped. The recruits stepped on the snow and faced the cold wind. Although their backs were ramrod straight and their faces were expressionless, there was a giant beast roaring in the depths of their hearts. What was a daily record? What was the weekly assessment? How could there be such a thing? Why didn't they know about it? Why didn't anyone tell them about it? Reporting. One of the recruits couldn't stand the silence of this invisible pressure. He stepped forward bravely and immediately won the friendly and caring gazes of countless comrades. Their team was never short of brothers from the assault team or the suicide squad. There would always be brothers who would step forward and sacrifice themselves for the sake of their brothers. Brother, take care of yourself. As long as you survive, we are still good brothers. At this time, the recruits didn't realize that the camaraderie and tacit understanding between them was getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes when a comrade next to them said a sentence, they would know what the other person meant before the second half of the sentence could even be said. They also didn't notice that the way they interacted with each other was becoming more and more like the veterans of the Snowfield Brigade. They could mock each other, but they could also care for each other. Chapter 3259. Xia Jinyuan looked up from the file and coldly glanced at the recruit, who bravely stood up and shouted, "Reporting!" "P, hold it back." "Reporting, no." The recruit didn't back down and said, "I have a big question that I need you to answer." "Speak." Captain Xia Jinyuan replied with a simple word, but it was like a bell that struck his heart and made him feel a little stuffy. "Since the daily records and weekly assessment forms are related to us, why don't we know about them? No one has ever mentioned them since we joined the army. Why is that?" They didn't dare to ask, did the captain deliberately not mention it? Including yesterday, they had only met the captain 4 times. The first time, he introduced himself. The second time, he taught them a lesson. The third time, he taught them a lesson. The fourth time, he still taught them a lesson. Now, it was their 5th meeting. It was better to be careful. There were more than 1 or 2 sheets of the daily and weekly assessment sheets for the 30 recruits. There were more than 100 sheets. Xia Jinyuan had read more than half of the sheets last night. He planned to read the rest of the sheets in front of the recruits. It was still early, a few minutes past 3. He would stand at attention for an hour. As he flipped through the pages, he seemed to have forgotten about the recruits and their questions. "Pick out these 2. This one is also quite pleasing to the eye. Pick it out too." Xia Jinyuan, who was seriously flipping through the papers, handed the pigeons a few sheets of paper. His cold voice hit the recruits' ears like hailstones and turned into bone-chilling water that flowed into their hearts. They couldn't help but shiver, not answering the question, picking and choosing. Nothing good, absolutely nothing good. Yi Qian, who was standing in the group of recruits, also didn't think anything good was going to happen. She saw a flash of evil in Captain Xia's eyes. As long as there was an evil feeling, nothing good was going to happen. The recruits were from the Snowfield Brigade, not the real Zero recruits. Although they felt a little uncomfortable that their captain didn't answer the question, they didn't continue to ask. Their captain wasn't a normal person. He couldn't be viewed as a normal person. Time passed bit by bit. The recruit who asked the question maintained his posture and stood still. Soon, his shoulders and cap were covered with a thin layer of snow. After an hour, everyone's body was covered with a thick layer of snow. From afar, they looked like snowmen. It was the same for Yi Qian. She and the male soldier had both turned into snowmen. Even their eyebrows were covered in snow. The winter in the north could reach a few dozen degrees below 0. When it came to Haihezi at night, it would be so cold that the boiling blood in one's body would feel like it was about to freeze. 1 hour of military posture was the most common training in winter. It could not even be called training. Xia Jinyuan read through everyone's information and closed the folder. His sharp eyes were as cold as snow as they swept across the faces of the recruits. From today onwards, those who rank in the bottom 5 among the 30 recruits will be deemed as having been defeated by Qin Niao. You understand? Understood. Even though they had been standing in military posture for an hour in the cold wind, Their voices were still full of vigor, as if they had just been assembled. Very well, I wish you all a pleasant week. Be happy. Oh, I forgot to tell you, those who rank in the bottom 5 every day have to be mentally prepared. I'm afraid I'll be inhumane and give you a lesson when the time comes. After closing the folder, Xia Jinyuan said to the squad leader, lead the team and run 10 laps as a warm-up. After that, we'll start today's tank training. Chapter 3260. Led by the squad leader, the 31 figures rushed into the winter night with only the faint light of the snow. Pigeon watched as green bird's figure disappeared into the darkness of the night with the male soldiers. He said thoughtfully, Qiu King, can she really grind down the edges and corners of these arrogant fellows? I'm afraid they will feel even more stifled. They couldn't even compare to a female soldier, and had to watch their comrades lose to her every day. How could they not feel stifled? I don't know, but we have to try. Xia Jinyuan yawned and rubbed his eyes. He felt a little tired, so he grabbed some snow from the ground and rolled it into a snowball. Then he rolled it on his face to lift his tired spirit. Pigeon frowned a little. She seemed to have something to say, but didn't know how to say it. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't plan to pick a political instructor from other places, so I'll just choose between you and the G3. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was frozen stiff by the snow, stared at the black figures running in the faint light of the snow and said in a cold and lazy voice, just say what you have to say. Don't be so overcautious. It makes me unhappy. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to waste his time on this kind of thing. He didn't know if Xia Jinyuan was good at both civil and martial arts. He also didn't know the details and temperament of this person. Without waiting for Pigeon to answer, he said, I've already submitted the application. We just need to see when it will be approved. You and the G3 will have to choose one. You can leave this matter to the G3. I'm in the arts, so I can't bear such a heavy burden. Pigeon smiled bitterly. It was not easy to be a political instructor in their team. The main reason was that the captain in front of her was a little shameless. He didn't like many things related to the arts. Sometimes he wouldn't even write the reports that he was supposed to write and would just leave it to the instructor to complete for him. As for the rough men in their team, they would rather use the time to write reports to crawl and roll around outside than bite their pens until their mouths were full of ink and be trapped in the office like idiots. This was not a job that ordinary people could do. In order to prevent herself from becoming an instructor, Pigeon spared no effort to speak well of the G3 and listed a series of reasons to try to persuade Xia Jinyuan. His girlfriend is also a teacher. She can also teach the G3 how to write a document or a report, what to focus on, how to use punctuation. G3's teacher's girlfriend can teach these things and also teach them how to write words that they don't know. I can't do it. I'm a soldier who majored in the arts. How can I be involved in ideological work? Do you want me to teach them how to dance and sing? In order to decline, Pigeon went to the G3. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, lifted his leg and kicked him. All of you are like this. I don't care. Whoever the higher-ups choose will be. You're cheating me. Hey. Seeing that there was no turning back, Pigeon stopped talking and only sighed at herself for having such a captain. Xia Jinyuan laughed and left. As he passed through the field, a few recruits ran past him. Captain Xia didn't pay attention to who they were and whistled and shouted, "Did you guys not eat? Even ants are faster than you." As soon as he shouted, the recruits, who had slowed down, suddenly sped up and ran several meters away like the wind. Chapter 3261. After shouting, Xia Jinyuan saw that they were running so fast that it was as if they had stepped on the accelerator. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, they're pretty fast." Looks like I have no choice but to shout. I'll prepare a loudspeaker when I get back and shout at them anytime and anywhere. After muttering to himself, he saw a slender figure that was obviously different from the male soldiers pass by. Comrade Xia Jinyuan almost choked on the cold wind that blew in. He conveniently shouted at Qin Niaotu. He picked up the folder in his hand and walked away quickly. There was no need for him to keep watch with the pigeons. The male soldiers who were running away in the wind and snow even turned back to look. They saw that their captain's figure had become a small black dot a few meters away from them. One of the male soldiers asked Yi Qian, "Qing Niao, yesterday Captain said that he lost to you. In what aspect did he lose to you? Was it also a commuter car?" There were no strict requirements for running. As long as you weren't tired, you could talk while running. These male soldiers had good endurance among the new recruits. They were all male soldiers who had achieved good results in the cross-country competition in their original military region. One of the male soldiers was even in the top 5 of the cross-country competition in the entire military region. Therefore, a warm-up like this was a trivial matter to them. To Yi Qian, it was also trivial. Ever since the start of the 4-year plan, cross-country racing had been a piece of cake for her. Principal Chen was very strict about it. He didn't allow Yi Qian to slack off even for a day. At this moment, she was maintaining the same distance from the male soldiers who were good at cross-country racing. These male soldiers were probably used to running in front because there were so many of them. They didn't realize that Yi Qian had been running with them the entire time. Yi Qian, who had been maintaining the same speed and breathing rate as them, laughed and said, "I won against him twice in cross-country racing and commuter cars. I haven't competed against him in anything else." "Ha ha ha, that's great. I heard from their veterans that they rarely beat Captain. I didn't expect you to beat Captain." Another male soldier who was speaking wanted to laugh, but a gust of cold wind rushed into his throat, causing him to choke and cough. Yi Jian could now understand why they had to grind these elite soldiers who had been selected. They couldn't be trained if they didn't. "He taught me step by step. As his subordinate, if I could surpass him, it would be something to be happy about," Sui said indifferently. "I heard from them that you've challenged Captain several times. Although I don't know what kind of challenges you issued to him, I know that there's nothing he can't do as the king of the all-rounder. There are all special tanks, guns, weapons. There's nothing he can't do. He can fly, and run. He can operate it all." "Captain, yes, Captain, you can't do anything, even if it's to you, they can't. Although I've won against the Captain twice, I'm still far from the Captain and the other veterans. I've heard that you've even issued a challenge to the veterans and captains." Yi Jianyu, who was running, paused for a moment. There was a soft sigh in her throat. "I have a lot of things that Captain Xia and the veterans taught me. If you can't even pass me, I advise you to stop for the time being. We've already run 6 laps. Everyone, I'll go first." With that, Yi Qian suddenly sped up and rushed to the front alone. The male soldiers were still in shock after hearing Yi Qian's words. When she suddenly said, "I'll go first," none of them could react. Chapter 3262. By the time they realized what was going on, they were already several meters away. "It's the 6th lap? Are we in the front or in the middle?" With their stamina, it was impossible for them to be in the back. "I don't know. I felt like I was always in the front, but I wasn't paying attention when I was talking to Qin Niao." "Let's catch up with the brothers in front and ask them. That's not a big deal. You heard what Qin Niao said just now. Do you think the Captain deliberately sent her here to provoke us?" As soon as this male soldier finished speaking, the other male soldier beside him panted heavily and answered, It's not to provoke us. It's to make us recognize reality. Qing Miao said that she learned a lot from the captain and the veterans. She's not wrong. If we can't even get past her. The squad leader said yesterday that everything we did was a joke. At the same time, after 6 laps, the distance between them had already widened. The male soldiers, who were half a lap behind them, noticed that Qing Miao, who had been running with the other cross-country players in the team, suddenly accelerated. They had mixed feelings. When Qing Miao maintained the same speed and the same distance as those male soldiers, he panted and said the word F*CK to his brothers beside him. It was the simplest running, but they couldn't even outrun the female soldier. F*CK. They were seriously injured early in the morning. And now, Qing Miao suddenly sped far ahead and even overtook the cross-country players in the team. 1 or 2 of them naturally exerted strength in their legs. They were afraid that if they didn't catch up, they would fall behind Qing Miao by an entire lap. Soon, the male soldiers who had been running with Yi Qian realized that they were still in the lead. When they saw that Yi Qian was more than 20 meters ahead of the other male soldiers, they were shocked and quickly accelerated to catch up. If even they lost to the female soldier Qing Miao during the 10 warm-up laps, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Yi Qian had promised Xia Jinyuan that she would fight for first place in any training. Now, even if it was a simple warm-up run, she didn't relax and continued to run with the determination to fight for first place. Issue a challenge to Captain Xia? She was overestimating herself. Too arrogant? He had to grind it out properly. He had to let them know that there was always someone better than them. Yi Qian had always been able to be ruthless to herself. Moreover, her strength was not bad. Even if she was ruthless, she would still win against 30 recruits every time she trained. She would give it her all. She suddenly sped up and attacked, and the male soldiers quickly chased after her. As a result, the other male soldiers also realized that something was wrong, and one by one, they started to chase after her. No one wanted to be left too far behind by the female soldier Qing Miao, and no one wanted to lose too badly. After returning home, Xia Jinyuan immediately made a detailed chart of the students' training records that he had seen the night before. And just now, in the table, everyone's strengths and weaknesses were listed one by one. No matter how much he disliked doing these things, he still had to do this meticulous work in order to fully understand the situation of every recruit, not for anything else, but for the responsibility on his shoulders. As the captain of the Snowfield Brigade and the leader of the recruits, he had the responsibility to lead them forward. He also had the responsibility to ensure that each and every one of them returned home safe and sound. It was his duty to not skimp on his work. When he looked up from the computer, the sky outside was already bright. He looked at the time and realized that he had even missed breakfast. Chapter 3263. His eyes were slightly dry from working on the computer. First, he sent the form to all the veterans in the team via the intranet and printed out a copy. Finally, he turned off the computer, pushed the office chair away with his long legs, and stood up. He also had to get some exercise. Before that, he had to find something to eat. The breakfast in the team was not bad. There were flavors from both the North and the South. Qing Miao should be used to it. If she wasn't, she had to get used to it. At most, he would sneak her to the cafeteria at night and secretly cook a few of her favorite dishes for her. When he arrived at the cafeteria, the squad leader of the cookhouse was still cleaning up the kitchen with a few comrades. When he saw the captain come in, he smiled and said, "The steamer is heating it up for you. Hurry up and eat." Xia Jinyuan poked a big meat bun from the steamer with his chopsticks and ate it in his mouth. At the same time, He also brought a bag of cabbage that weighed at least 25 pounds into the cafeteria. "Captain, yesterday the beautiful new female soldier in our team beat up 30 new recruits this morning. You know about this?" Although the squad leader of the cookhouse was in charge of the cafeteria, he was also a comrade of the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces. He liked to chat with Xia Jinyuan about what he heard from the team. "Beat them up? Come on, tell me about the situation." Xia Jinyuan was suddenly interested. There was motor vehicle training in the morning. The results of the training had not been reported back by G3 yet. He also wanted to know how Qing Niao beat up the recruits. During the 10-lap warm-up run that started at 4:05 a.m., only one of the 30 recruits beat Qing Niao. It was the recruit who was in the top 5 in the cross-country race. He beat Qing Niao, and it was a narrow victory. We laughed when we heard that. These recruits are not as easy to manage as the previous soldiers. They were all elite soldiers in their previous units, but they can only be recruits here. They are all holding back for a while. Now, we have something to laugh about. 29 out of 30 people lost to the female soldiers in running. Ha ha, Captain. Do you think they still have the face to say how good they are? Xia Jinyuan was still chewing on the meat bun after finishing it in a few bites. Hearing this, he smiled and swallowed the meat bun in his mouth before replying, "Of course they won't have any face. Finally, there's a soldier who can deal with them. I can sleep soundly at night. You were the one who brought the female soldier in. It's obvious that you brought the female soldier here to let them know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Captain, you can indeed have a good night's sleep in the future. Let them embarrass themselves in front of Qing Niao first. After they learn their lesson, you can come out and teach them a lesson. This matter will be settled." Although they were comrades in the cookhouse and didn't participate in all of the team's combat missions, they still had to participate in the daily training, field operations, and other training. Therefore, they naturally knew about the team's matters. How could the male soldiers, who had been beaten twice in the morning, not know what the veterans in the team understood? During the morning run, only one male soldier narrowly beat Qing Niao. During the maneuver training, aiming and shooting, he still lost. This time, it was even worse. According to the statistics, the 30 male soldiers, including soldier number 1, who had the best shooting skills, lost to Qing Niao by 2 bullets. How is that possible? How could soldier number 1 lose to Qing Niao? His shooting skills are above all of us. Even the veterans can't compare to his shooting speed. How could he lose to Qing Niao? He lost to Qing Niao in terms of time and points. They could accept that soldier number 1 won in terms of points, but they couldn't accept the fact that he won in terms of time. Qing Niao actually finished shooting before soldier number 1. Chapter 3264. Number 1 was famous for his fast shooting speed in his original unit. The leader of the military had seen his speed when he went to inspect the work in his original military district. He praised him on the spot and said to his regiment commander, "You must train this kind of talent well so that he can shine in his position. You must call on the other soldiers in the regiment to learn from him. Everyone should strive to be good soldiers." The leaders had seen all kinds of elite soldiers before. Even when it came to number 1, they still praised him and asked all the soldiers to learn from him. It could be seen how fast he shot and how good his results were. When the Snowfield Brigade selected members, they were also amazed by his shooting speed and results. After Major General Young saw the results, he said to J5, who hadn't gone abroad for a mission, "His speed is comparable to Qing Niao's." Number 1, who was recognized by countless people, actually lost to Qing Niao in terms of speed today. He was 37 seconds slower than Qing Niao's shooting speed. Not to mention the other male soldiers. Even number 1 himself couldn't believe it. after breakfast and a short rest, they gathered at the Special Combat Vehicle Training Ground to calculate the results of the morning training. Other than Pigeon and Yi Qian, everyone was shocked by the results. Is there a mistake? Why don't I go and ask? Number 2 saw that number 1 was frozen in place. His young and tough face didn't have any extra expression. He didn't know if it was because he was too angry or too scared. As soon as he took a step, his arm was held down by the expressionless number 1. Don't ask. There can't be a mistake. There couldn't be a mistake. They didn't shoot scatter targets or snatch targets. Instead, they took turns to shoot. Qing Miao was the first, so she naturally shot first. After she finished, it was his turn. So, there couldn't be a mistake. If Qing Miao followed behind him to shoot, then there was this possibility. Number 2 slowly retracted his right leg and whispered uneasily, "Are you sure there can't be a mistake? But this result, don't you think it's very—" The veterans all said that you're faster than them. Qing Miao is a military school student, but no matter how good she is, she can't be like us male soldiers who train every day. She also has cultural classes to attend to. No matter how I look at it, I feel that something is wrong. Although military academy students were also soldiers, and their military age was counted from the day they entered the academy, compared to the soldiers in the field who underwent intensive training every day, they were still lacking. Otherwise, why would the cadets be sent to the company every year to eat, live, and train with the soldiers in the company? This was to let them know that they shouldn't think that they were successful just because they entered the military academy. Entering the military academy only meant that they had a platform that was much higher than the soldiers. However, if they didn't constantly work hard to improve their overall ability on this platform, even if they graduated and were assigned to a company, they would still be looked down upon by the soldiers in the company. If the overall quality was not good enough and the physical training was not good enough, it would be a problem whether or not he could graduate. In order to prevent these problems from occurring, every year there would be cadets who would be sent to the company before they graduated so that they could work harder. For the male soldiers, Qing Miao was a cadet who was sent to the company to improve their awareness and better understand themselves. She must have been very outstanding in school. Otherwise, how could she have come to the Snowfield Brigade base that even they, as soldiers, had never heard of? Chapter 3265. However, no matter how outstanding a military school student was, when he entered the intensive training unit, he would still be lacking a little. But why was Qing Miao different? Yesterday, she drove a commuter car to overturn number 2, making number 2 the first male soldier she defeated. Last night, when they returned to the dormitory, they discussed this matter for a long time. The main point of the discussion was that his skills were not as good as hers. They all agreed that number 2's carelessness was the main point, and his skills were not as good as hers. With number 2's skill level, he could have avoided that will pit if he had been a little more careful. However, he did not notice and overturned the car. He lost because of his carelessness, so he accepted it. If he was so careless on a real battlefield, he would not be a loser. He would even lose his life because of his carelessness. Male soldier number 2 accepted his loss to Qing Miao wholeheartedly. Today, because of the shooting results of male soldier number 1, he really could not figure it out. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Qing Miao could not have beaten brother number 1. Depressed, number 1 pursed his lips and pressed his brother back. After a while, he replied in a low voice, "I lost. There's no need to check." She even reminded me. I didn't take it to heart. She even said shamelessly that she had to be prepared this time. "Brother, if you really want to ask now, wait until I dig a hole and crawl into it. Then you can ask her." Hearing this, male soldier number 2's eyes widened. "What did you say? Qing Miao reminded you? How did she remind you?" She said that this time it was her strength and that the results would be better than yesterday's. Thinking about the early morning training, male soldier number 1 wiped his face and his voice dimmed. I didn't believe her because this is also my strength. I thought that I didn't even remind her, but she actually took the initiative to remind me. At that time, I thought it was funny. I was also a little unconvinced, so I casually said, "I won't be merciful this round. Please bear with me a little more." Then, you know the result. I was King embarrassed. Male soldier number 2 gulped and asked even more carefully, "You mean she really shoots faster than you? Your first shot was 0, 6 points, and when it came to the second and third shots, you could hit the target without changing your position. Could it be that she's faster and more accurate than you?" The results are right here, which already proves this possibility. Recruit number 1's eyes darkened. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the female soldiers, Qing Niao. He whispered to recruit number 2, "I want to have a proper match with her. You guys keep an eye on her and time us. Whether it's fast or not, and whether it's accurate or not, we'll know after a proper competition." Being able to shoot quickly and accurately was what Soldier No. 1 was proud of. It was also the reason why he was able to pass the selection process and enter the Snowfield Brigade. But one day, when the capital that he was so proud of was easily defeated by someone else, that kind of feeling was not only frustration, but also unwillingness. He knew that he had lost, but he was not convinced. Male soldier number 2 was stunned for a moment and hurriedly advised, "Don't be silly. Now, the overall results are calculated every day. Once the overall results of the day are ranked in the last 5, it means that the last 5 brothers were defeated by Qing Niao. Although you lost to Qing Niao now, at least you're ranked in front of all of us. If you really want to have a proper competition, what if she's really like what we think? You know Captain's personality. You'll definitely lose. Maybe he doesn't even need to wait for the overall results to come out. He'll directly say that you lost to Qing Niao. Then wouldn't you suffer a great loss?" Chapter 32:66. I don't know if I'm lucky or not. I just want to try. If I don't try, I'll keep thinking about it. If she's really faster and more accurate than me, brother, I'm convinced. Her driving skills are better than ours. Her shooting skills are better than ours. I have no choice but to be convinced. Number 2 was silent for a while, before he nodded lightly. I really have no choice but to be convinced. This is the first time I've seen a military academy student so powerful. It wasn't that he hadn't seen powerful military academy students before, but none of them were as powerful as her. She took down a group of elite soldiers the moment she arrived. This valiant, he had no choice but to be convinced. He was completely convinced. If a military academy student was stronger than them, how could they still have the face to think that they were strong enough to carry a gun onto the battlefield, like the veterans? Do you still remember what the veterans who received us said on the first day we entered this place? I still King remember it clearly. Soldier number 1 lowered his eyes slightly and repeated what the veterans had said. "Recruits, the Snowfield Brigade's soldiers aren't like you guys in the platoon playing with blanks or actual combat drills. On the battlefield, the bullets are real, the cannon fire is real, the bullets hitting you are real, and your life is also real. When the cannon fire hits you, the shrapnel will tear you into pieces. You won't even have the chance to put together a complete corpse. You can only pick up a few bones to keep as mementos. Once you enter this place, don't think that you're elite soldiers. Just be good recruits. This is what made me so angry. If it wasn't for the fact that we were unfamiliar with this place and the regiment commander repeatedly told us to be obedient when we arrived at a new place, I would have already fought with them. You said that we used 3 months to defeat more than 200 soldiers from various military regions and finally entered the Snowfield Brigade's mysterious base. We were high-spirited and full of ambition. In the end, on the first day, basin after basin of cold water was poured on our heads. Too much water was poured on our heads. We were so frustrated that we had nowhere to vent our frustrations. However, the veterans all thought that we still had to train and train harder. At the mention of when they had just arrived at the base, the male soldier number 2 was also filled with emotions. I was also quite unconvinced at the time. Thinking about it, we were already considered the elites of the elites all the way here, but we still had to train. Train my ass. Now that I think about it, the veterans were really polite to us. They didn't argue with us. Qing Niao is a military school student, but she's so powerful. Even our captain was defeated by her. She's not as arrogant as us, even though she's already in this state. She's very polite to the veterans. Sai, let's go and compete with Qing Niao. I want to compete with her too. The second male sniper took action. All the snipers in the army killed their way into the finals and entered the top 3. Since Qing Niao's shooting speed was so fast and her aim was so high, she must have learned how to snipe. There's no need to compete with her. Don't let her think that we did it on purpose. Number 1 picked up a bullet shell on the ground and gently stroked the sharp bullet with his finger. He said in a low voice, "Let me go first. I want to know how strong she is as a military school student, so that I can understand that, as a person, I shouldn't be so full of myself. How about we ask the other brothers for their suggestions? Let's ask our squad leader." Number 2 pulled number 1 and walked towards the squad leader. There's always something to learn from. If we ask our comrades, they might have other suggestions. Chapter 3267. While they were still resting, 30 male soldiers stood in groups of 3 to 5 with rifles in their hands, discussing the results of the mobile shooting competition in low voices. Qing Niao's victory over brother number 1 was like a pot of boiling water being poured over them. It was like a pot of cold water being poured over their hearts. They didn't know what kind of mentality they should have when facing this. When number 1 walked over, he became the center of attention. Before they could ask any questions, number 1 said directly, "There's no problem with the shooting competition. I indeed lost. She beat me in both time and points. But I want to compete with her." His gaze fell on the squad leader, who was male soldier number 3, and he asked for his opinion. "Squad leader, do you think I can compete with Qing Niao?" "If you really want to, there's nothing you can't do." When the squad leader of Class 3, Qing Niao, and the instructor have finished arranging the rankings, you can go over and ask. The 30 recruits formed 3 squads. There were 10 people in each squad, and there were 3 squad leaders. Number 1, and the others belonged to Class 1. As the squad leader of Class 1, male soldier number 3 didn't have any objections. They were also discussing earlier that since they were going to be shooting training, they might as well have a competition to determine who was better. Since the squad leader didn't have any objections, male soldier number 1 didn't wait any longer and walked straight to their instructor, G3. Yi Qian didn't know that number 1 wanted to compete with her. She was still arranging the points of the morning motor shooting competition with G3. Pigeon was also calculating the points at the side. The walkie-talkie on Pigeon's waist rang. Captain Xia Jinyuan's lazy voice came through. I heard old Chue and the others discussing that Qing Niao narrowly beat the recruits during the morning run. What about the motor shooting competition? She didn't win? You asked just in time. Qing Niao's points were already calculated 5 minutes ago. Her time and points were the best. Pigeon, who was holding the score sheet with one hand, smiled and replied, "In this kind of training, Q King and Qing Niao will always beat the male soldiers." He walked a little further away as he spoke. If the recruits heard this, they would probably be agitated again. "These guys TSK, 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 they're so proud and arrogant. They still think that they are the kings of their former troops. Here, as long as one did not pass the test, even a dragon would have to coil up like a worm." Being defeated by Qing Niao this week wasn't the most difficult week. The most difficult week was after being defeated by Qing Niao, they would have to suffer in the following days. Number 1 won't be convinced, and neither will the other male soldiers. Let's give them a convincing match. Xia Jinyuan walked out of the cafeteria and strode towards the special vehicle training ground. He felt that walking was too slow, so he grabbed a special forces soldier and asked him to drive an all-terrain vehicle to send him there. The one that was grabbed was S5. Xia Jinyuan, who was on the phone with Pigeon, did not notice. He just grabbed the S5 casually, but who knew that he would grab S5? S5 only said, "Captain." When Xia Jinyuan heard that voice, he pushed S5 back into the team without even looking up. This guy, Qing Niao, he introduced himself as single on the first day. How could he drag a guy with ulterior motives to the special vehicle training ground to watch Qing Niao train? Unless he was out of his mind. Colonel Xia, who always had a sense of danger, pushed the guy with ulterior motives back into the team and grabbed another person. Wai, who was casually pulled out of the team, was overjoyed when he heard that they were going to the special vehicle training ground. He waved at his comrades who were walking in line and the confused S5, then ran to the car shed to get the car. Chapter 3268. In less than 5 minutes, Wai drove over with an obsequious smile. "Captain, you're so cool today. You're so cool, more so than ever. Look at us. We're all country bumpkins standing in front of you. Especially me, standing next to you makes you look even more mighty and handsome. You brought me along with you all day. Everyone will think that you're extraordinarily cool today." Xia Jinyuan, who had jumped into the car, squinted his eyes slightly and sized up his comrade, who was unaccountably solicitous. Up and down. "Don't say things that are easily misunderstood. You are a man. Why should I bring you around all day? I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem either. I'm still thinking of finding a girlfriend." Why sped up the all-terrain vehicle without slowing down? It was as if he wanted to show up at the training ground right then and there. "Captain, I've admired Qing Niao for a long time, especially after watching her crush the recruits yesterday. Captain, I want to know more about Qing Niao. Why don't you let me be the recruits' instructor?" Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, was chilled by the cold wind. He had already lifted his long leg, but he remembered that Wai was driving. If he really kicked him, something bad would happen. Hence, he used his hand to press his raised leg back down. Damn it! One after another, is there no end to it? People like him should not interact with Qing Niao. Every time he saw him, he would kill him and never give him a chance. Xia Jinyuan made a prompt decision and stopped the guy with bad intentions from coming with him. "Stop by the side. You're back in the team." "Captain, I'll send you. I haven't sent you anywhere in a long time, and I haven't sat in the same car as you for a long time. Please give me a chance. You want to know more about Qing Niao, and I'm still asking you to send me? You want me to send a wolf to my girlfriend's side. Are you out of your mind?" Lieutenant Colonel Xia roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. "There's no need. The exercise is about to start. In order to not embarrass me, you should hurry up and train. Go." Colonel Xia found a high-sounding and persuasive excuse and finally got Comrade Wai off the car. He drove the car alone to the training ground. One after another came, and it was the kind that could be casually grabbed. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was driving, cursed in Mandarin countless times. Although he was cursing in his heart, he still drove the car very steadily. Wai, who only wanted to see Qing Niao training, stood in the wind and snow, silently watching their captain drive the all-terrain vehicle away with a whoosh. It was time for another exercise. He should seize the time to practice. It would be embarrassing if he lost. Comrade, Wai didn't know that he had been tricked. He even thought that he shouldn't have wasted a day. After all, Qing Niao would be a comrade of their brigade in the future. He would have plenty of opportunities to watch her train. After thinking about it, he didn't have any regrets and ran to catch up with the team. Xia Jinyuan hadn't arrived yet. Soldier number 1 found Pigeon first. Pigeon ended the call with Xia Jinyuan and turned around to see recruit number 1 standing behind her. His thick eyebrows raised slightly, and he smiled. "Are you a little unconvinced?" "I'm a little unconvinced." Soldier number 1 was honest and told the truth. "So, I want to compete with Qing Niao. If I lose, I'll be one of the losers today." Pigeon heard this and secretly gave her captain a thumbs up. Although he was training this group of recruits in the team, the one who really understood these recruits was their captain. Chapter 3269. It was also strange. Their captain was so mysterious that he could see through all of them. How many times had he seen these 30 recruits? Including yesterday, it was only 4 times. However, he guessed that recruit number 1 would not be convinced and would make further moves, so he decided to arrange a competition. Pigeon said, "Sure, but we will set the rules. The rules are set by you and Qing Niao, so it doesn't count." Number 1 did not think too much and immediately nodded. "Of course. I will follow your arrangements. I have no objections." "Very good. Captain will set the rules. Good luck, number 1. Pigeon turned on the walkie-talkie and spoke to Xia Jinyuan in front of number 1. Recruit number 1 said that he wants to compete with Qing Niao. How many minutes will it take for him to arrive? You will set the rules. The walkie-talkie was noisy. Number 1, who did not leave, heard his captain's voice. "Sure. Bring on a moving target, a fixed target, a chest target, and a special target. These can be done on a motor vehicle. Bring on a few side dishes and a few common shooting ranges that are a few hundred meters away. Take turns to shoot with a rifle and a pistol." These were all easy to arrange. After hearing this, Pigeon said to recruit number 1, who was still standing, "Did you hear Captain's arrangements?" She did not ask for his opinion. This was the arrangement. Even if he had an opinion, he had to follow it. Number 1 nodded. "I have no opinion, but I want to ask, what is a special target?" Human body targets are commonly used by the armed police. As they usually do not appear in our army, we call them special targets. Go back to your unit and get ready. The human body target was specially designed for the armed police. It was more difficult than the chest target. The armed police were used for internal warfare. Sometimes they did not need to kill the opponent with one shot. They only needed to hit the opponent's hands, legs, elbows, shoulders, and knees. These were all non-fatal points. Based on this characteristic, the armed police often used human body targets when they were training. Our army was used for external warfare. When it came to shooting, it was usually a fatal shot. For example, the fatal points such as the head, neck, and chest. Male soldier number 1 usually practiced shooting at a lethal point. As for human body targets, he really hadn't practiced much. However, this did not make him flinch. He had never practiced it before. As a military school student, Qing Niao's training in school was also mostly about the chest target. Perhaps she had never practiced it before. When he returned to class, he told them about the competition. Yi Qian, who had finished tallying the scores, also found out about this matter. She had no problems with the competition, so she readily agreed. Sure, we'll also have shooting practice after this. Let's treat it as a competition. From his results, I'm sure you know that he's fast. The captain said that you have to give it your all. You have to let him know that there's someone faster and steadier than him. Okay, no problem. As long as it was related to Captain Xia's work, she would fully support him and would not drag him down. When the male soldiers learned that brother number 1 was going to have a shooting competition with the female soldier Qing Niao, they were all eagerly waiting for the captain to come over and start immediately. When Xia Jinyuan came over and announced the rules, countless male soldiers gave soldier number 1 encouragement. Of course, they did not leave out Yi Qian. When the rules for the other targets were announced, the male soldiers all expressed their acceptance. They felt that it would not be difficult for their brother. However, when the rules for human body targets were announced, the male soldiers could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Chapter 3270. The male soldiers muttered to themselves, but this wasn't something Xia Jinyuan, Pigeon, or G3 had to worry about. No matter what kind of target it was the same to them. They all needed to train. Since it was a competition, they all had to come. Although the human body part target was special and was equivalent to the 10th ring outside the 10th ring, as a Special Forces soldier, they could encounter any situation, and any situation could happen. When carrying out a mission, the mission would not be interrupted because of their incompetence. The most direct result of their incompetence was that the target would still be alive, but their comrades would lose their lives because of their incompetence. The male soldiers also knew this, so even if they were muttering to themselves, they didn't say it out loud. The human body part target had to be fired within 15 seconds. There couldn't be a single bullet left in the magazine. All of them had to be fired. This was the human body part target shooting. Soldier number 1 naturally knew this as well. When Xia Jinyuan asked him if he was ready, he nodded and replied with a cold expression, "We can start at any time." He then asked the female soldier Qing Niao the same question. The female soldier Qing Niao's voice was still indifferent as she replied calmly, "I can start at any time too." There weren't many hard and fast rules in the competition. Xia Jinyuan didn't want the two of them to fight to the death. What he wanted was for recruit number 1 and the other male soldiers to have a clearer understanding of themselves. The motorized shooting also needed a driver because this was a cooperative shooting. Soldier number 1 chose soldier number 2, but Yi Qian didn't choose and directly chose soldier number 3. Soldier number 3, who was called out, was a little embarrassed. He stood beside Yi Qian and whispered, "We haven't worked together before. I'm afraid there might be some small problems." Teamwork required tacit understanding the most. This was also why soldiers had to cultivate tacit understanding with each other during their daily training. One of the reasons why they would sometimes be punished together was to cultivate tacit understanding between each other. Yi Qian and the other male soldiers didn't even have the most basic formation training. No wonder soldier number 3 was a little afraid of being a burden to Yi Qian. No, as long as you control the speed well, it won't be a problem even if you deviate slightly from the track. You only need to be responsible for driving. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qian did not have anything to worry about. Soldier number 3 was mainly responsible for driving. To him, all he needed to do was drive the car well. Her words more or less comforted soldier number 3. "Don't worry, leave it to me. It's a pleasure working with you." Yi Qian reached out his hand with a smile. "Don't feel burdened." Her clear and unstressed gaze made soldier number 3 feel her trust in him. This trust made him feel much more at ease. For this trust, he would definitely do his best. The shooting of motorized vehicles should be divided into several categories, such as the shooting of special vehicles, commuter vehicles, ordinary military off-road vehicles, all-terrain vehicles, high-mobility military off-road vehicles, and so on. However, considering that the male soldiers were still learning how to operate special vehicles, and due to safety concerns, Xia Jinyuan only chose commuter vehicles. The drivers of both parties were equally skilled at driving commuter vehicles, so it was fair for both parties. The entire training ground was not flat. Instead, it had ups and downs. The biggest slope could reach 65 degrees, and there were continuous sharp bends. Most of them were in a Z or S shape. The ground was full of potholes, big bends, steep and sharp. Even if there were no cliffs or falling rocks, the entire training ground was already complicated enough. Chapter 32:71. Soldier number 2 took a deep breath. Soldier number 2 high-fived him and said, "Brother, I'll do my best." "You do your best. Good luck." Soldier number 1 high-fived him back. The confidence in his eyes didn't diminish because of the complicated terrain. As an infantry soldier, he was able to get one of the top rankings, so he wasn't just an embroidered pillow. The competition didn't take place at the same time. Soldier number 1 and soldier number 2 started the competition first. After they finished shooting all the targets, they drove back to the training ground. Yi Qian and soldier number 3 took over and finished shooting. As the flag was waved, the car immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove to the training ground. Now, this was the competition ground. The car rushed out with a boom. Immediately after, Yi Qian saw the commuter car, driven by soldier number 2, complete a drift. Following that, a gunshot rang out. Now, they were shooting with a 100-meter rifle. Judging from the density of the bullets, soldier number 1's shooting speed was indeed very fast. This kind of speed did give him a certain degree of confidence. Major General Yang said that he saw your shadow in him when he saw his shooting speed. Xia Jinyuan stood beside Yi Qian at some point. He looked ahead and smiled. "I've seen recruit number 1's shooting video. His shooting speed is indeed very fast. We also analyzed it using data, but the result, what was the result?" Soldier number 3, who was also standing beside Yi Qian, was so shocked that half of his body stiffened. Seeing Qing Yao's shadow in brother number 1, this sentence contained a lot of information. In other words, Qing Yao's shooting speed was also very fast. What was the result of the analysis? Soldier number 3's body stiffened. He was eager to hear his captain's answer. Xia Jinyuan didn't seem to notice. Instead, he asked Yi Qian, "What do you think the result is?" After asking Yi Qian, he asked soldier number 3, "Why don't you take a guess too? Is Qing Niao faster or soldier number 1 faster?" Soldier number 3 shook his head and answered, "Honestly, I can't guess. Soldier number 1 is the fastest and most accurate comrade I've ever seen. Qing Yao, I've never seen her before, so I can't give an answer." Since there was a but in the question, then the result might be that she was slightly better. Yi Qian had a vague answer in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled at Xia Jinyuan. "What's the result?" "His shooting speed is twice yours." Yi Jian finished the first bullet in 0.3 seconds. At the same time, whether it was continuous shooting or moving targets, her shooting speed was more than twice as fast as the others, and the male soldier number 3 was more than 0.5 times faster than the others. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he said to the shocked No. 3 soldier, "Qing Yao is the fastest shooter among all the soldiers I have ever seen. Number 1 soldier's shooting speed is indeed faster than yours, and even faster than ours. But in front of Qing Yao, he still has to admit defeat. Soldier number 1 has a talent for shooting, but Qing Yao's talent is obviously better than his. You'll see how hard she's going to be on herself in the upcoming training." As a soldier, you can't be satisfied with the status quo. Qing Niao understands this better than any of you. Soldier number 3's face turned red, and he felt very upset. Captain, we don't mean anything by it. It's just that, Xia Jinyuan interrupted him and said in a deep voice, I know that you don't mean anything other than being unconvinced. As for me, I have thousands of ways to convince you. Chapter 3272. As the Supreme Commander of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan's every word carried a lot of weight. I gave you guys a chance, but unfortunately, you guys didn't grasp it. Now, you guys only have 1 week left, so you guys better cherish the last few days of easy training. Last few days of easy training? Male soldier number 3 was dumbfounded again. Wasn't the training that they thought was inhumane during this period of time deadly training? Yesterday's training was indeed very easy. At the very least, you all rested for more than 5 hours at night. I once trained for an entire month, but I only rested for about 2 hours. If I wasn't soaking in the water, I was running in the mountains. There were also weights on my body and feet. In addition, I also had to complete various difficult tactical training. I remember there was a period of training where I carried 20 kilograms of weight and didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. I was on a mobile march the entire time. When I finally reached the finish line, I was asked to complete 50 sit-ups and 50 push-ups. Soldier number 3, your training now is really much easier than my training back then. Yi Qian felt sorry for Xia Jinyuan. Some words sounded a little harsh, but the truth was the truth. The recruits had to recognize the truth now. She didn't mention that from the second semester of the second year of middle school until the end of high school, she went to bed at midnight every night and woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning to attend school and train. During those years, she didn't have a single day of rest. She trained for the sake of training. She was the last to sleep and the first to wake up. She didn't dare to slack off for a day and didn't dare to be careless. It was the same for all these years. She didn't dare to slack off because she was afraid that she would fall too far behind and be unable to keep up with her comrades. In the end, she would miss the opportunity and never be able to enter the Snowfield Brigade again. She worked so hard to reach her goal, but other people got it and neglected it because they were unconvinced. Yi Qian's heart was actually not as calm as she looked on the surface. When she thought about the sacrifice of her comrades and saw the expressions of "Why do you have to train so inhumanely?" on their faces during training, Yi Qian suppressed the anger in her heart. She was afraid that she would get into a fight with the recruits on the first day. Now, she finally understood why Political Commissar Yen, Regiment Commander Liu, and those veterans in the army all had the urge to teach the new recruits a lesson. She had the same urge yesterday. However, after sleeping for a while and chatting with Captain Xia last night, she found out that he didn't let her train with the recruits because he was worried that she wouldn't be able to control her impulse to fight. Soldier no. 3 had to muster up his courage to not run away. His intuition told him that Qing Niao still had a lot to say, and the harsh training they thought was nothing in Qing Niao's eyes. After Xia Jinyuan hopped onto the all-terrain vehicle to check on soldier number 1, soldier number 3 took a few deep breaths before he dared to ask Yi Qian, "Qing Niao, have you worked with him before?" "We've worked together once, and we've killed a few dozen enemies." Yi Qian nodded and didn't deny it. Earlier, Xia Jinyuan had indicated that it was appropriate to tell the recruits what she had done with the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. She couldn't go into too much detail. She just had to say that they had killed people together, and these male soldiers had all participated in large-scale combat exercises. But as for killing people, not a single one of them had done it before. Chapter 3273. Every military region had its own special forces unit. Most of the bloody things were done by them. Sometimes the rest of the soldiers didn't even have the chance to do such a thing until they were discharged. The reason why they didn't choose new soldiers from the Special Forces unit was that as the country's management system became more and more mature, there was no room for maneuver like before. If they suddenly pulled out 1 or 2 people from the Special Forces unit, although these people were strong, their departure would have a greater impact on the original unit. Therefore, the military decided to not choose new soldiers from the Special Forces unit like before. Instead, they would choose elite soldiers from the elite soldiers of each military region. The elite soldiers who were selected had never killed anyone before. When they suddenly heard a slender, fair-skinned, and beautiful female soldier say that she had killed dozens of enemies with the veterans, no matter how calm the male soldiers were, their expressions changed. Of course, they knew that the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade had killed people before. They could feel their ferocious and murderous aura from the first day they walked in, and the way they looked at them was like wolves looking at lambs. When you go out to fight, you will either kill or be killed. You think the training is harsh now, but when you go out to fight, you will know how important it is. Don't doubt anything they say. Everything they say is true and reliable. Also, don't try to use the word unconvinced to provoke their bottom line. Their bottom line is not something that can be easily provoked. When I came here yesterday, I was first beaten by them one after another. Then I had a one-on-one fight with the Eagle. I only appeared in front of you after I met the captain's requirements. This is my first day in the team. And before that, I was kicked and punched by the captain until I was sent to the hospital. He pressed me into the water, and I almost died. So when I saw your attitude and saw that each and every one of you were perfectly fine, my shock was no less than your shock when you saw that I was a female soldier. Yi Qian understood the uniqueness of the Snowfield Brigade very well. He knew how harsh the training of the veterans was. It could be described in one sentence. It was not something that could be done by humans. The soldiers here were all tigers in the forest, wolves on the grassland, leopards moving at night, and majestic lions. They used their flesh and blood to build the Great Wall, which would not fall, in order to protect the reunion of thousands of families. Soldier number 3 was completely silent. From yesterday until now, the information he had received was much more than what they had received in the past few months. He needed to digest it properly. When Yi Qian saw that he had fallen silent, he did not say anything else. They were indeed very outstanding in their original army, and their overall qualities were even more outstanding. Similarly, they were all good soldiers who had strict requirements for themselves in the army. If they were not outstanding in all sorts of ways, they would not have been selected. Here, the disparity was too great. There was no place for heroes to display their talents. That was why the mentality of dissatisfaction was born. As long as this mentality was eliminated, all the problems would not be a problem. 10 minutes had passed. Soldier number 2 drove the vehicle back. When the vehicle turned around, they saw their captain sitting in the all-terrain vehicle. The vehicle was moving up and down, left and right. Let's go and report the results to the captain. Male soldier number 2 was confident of victory. Although he didn't show anything on his face, it was obvious that he was very happy from the curve of his lips. He said to soldier number 1, "You can definitely beat Qin Miao. You can beat her without any pressure." There were so many combat targets, and there were hundreds of bullets to be fired. He did not believe that Qin Miao could beat the fastest shooter in the team. No, the fastest shooter in the old army. Soldier number 1 was not so optimistic. Chapter 3274. The reason why he wasn't optimistic was very simple. Qin Miao had already shown great strength in the previous training. She didn't rely on luck to get such a good result. She really had such strength, a strength that made him want to challenge her. After today, The sharpshooter will have to change her name. Soldier number 1 took out the magazine in his rifle and counted the bullets inside again. He once again confirmed that he had used up all the bullets for the motor vehicle target shooting. There were still fixed targets and human body target competitions coming up, so he needed to calm down a bit. While his hands were busy, soldier number 1 said, "Her result just now wasn't luck. If she had this kind of luck, then everyone's strength would be reduced. She, indeed, has enough, even more strength than me." His voice was a bit low, and the click sound of the magazine reloading made soldier number 2's heart inexplicably thump for a moment. After a few months of interaction, both sides more or less understood each other. At this moment, he could see that his comrade wasn't in a good mood, but he couldn't tell why. It was a very complicated feeling, and he didn't know how to comfort him. Before I came, the commander told me that when I arrived at a new place, I shouldn't treat myself as if I was still in the old army. In the old army, my words carried a bit of weight, and I had a position and military rank. When I arrived at a new place, I didn't know what kind of people they were. It was best to be honest and treat myself as a recruit. I completely forgot about the commander's words. I didn't treat myself as a recruit, but as a hero who was put in a difficult position. Now that I think about it, what kind of hero am I? So what if I have made military contributions? The veterans of the Snowfield Brigade. Look at the wounds on their bodies. Many of them were grazed by shrapnel. Compared to them, our military contributions are really nothing. In the past, I was obsessed. I walked into a dead end and wanted to compete with them. I wanted to let them know that since we were selected from the grassroots, we weren't cowards. We were all warriors who could go into battle with guns. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't accept it. The more I couldn't accept it, the more I couldn't accept it. Now that I think about it, I thought too highly of myself. Recruit number 2, who was driving, sniffed his frozen nose. Seeing that they were about to meet up with the car in front, he hurriedly said, "Let's talk later." It's a long story. Qing Niao's arrival was like a sharp bayonet that suddenly cut a hole in the layer of pride that surrounded them, making them suddenly realize that the strength they were so proud of might really be nothing in the eyes of the other party. They couldn't even defeat a cadet, let alone a veteran. What right did they have to say those words? "Brother, there's nothing much to talk about. We just need to recognize the truth." Really, I'm already reflecting on myself and recognizing the truth. Number 1 sneered. The invisible pressure brought about by the female soldier Qing Niao's appearance was enough for them to recognize the truth. Captain hasn't really shown his face. When he does, he brings back Qing Niao. I'm even guessing that the reason he hasn't shown his face is because he's too lazy to deal with us one by one. He also doesn't want the veterans to waste time on us. So he directly brought back a cadet who is younger than us and has less military experience than us to let us experience her strength. What else can anyone say? There's nothing to say. The car in front was getting closer and closer. Number 1 didn't say anything more. He held his rifle and stared forward with a determined gaze. Chapter 3275. Just as the two vehicles were about to collide, the Pigeon suddenly drifted. The wheels ran over it at high speed, and chunks of mud and ice splashed onto the front windshield of the commuter vehicle. Some of the frozen mud even splashed into the interior of the vehicle. Even the faces of the two men were covered in fine mud. The training ground had been run over by special vehicles all day yesterday. Coupled with the fact that the sun was out, the snow on the ground had melted into a puddle of water. Together with the mud, the road became muddy after the cold wind last night. The muddy road had turned into bumpy, muddy ice this morning. Early in the morning, the wheels of the vehicle ran over it and made a creaking sound. Now that they were having breakfast and taking a short break, The muddy road that they had run over in the morning had turned into hard ice under the low temperature. The pigeons suddenly drifted, and the gear-shaped ice chunks smashed into the commuter vehicle's windshield with loud bangs. Number 2 subconsciously opened his mouth to say something, but he quickly swallowed his words back. He was so anxious and forceful that his face turned red. If it were in the past, he would have thought that the veterans were making things difficult for the new recruits. Now, if the veterans really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have lost half their lives. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the all-terrain vehicle, looked at the targets that soldier number 1 had shot. The results were indeed good, and the speed of completion was also good. Therefore, the reason why he could endure until now was because these guys were indeed very capable. Qing Niao's shooting speed is 1, 5 times faster than ours, and number 1's shooting speed is 0, 5 times faster than ours. Let Qing Niao lead number 1 in the future and see if she can train him into a second sharpshooter. After seeing number 1's target, Xia Jinyuan had a certain level of confidence in him. If we have 2 sharpshooters in our team who can shoot 1, 5 times faster than anyone else, coupled with their strength, it's equivalent to having 1 more person who can take on the role of a platoon. This was not something that Xia Jinyuan said casually. During World War II, the German army had the most elite heavy armored forces. The lightning tactics determined that the armored forces became the core strength of the German army. They were regarded as the life-saving force by the leaders of the time. A battalion of them could fight against an enemy tank army, and 1 person could even fight against an enemy battalion. One of the ace tankers of the heavy armor battalion destroyed over 100 tanks and cannons of the enemy and allied forces. Although they were a heavy armored battalion and were equipped with heavy weapons as the requirements for individual combat were getting higher and higher, it was still possible for 1 person to take on a platoon. With Qing Niao's combat skills, she could easily wipe out a platoon of 30 to 40 people in a field force. With her sniping ability, concealment ability, and shooting speed, she could easily wipe out a platoon if she wanted to. This was how he planned to try out this maneuver. In any case, the higher-ups had already said that they weren't helping the red and blue factions. Instead, they were going against the red and blue factions. When the 2 camps started fighting, they would ambush them from behind. They wanted to see which camp would discover them in advance and surround them. Sometimes, one couldn't help but admire the ability of the leaders to lead troops into battle. They came up with one move after another. They were new and could improve each other's combat skills. This maneuver was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Pigeon looked at the car that was following them from the rearview mirror, then looked at the captain, who was hugging his hands together to keep warm. She smiled and said, "Qing Niao can already take on a platoon by herself. If we train recruit number 1, they can take on the rear in the future. It'll save us a lot of manpower and worry." Chapter 3276. If there's 1, there'll be 2, and then there'll be 3. Maybe by the time we leave the Snowfield Brigade, we'll have a small team of sharpshooters. Perhaps Xia Jinyuan thought he was dreaming too much, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. As soon as he laughed, the cold wind blew directly into his throat, causing him to choke and cough. It's so cold to sit in this thing in the middle of winter. Next time, we'll switch to the armored warrior. It's faster and can block the wind. You're the one who likes to look cool in the middle of winter. If it were me, I would have already driven the warrior. Pigeon shivered. It was so King cold. It was minus 11 degrees Celsius, and they were driving a convertible. How could they not feel cold? Next time, let them drive the snowmobile. I don't think Qing Niao has ever driven one before. Let her learn. Now that she's in our brigade, we can't always let her sacrifice. She should at least learn something to go back to school. Pigeon reminded. Xia Jinyuan nodded. He covered his nose with his gloved hands and urged Pigeon to drive faster. His body was so cold that there wasn't a trace of heat. The winter sun that had just risen was bright, but the heat it released was far from enough to make the two people in the convertible feel warm. He crossed his arms, and Pigeon couldn't help but laugh. Soon, Xia Jinyuan and Pigeon returned to the starting point of the training. They jumped out of the car stiffly. Colonel Xia still chose a very cool pose. He opened the car door, kicked off with his long legs, and got out of the car. He strode over to Yi Qian and smiled. His results are good. I was just discussing with Pigeon that you should train with him over the next few days. Strive to make him the second you. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. That will only work if I can beat him. If I can't train with him. He can only train with me. You can win, he said firmly. In response, Yi Qian's smile deepened. You can also win the fixed targets and the human body part targets. He always trusted her so much. How could she disappoint him when he trusted her so much? For the goal I want to achieve, I will work hard. I'm starting to wonder if I agreed too quickly. I should have raised the difficulty a little before I agreed. Her smile made Xia Jinyuan smile as well. The person he loved was by his side, fighting side by side with him. This was the happiest thing for him. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Xia Jinyuan's gaze softened slightly. Yi Qian, who had already sensed it, couldn't help but chuckle and look away naturally. Soldier number 3, who had been standing next to Yi Qian, didn't dare to speak after hearing their conversation. He secretly looked at Yi Qian with a complicated expression. Now he was more and more convinced that Qing Yao's strength was not ordinary. She was so strong that she might be beyond their recognition. Before meeting her, he would never have imagined that a military school student could be so powerful that she could make a special forces soldier look at her with such respect. Instructor Pigeon was like this, and so was Instructor G3. When they spoke to Qing Yao, their expressions couldn't help but be respectful. He clenched his hands nervously, trying not to overthink. There was no point in overthinking, so he had to do what he had to do. Chapter 3277. When soldier number 2 stopped the car, Yi Qian and soldier number 3 jumped into the commuter car. The moment the door closed, Yi Qian said to soldier number 3, "Don't worry about me. Don't be distracted by me. Just focus on driving at the speed required by the competition. Leave everything else to me. Don't think too much. This is just a competition. It's also a way for me to blend in with you guys." Soldier number 3, who had his hands on the steering wheel, heard this and sighed softly. He nodded at Yi Qian with a serious expression. "Okay, leave the car to me. I'll leave the outside to you. Happy working with you. Happy working with you." The two of them high-fived each other and smiled. Yi Qian immediately checked the guns and ammunition used in the competition. During the competition in Estonia, she had made a mistake. She didn't check the bullets in the magazine. As a result, she couldn't shoot normally and almost messed up a major event. As long as she was a soldier for a day, she would remember this matter in her heart and would never dare to forget it. The flag was raised and lowered. Male soldier number 3 drove the car out calmly. At the same time, he began to step on the accelerator rhythmically, just as they had agreed earlier. He focused on driving his car and did not care about what was happening around him. Yi Qian had already aimed her rifle forward. The warrior commuter car was the same as the all-terrain vehicle. They were both convertible cars, and there was no cover around them. As soon as the target appeared in front of them, the soldiers in the car could immediately open fire. Soldier number 3 calmed down after he started the car. They were all elite soldiers with excellent overall qualities. It was impossible for them to make a low-level mistake. The target had appeared. Yi Qian didn't aim ahead of time like the other soldiers. She fired from the car. The car was constantly moving, so it was impossible to aim ahead of time. For Yi Qian, she didn't need to aim ahead of time. When the target appeared in front of them, she had memorized the terrain of the entire training ground from her morning training. Once the target appeared, she could immediately determine where the car was and where it was most suitable to shoot. Therefore, when soldier number 3 heard the first gunshot, he didn't even see Yi Qian aiming and had already fired the first bullet. After a sharp turn, 2 chest targets appeared consecutively on the left side. Yi Qian, who was already in the zone, raised his rifle and fired continuously as the car made a sharp turn to the right. Boom! The car made a sharp turn and made another reverse turn. 2 targets appeared at the same time. This required the reaction of the gunman on the car. If his reaction was slightly slower, one of the 2 targets would not be able to complete the shot. All the targets had been set up at the last minute. Yi Qian and soldier number 1 did not know about them, which made the competition even more difficult. When the target suddenly appeared, even the driver was shocked. He shouted, "Over here!" 2. At the same time, he heard 2 gunshots. Yi Qian had turned around and was facing the rear of the car. The moment the car swerved, her body was thrown into the air. Within a few seconds, she had fired her 4th and 5th bullets consecutively. "Don't worry about me, I'll take care of it." After finishing his shot, Yi Qian immediately turned around and moved forward again while reminding number 3. If the car didn't maintain its speed, it would be useless even if she hit the target. Soldier number 3 was so shocked that his back was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't help but gulp. His voice was intermittent as the wind blew against him. "Did you hit it? Did you hit it?" He was extremely nervous as he asked. Yi Qian, who was observing the front, smiled and said, "Yes, I hit it." Chapter 3278. When the number 3 recruit heard Yi Qian say the word "hit," his heart that had jumped to his throat slowly calmed down. It was too dangerous just now. He didn't think that there would be 2 targets when he turned the corner. If he didn't pay attention, he would have missed the target. Once he missed the target, no matter how fast Qing Niao was behind him or how high the points of each target were, with brother number 1's shooting skills, Qing Niao would lose without a doubt. When it came to cooperation, the number 3 recruit didn't want Yi Qian to be the loser. "The speed at which I turned the corner was a bit too slow. When I turned the corner, I controlled the speed to be above the set speed." The number 3 recruit sought victory through stability and did his best to not make any mistakes. Yi Qian, who was paying attention to the surroundings, shook his head and smiled. "No need. I'll leave the driving to you and the shooting to me. Let's cooperate. 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 Don't worry too much." The car rushed up a steep slope, and a target appeared on the left side of a small hill. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. The target was far away. The rifle in her hand could be used all day. Without a low-light scope, the Type 95 had a shooting range of 375 meters and an effective shooting range of 400 meters. Within 200 meters, she could shoot directly. The car was extremely fast. The original distance of 400 meters was instantly shortened. The car rushed from the bottom of the steep slope to the top of the steep slope. Seeing that the car was about to reach the bottom of the steep slope, Yi Qian calmly opened fire without any sense of nervousness. The car rushed to the top of the slope and was exactly 200 meters away from the target. Moreover, it wasn't calculated from the front of the car, but from the driver's seat. Yi Qian calculated the distance extremely accurately. Even if there was an error, it would still be within her effective shooting range. The sound of a gunshot rang in his ears. Only then did the number 3 recruit realize that a target had appeared on his left side. This gunshot let the number 3 recruit know that he only needed to drive his car well. He didn't need to worry about Qing Niao. She alone had enough strength to complete this individual shooting competition. 100 rounds were all fired. This meant that there were a total of 100 targets. From the starting point to the end of the training ground was a total of 10 kilometers. In the middle, they would pass through 2 mountains and then make a big turn back to the original path. The Qing female soldiers had to find all 100 targets in this snow-covered training ground and complete the shooting. The Snowfield Brigade's Special Combat Vehicle Training Grounds covered a rather large area. The 10-kilometer training track was only for one person, and there were a total of 4 training tracks in the entire venue. The route that Yi Qian and the others were currently competing on was not the complicated 3rd training track. The most complicated one was the mountain training track that Yi Qian and the other male soldiers had competed on yesterday. Yi Qian, who had been shooting all the way, felt that Xia Jinyuan had been merciful to the male soldiers. If she had been the one competing with the veterans, he would have definitely changed the track to the most difficult route on the mountain and let them drive through the dense forest to find a target. Before they were even halfway through, the rifle that had a capacity of 30 bullets was already down to 26. When the last bullet was fired by the firing pin, the moment the bullet left the cartridge and squeezed into the chamber, Yi Qian had already finished changing the magazine. At the same time, the first bullet from the new magazine hit another target. Male soldier number 3, who was focused on driving, did not notice how many targets Yi Qian had hit or how many bullets she had fired. Just like Yi Qian had said, he focused on driving his car and ignored everything else. He let Yi Qian handle everything by herself. Chapter 3279. However, when he heard the sound of the magazine being changed and the first bullet being fired from the new magazine, even though he was not paying attention to Yi Qian, his expression changed drastically. What kind of situation was the magazine being changed? Of course, the magazine would only be changed when there were no more bullets left in the magazine. Normally, changing a magazine would involve a series of actions, which meant that there would be a pause between the changing of the magazine and the firing of the first bullet from the new magazine. But Qing Niao did not do that. From the time she changed the magazine to the firing of the first bullet from the new magazine, there was no pause at all. Sitting next to her, he did not even see her pause to change the magazine. She was changing the magazine with one hand, but she was even faster than that. From the time she changed the magazine to the firing of the first bullet from the new magazine, it was so fast that it was unbelievable. How did she do it? How did she do it? Question after question popped up in the mind of the 3rd male soldier who was driving, but because he was still driving to accompany Yi Qian in the competition, he had no choice but to suppress these questions. He thought that brother number 1 was already fast enough, but he did not expect Qing Niao to be even faster than him. She was so fast that it was unbelievable and inexplicable. She had finished changing the magazine the moment the last bullet was fired from the old magazine. How did she do that? At this moment, the 3rd male soldier already had a vague idea of who would win and who would lose in the end. At this point, the difference in strength was already clear. Brother number 1, you're on your own now. When the pride they were so proud of was broken one by one, it was time for them to recognize the truth. They had to get rid of the pride they once had. This pride was no longer their halo, but a shackle that stopped them from moving forward. If they did not get rid of it, it would become a barrier that blocked them from moving forward. It would become the source of their defeat because of their pride. Now that you're here, I don't care what your previous position was, how high your military rank was, or how many military achievements you've earned. When you're here, you're just a new recruit who has to start from scratch. Until today, when Qing Niao appeared and saw her display of strength, he finally understood why they were so unconvinced on the first day they entered the Snowfield Brigade. What right did they have to be unconvinced? What right did he have to be unconvinced? Every word of the veteran's advice was sincere. It was just that they were blinded by one leaf. Yi Qian still did not know that his match had caused soldier number 3 to be so emotional. The closer they got to the end, the more concentrated the targets were, and the more concentrated the shots were. He had used 34 bullets in the first 5 kilometers, and in the last 5 kilometers, the more concentrated the targets were, the more concentrated the shots were. If he was even a little bit distracted, it was very likely that he would miss not just one target, but 2 or 3. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. In the spacious training ground, the sound of gunfire was like thunder. When the gunfire was concentrated, it even gave rise to a sense of terror. Only soldiers would not be afraid of hearing the sound of guns with great lethality. Only soldiers would not retreat no matter how loud the gunshots were in front of them, no matter how dense the bullets were. For the country behind them and the lights behind them, they would not retreat and resolutely advance. Yi Qian focused all her attention on the targets around her. Her vision was as sharp as an arrow. She focused all her attention on her target. As the car jolted, she maintained the stability of the rifle in her hand. She started shooting from the starting point all the way to the end. Chapter 3280. As for male soldier number 3, the closer he got to the end, the more focused he became. During the first half of the journey, he would occasionally glance at the female soldier beside him from the corner of his eyes to see if she was panicking or if she needed any help. But as the gunshots became more and more frequent, the female soldier beside him maintained the calmness she had when she set off. There was no sign of panic on her face at all. She even reminded him to be careful and finished shooting at the target. At that time, her expression was like that of a soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles, protecting herself and her comrades. He and Qing Niao had never worked together before, nor had they ever trained together. The two of them had only known each other for less than 24 hours. He couldn't feel any sense of security or trust from her at all. However, during this short period of working together, he suddenly felt a sense of security and trust. It was amazing. He didn't even know how strong she was, but he actually felt a sense of security from her. She didn't even know if he knew how to drive or if he could cooperate with her, but she actually believed that he could do it. After the last bullet was fired and the last target was hit, Yi Qian put away her rifle and took a deep breath. Her face, that was red from the cold wind, had a warm smile on it. She turned her head and said to male soldier number 3, "Happy working with you." Before they set off, her "happy working with you" contained encouragement and trust. After it was over, her "happy working with you" was happiness and recognition. With just one sentence, male soldier number 3 could tell the difference between the two. Male soldier number 3 also let out a long sigh of relief when he saw this. This time, he took the initiative to reach out his hand and smiled at the female soldier beside him. "Happy working with you, Qing Niao." Their palms quickly hit each other in the car. Male soldier number 3, who was controlling the steering wheel with one hand, laughed even louder. There was a female soldier in the male troop, and she was as beautiful as a flower. He was stunned by the sight of a female soldier. His days seemed to be quite beautiful. The car turned around and headed back to the starting point. At the starting point, all the male soldiers were waiting for Qing Niao to come back. From time to time, they would look in front to see if the car had appeared. Male soldier number 1 was also waiting. He was still waiting to see the results of both sides. His results were already out, and he was only waiting for Greenbird's results to be collected before announcing them together. Just now, when he saw the team leader's results, he wanted to see some clues from his face to try to guess whether his results were good or bad. Unfortunately, the expressionless team leader glanced at the results, and that overly handsome face was still expressionless. Now, it was up to Qing Niao's results. He was still confident that he could beat Qing Niao. While waiting, the male soldier, number 1, clenched his fists. As long as he could beat Greenbird in shooting, he would be more confident in the following competition. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. Seeing that the male soldiers were looking forward from time to time, he stepped forward and stood in front of them. As soon as he stood at the front, all the male soldiers straightened their backs naturally. Their facial expressions quickly changed into solemn and cold expressions. They looked straight ahead, not dodging or evading. They stood tall and straight, exuding the majesty of a soldier. Qing Niao hasn't come back yet. I think everyone is tired of standing. Why don't we guess who will win? Recruit number 1, or Qing Niao? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front, became the least serious person. He smiled and said, "What do you think the probability of Qing Niao winning is? What is the probability of recruit number 1 winning?" Other than male soldier number 1, the other 28 male soldiers all leaned towards their brother. After all, they didn't know Qing Niao well, so it was hard to say. Chapter 3281. Seeing that they were all silent, Xia Jinyuan let soldier number 1 speak. Soldier number 1, who was confident in his abilities, answered Xia Jinyuan, "I believe I can win." "Not bad. You're very confident." His sonorous answer made Xia Jinyuan smile. If a soldier didn't have confidence in his own abilities, he wouldn't be a good soldier. He then asked the soldiers who would win. Soldier number 2 shouted, "I choose number 1." He suddenly answered first, and the rest of his comrades were silent for less than 3 seconds before answering Xia Jinyuan in unison, "Number 1 can win." Among the dozens of voices, none of them chose Qing Niao. Even though Qing Niao was slightly better than soldier number 1 in training, they still chose soldier number 1. They had seen soldier number 1's abilities, so they were more inclined to believe that he would win. Faced with their choice, Xia Jinyuan smiled meaningfully. "I choose Qing Niao. Qing Niao will win soldier number 1. If you lose..." Pausing, Long Rui's eyes slowly swept across the male soldiers. The short pause made all the male soldiers feel alarmed. An ominous premonition rose in their hearts. If they lose, they would definitely be miserable. The winter training of the various units has already started. The winter training of the veterans has even ended. As for you guys, it seems like all of you are like young ladies raised in a boudoir. The only thing missing is embroidery. How about this? I'll leave the right to choose and decide for you. You guys decide which side should be punished. It must be related to the winter training. The higher-ups are still waiting for me to submit a report on your winter training. So far, you guys haven't had any training that I can write a decent report on. Leave the decision to them. The male soldiers who were frightened by Xia Jinyuan's pause were suddenly happy. They felt as happy as slaves who had turned over a new leaf. If it was related to the winter training, it was easy. Someone shouted, "The loser will go cross-country with heavy equipment. This must be related to the winter training." Xia Jinyuan nodded and answered with a smile, "It is related. Captain, I want to ask what the veterans have completed during the winter training. Do you have any heavy equipment for cross-country?" This question was obviously a trap. Colonel Xia, who had always been good at setting traps for others, wasn't afraid at all. He pretended not to notice and nodded. "Of course there are, but they just finished." Before he could finish, someone guessed what he was going to say and interrupted him with a laugh. "Captain, The right to choose is in our hands. Don't we have the final say? Yes, whatever you say. Colonel Xia, who was interrupted, revealed a helpless expression. He turned to the pigeons standing beside him and said, "Looks like you guys need to prepare as well. You've only been back for a few days, and you're starting again?" This pigeon frowned as if he was in a dilemma. It seemed that he did not agree with the terms of the bet. "Why don't we change it? This is a little too harsh for a brother who has just completed a 100-kilometer cross-country with heavy equipment. I spoke too fast and gave them all the power." It was Xia Jinyuan's turn to look embarrassed. The male soldier standing at the front was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately turned his head and began to discuss. Xia Jinyuan pulled Pigeon to the side and frowned as if he was also discussing something. Both of them turned their faces to the side, and the male soldiers who were observing them saw their facial expressions from the side. "Let's take our revenge. Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity. Cross-country is fine too. I think cross-country is good. Brother number one is strong. There won't be a problem. Why don't we give them a 100-kilometer cross-country with heavy equipment? What do you think?" Chapter 3282. A low chuckle came from the group of male soldiers. When Pigeon, who was pulled aside, heard it, she sighed and said, "I'm starting to wonder if I should test their IQ. They actually fell into your trap. The simpler the trap, the easier it is for them to fall for it. Let's just watch." Colonel Xia, the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, was no longer in a dilemma and helplessness. His eyes turned cold and ruthless. "We've given them enough time. In the end, the condition of the bet was that the loser would have to cross 80 kilometers with heavy equipment. As soon as the male soldiers made the announcement, Pigeon pointed at them and said coldly, "You want to take revenge, right?" No, sir, we're not taking revenge. This is the condition." The captain said it himself. "We didn't say it. The captain said that it had to be related to the winter training and gave us the right to make the decision. We're just following orders. Hopefully, after the end of the competition, they will still be as confident as they are now." The pigeon gave the male soldiers a meaningful look and no longer argued. 80 kilometers of heavy equipment was feasible. 80 kilometers of heavy equipment is easy and simple. We'll set off this afternoon and finish tomorrow afternoon. Okay, we'll follow your arrangements. Xia Jinyuan agreed, without hesitation. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Pigeon. "Calm down, it's only 80 kilometers. This is the bet. If Qing Niao really loses, I'll carry heavy equipment with you guys and cross 80 kilometers. It's fair and reasonable. I don't want them to make things unfair." His quick agreement made some of the male soldiers feel uneasy. However, when they thought of the strength of soldier number one, they secretly suppressed their uneasiness. 80 kilometers of heavy equipment was easy and simple to say. Now that the snow had sealed off the mountains, one could be buried in the snow if they stepped on it. They also had to carry heavy equipment. If they set off this afternoon, they might not even be able to return tomorrow afternoon. It was a quick decision, because it was the male soldier's own choice. No one stood out to question it. Everyone accepted it. Then they heard Xia Jinyuan say, "If Qing Niao wins, I won't say anything else. You guys can figure out what to do by yourselves. In the future, you can rest assured that I will explain to you what fairness is and what unfair training is." Did you hear that clearly? You don't need me to repeat it, do you? Understood. How could they let Xia Jinyuan repeat it? Everyone held their heads high and answered loudly. Actually, regardless of whether they bet that Yi Qian would lose or that Yi Qian would win, they would still have to carry out the 80 kilometers of heavy equipment cross-country. It was just that they had brought it forward. Instead of keeping them in a strict formation, Xia Jinyuan gestured for them to move freely. The third male soldier drove the car and appeared in front of everyone with a Qing Niao. After a few minutes, they arrived at the starting point. Everyone couldn't help but look at the female soldier who was walking towards them. They saw a smile in the female soldier's eyes as she strode towards them. It seemed that he had done a good job at the target practice. Brother number 1 was so happy because he thought that he could beat him. They turned to look at the third male soldier and saw that he was also smiling. For a moment, the male soldiers couldn't figure out what was going on. The third male soldier had a good relationship with the first male soldier. When Qing Niao lost, he secretly smiled. They could understand that he was cheering for his brother. However, now that Qing Niao looked so confident, he also had a smile on his face. Who was he smiling for? Chapter 3283. When soldier number 3 walked closer, some of the other soldiers winked at him, trying to get to know him better. However, because Xia Jinyuan was standing in front of them, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. When soldier number 3 walked into his own class, someone asked softly, "How's the situation?" "We just made a bet with Captain." Soldier number 3 didn't wait for his comrade to finish speaking before his eyelids twitched fiercely. He quickly asked, "What did you bet on?" Who would win between Qing Niao and number 1? Yes, that's the bet. We all bet that number 1 would win. Everyone can see her strength. Then let's wait. Soldier number 3 didn't say anything else. At this time, if he said, "We're definitely going to lose," it would put pressure on number 1, who still had to go through another round of the competition. He might as well not say anything and wait for the final result. What do you mean? No, tell us about Qing Niao's situation. Let us think about it and have a good idea. Why do I feel a little nervous when you say that? Yes, yes, yes. Can't you reveal a little? You just walked over with a smile on your face and didn't say anything. I'm really nervous. We're going to lose an 80-kilometer armed off-road race. This is a small matter. It's not like we haven't done it before. The main thing is Captain bet that Qing Niao will win. Once Qing Niao loses, he has to accept the bet. What we want is to accept the bet. Soldier number 3 looked at his comrades, then looked at Qing Niao, who was standing in front of the captain, and then at soldier number 1. When he looked away, he sighed softly in his heart. At this time, if he said that Qing Niao would definitely win, would it make his comrades, who were waiting for Captain to lead the veterans away, feel hopeless? I don't know if Qing Niao will win, and I don't know if number 1 will win either. The competition isn't over yet. We won't know who the winner is until the final result is out. In the end, soldier number 3 told his comrades in a slightly reserved manner. It was up to them to see if they could understand. If he didn't give an answer, the male soldiers who were waiting for Qing Niao to lose inevitably felt a little uneasy. Someone swallowed softly and uneasily looked at soldier number 1. "Brother, it's up to you whether or not you'll be able to help us all. Stop guessing. Number 3 is right. Once the result is out, we'll know who the winner is. Let's go and watch the shooting. Line up. Line up. Line up." The 3 scattered classes immediately regrouped with the squad leaders and were led to the shooting range by the squad leaders. Yi Qian, who had arrived yesterday, did not have the chance to tour the training grounds properly. Now Pigeon and Xia Jinyuan, who were heading to the shooting range, introduced the various training grounds to him. Although Yi Qian had not toured the base, he had a rough idea of what was going on based on the information on the computer last night. However, looking at information and seeing the actual thing were 2 completely different concepts. The training grounds of the Snowfield Brigade base were all very large, and there was more than enough space for an entire regiment to train here. The larger the training grounds, the more they had to learn. The more they had to learn, the more responsibility and danger they had to bear. Yi Qian, who was not nervous at all about the competition, asked Pigeon softly, "What about fighter jets? Do we have fighter jets in the base? If you know how to fly a fighter jet, you'll need to fly a fighter jet for training. Otherwise, how could he fly a fighter jet into the sky?" She still remembered Captain Xia telling her that when she was training in the depths of the desert that year, he flew a fighter jet over the desert and trained there for nearly 2 months. Chapter 3284. Pigeon couldn't answer this question in detail. Seeing Xia Jinyuan and G3 walking a few steps ahead and whispering to each other, he smiled and said softly, "There are no fighter jets here. Someone in our team knows how to fly a fighter jet, but flying a fighter jet is the job of the Air Force. Although we are a 3-way force, it's not easy to learn how to fly a fighter jet. We have helicopters to assist in combat. We know how to fly helicopters, but it's safer for the fighter jet to be flown by an Air Force pilot. Piloting a fighter needs to go through very complicated training, starting from the theory classes to the beginner trainer aircraft to the intermediate and advanced trainer aircraft, and then to the actual fighter aircraft. The entire training cycle takes 3 to 4 years to become a qualified fighter pilot. And we belong to the Army Special Forces, so we don't have that much time to become a fighter jet pilot. The fighter jet you're talking about is something like a helicopter, right? We do have that, but after joining the team, we need to learn systematically. There was a huge difference between a fighter jet and a helicopter, but Yi Qian confirmed that Xia Jinyuan had indeed told her that he had flown over the desert in a fighter jet during her training. She also remembered hearing the boom-boom sound of a fighter jet flying over the desert during that period of time. At that time, she didn't know that it was the sound of a fighter jet and thought that it was a different sound from other civil aircraft. It wasn't until he brought it up that she realized that it was a fighter jet that was different from the boom-boom sound of civil aircraft. Captain Xia would never lie to her. Could it be that Pigeon and the others didn't know that Captain Xia knew how to fly a fighter jet? "So we don't need to fly a fighter jet?" Yi Qian asked again. "Ha! You need to ask the captain this question. Our team doesn't need to fly a fighter jet." Pigeon blinked at Yi Qian. After asking for a long time, he didn't answer Yi Qian's initial question at all. Then, did Lieutenant Colonel Xia know how to fly a fighter jet? Before the competition, Yi Qian still asked Xia Jinyuan this question. Lieutenant Colonel Xia replied, "I'll tell you if I know how to fly a fighter jet after I've beaten them all to the ground." Yi Qian didn't ask any more questions. Even though she didn't get a clear answer, Yi Qian still trusted Xia Jinyuan more. He said that he would fly a fighter jet over the desert, and that as long as she beat all 30 soldiers, he would let her fly a fighter jet. She believed him. The morning sun's rays of the sun's body to warm them. Xia Jinyuan arrived at the shooting range and stood at the front of the formation with a rifle in his hand. His gaze to Yi Qian and soldier number 1 coldly. His lips curled of a smile as he said slowly, "I just saw the results of the 2 of them. Both of them are pretty good. I'm very satisfied. I was thinking that if the 2 of them were able to achieve good results in such an intense competition, there was really no way to determine who was better. So, do you 2 want to give it a try? To try to. It was obvious that he was trying to goad them, but it was very effective. Soldier number 1 stepped forward and answered loudly, "I agree." "Good." Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied. He shouted, "You're a hot-blooded man. No wonder you're a top soldier from the army." Chapter 3285. The male soldiers in the formation who couldn't move were also cheering in their hearts. Some of the male soldiers even had smiles in their eyes. The elite soldiers who came out of the army were not cowards. Xia Jingyuan's gaze fell on Yi Qian. Yi Qian walked out and replied in a clear and powerful voice, "I agree." He wasn't as hot-blooded as soldier number 1, but he still had the qualities of a soldier. Looks like both of you are very confident in yourselves. Both of you dare to challenge the new difficulty. Good, as expected of elite soldiers with excellent qualities. The earlier matches were already so intense. It's meaningless to just aim and shoot at this point. If you ask me, you won't be able to fully display your individual strength. Only by adding some more surprises can the following matches be more exciting and exciting. Don't you think so? Not only did he have to bring out the hot-bloodedness of the two competitors, but he also had to bring out the hot-bloodedness of all the male soldiers. As the captain, Xia Jinyuan knew how to bring out the atmosphere. As long as he opened his mouth, the entire atmosphere of the training ground changed. A wave of thunderous good resounded throughout the training ground. The group of young soldiers roared until the veins on their necks bulged. This was the army, this was the military camp. There was a group of hot-blooded soldiers who were not afraid of sacrifice and could endure hardships and hardships. They were hot-blooded, responsible, and had the courage to challenge themselves. Xia Jinyuan actually thought highly of them. If he didn't think highly of them, he wouldn't have chosen them and wouldn't have spent so much effort to train them. The requirements aren't difficult. Both of you have to stand and raise your guns for an hour. After an hour, you can start shooting. At the same time, I will tell you the second rule during the shooting. This rule must be said during the shooting. I need to test your reaction speed and stability. I have no problem. Soldier number 1 nodded. At this point, even if there was a higher difficulty, he would accept and challenge it. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the female soldier standing beside him. He smiled and asked, "Qing Yao, do you have any problems?" He took the initiative to issue a challenge with a hint of provocation. This was normal in the army. It was the only way to incite the hot-bloodedness of every soldier and allow them to improve rapidly. Yi Qian met his gaze. "I want to add a little more. Is that okay?" "As long as Captain agrees, I have no objections," soldier number 1 replied. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan. "Captain, since we have to stand and hold the gun for an hour, why don't we add weights on the wrists? I suggest that helmet's wrists and put 5 fully loaded magazines. After an hour, we can finish shooting." The male soldiers in the formation all blinked their eyes. This was ruthless enough. The rifle in her hand was already heavy enough. If she had to put more weight on her wrist, the female soldier, could she really do it? Or even if she couldn't, she intended. How could Xia Jinyuan not agree to such a request? He had to agree. Soldier number 1, TSS. T, or on the training ground, the other comrades were also training with their guns. The two of them stood motionless in the snow and raised their guns until the hour was over. Standing still for an hour without doing anything was boring and unbearable. However, for two soldiers with excellent shooting skills, it wasn't difficult. They just had to keep their minds calm. For Yi Qian, even an extra hour was fine. Chapter 3286. Soldier number 1's outstanding performance today was also inseparable from his own hard work and training. He had also undergone the same training when his wrist was suspended for an hour. Just as the two of them stood in position and raised their guns, Xia Jinyuan took out 2 empty bullets from the wide pocket of his training uniform. I almost forgot about this. Raising the gun, suspending the weight, and standing the bullets. The 3 of them are perfect. The male soldiers and Yi Qian glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was speaking, and understood each other's intentions. What did he mean by almost forgot? He clearly wanted to catch them off guard, and catch them off guard. The male soldier's gazes and Yi Qian's half-smile made it clear that Comrade Xia Jinyuan, who had never forgotten to place bullets on the gun barrels of the two soldiers, was exposed. He looked indifferent, and even said calmly, waiting and almost forgetting, the latter sounds better. Don't you think so? You're the boss. You can say whatever you want. However, the boss was the boss after all. He was extremely ruthless. When the gun barrel was loaded with bullets, it really had to be done so that the gun wouldn't move at all. Even a slight shake of the hand would cause the bullets to fall off the gun barrel. We have another rule. Whoever's bullet falls off the gun barrel, the timer will restart from 0. Therefore, both male and female soldiers have to be careful. Don't let the bullets fall off the gun barrel. Every soldier had experienced placing bullets on the gun barrel. However, it usually took about 10 to 20 minutes. Of course, there were also those who had experienced it for half an hour. Soldier number 1 was one of those who had experienced it for half an hour. Shooting for an hour, he had never tried it before. The special forces in the army had undergone this kind of training. However, he was not a special forces soldier, so some of the training was not that tough and harsh. However, at this point, he definitely would not back down. He watched as Xia Jinyuan slowly placed the bullets on the gun barrel in Yi Qian's hand. His gaze slowly moved along the gun barrel until his gaze landed on Yi Qian's face. He saw that the female soldier Qing Niao's expression was still the same as before. She was extremely calm in the face of another test, as if everything was under control. When your opponent was more calm and composed than you, it would inevitably increase your own psychological pressure. Soldier number 1, who wanted to test Yi Qian's ability, swallowed lightly. Through Qing Niao's expression, he knew that he had reached the point where he had to give it his all. He had indeed not tried placing bullets on the gun barrel for an hour. He usually took about 10 to 20 minutes for normal soldiers in the army. He would take 10 to 20 minutes for himself and remove the bullets at most 40 minutes. Today was the first test was an hour. Qing Niao was a military academy student. Could it be that her training was based on the special forces training? However, soldier number 1 saw Yi Qian, whose back was facing him, briefly exchange a few words with Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian said softly, "Q King, I'm a sniper. I've been training like this for countless years. He's not a sniper. If you do this now, it will make me feel like I have an unfair advantage." From the moment Yi Qian took out the bullets, he already knew what Yi Qian was going to do. Xia Jinyuan gently placed the bullets on the gun barrel and said, "There's no such thing as an unfair advantage. This competition is a competition of strength. Don't tell me you want to hide your strength." Chapter 3287. There's no need for that. What I want is for them to know how big the gap is between a top soldier from a military academy and a top soldier from a military academy. I want to smooth out all their edges and corners so that their sharp edges will only face the enemy and not me, the captain. The young lieutenant colonel's eyes were clear and sharp, revealing the ferocity of someone who had just returned from a blood-soaked battlefield. His handsome features still had a slight smile on them. Even the young male soldiers who were looking at him didn't know what he was thinking. After the bullet was loaded, Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything more to Yi Qian. He turned around and walked to the male soldier number 1. He gently loaded the bullet and said to him, "I've seen your results when you were in the army. Your record of 40 minutes is only 10 minutes faster than the average soldier. Your family had spoken to your superiors and didn't want you to go to dangerous places. You weren't even allowed to join the special forces in your military region. When we were recruiting, I knew that you were acting on impulse and deliberately going against your family, who knew that you were so lucky and strong that you actually managed to get into the Snowfield Brigade. Your family was quite anxious and wanted to intervene halfway to take you back. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. All the information and transfer orders were directly issued by the military. Your father even specially went to the army to scold you and even wanted to apply for disability. He didn't know what kind of unit you were going to join, but he knew that a unit that required such strict selection couldn't be a security unit. I never force people to stay. If you really think that you're not suitable for this place, you can pack up and leave after the competition with Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan put the bullet away and said what he needed to say. When Xia Jinyuan got up, he heard the male soldier gritting his teeth and saying, "Captain, did you turn my family upside down?" "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. I'm competing with Qing Niao today because I want to test her strength. I also want to let my brothers know how strong she is so that they won't be defeated by her in the next few days." Faced with the male soldier's teeth grinding, Xia Jinyuan smiled and replied, "Don't think too much. Focus on the competition." Damn it! After saying so much, he was now telling him not to think too much. No wonder even the veterans said that their captain was the most cunning in the entire team. In the end, the competition was more important. So, soldier number 1 didn't think too much about it. Time ticked by, and the winter sun was getting warmer and warmer. The young soldiers who were training hard on the training ground were already covered in mud as they rolled around in the snow. No one deliberately observed the two motionless figures standing in front of them. They did not move. From the beginning until now, the two of them had maintained their standing posture with their guns raised. Even the empty cartridges standing on the barrels did not fall out. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, 30 minutes left. After a while, someone reminded him. 25 minutes left. After a while, it was still the same reminder. 20 minutes left. Then it came again. 15 minutes left. In the last 30 minutes, the same person used the same tone to remind the two people who were standing and holding their guns every 5 minutes. It sounded like a kind reminder, but it wasn't. This kind of reminder was really not good. It would make people more and more distracted, make them feel that time was more and more difficult to pass, make them feel that the gun in their hands was getting heavier and heavier, and make them feel that they might not be able to hold on. Chapter 3288. The warm sun in winter made the temperature rise to -5 degrees Celsius during the day. As Xia Jinyuan kept reminding him of the time, sweat dripped down from the forehead of soldier number 1. He wanted to shout at Xia Jinyuan to shut him up, but if he did, the bullet at the top of the barrel would fall, and his time would have to start from the beginning. "I can't move, I can't move, I can't move." In his heart, soldier number 1 kept reminding himself to relax his grip on the gun and to not strain his muscles too much to avoid muscle cramps. However, the more he tried to do so, the more unstable his state of mind became. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan wasn't counting every 5 minutes, but every 3 minutes. 12 minutes left. Soldier number 1, can you still hold on? If you can't, you can choose to rest. There's no need to force yourself. You can put down the gun or move your arms. You can do whatever you want. Both of them were using psychological disruption tactics. Soldier number 1's state of mind was already wavering. Under Xia Jinyuan's strong psychological disruption, more and more sweat appeared on his forehead. The more he tried to focus, the harder it was for him to do so. He was a little anxious, but in order to be able to persevere until the end, he had been suppressing it and controlling his leaden arms. He had been holding the gun for 49 minutes. Jingxin, don't listen to him. Yi Jian, who was facing Xia Jinyuan's back, didn't know what was going on with the male soldier, but she could hear a hint of coldness in Xia Jinyuan's voice that was full of malice. This hint of coldness was obviously directed at soldier number 1. He must have been annoyed by Xia Jinyuan's successful disruption. Under any circumstances, how could a soldier be disrupted by a few words? No wonder his voice was cold. Yi Qian, whose chin was pressed against the gun, kept the gun steady. She reminded soldier number 1 in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. As for whether he heard her, she didn't know. 9 minutes left. Soldier number 1 had held on for 51 minutes, which was 10 minutes more than his previous maximum of 40 minutes. To him, this was considered an improvement. Perhaps it was because he had heard Yi Qian's reminder, or perhaps it was because he knew that time was running out and victory was getting closer and closer. Even though sweat was dripping into his eyes, he did not move. Xia Jinyuan stared at the shutter and focused his attention on a single point. Slowly, he regained his focus. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Shoot." He pulled the bolt and released the safety. At that moment, there was a clear click sound, followed by the sound of the first gunshot with a bang. This was Yi Qian's first shot. Immediately after, a second gunshot rang out. It sounded like the first male soldier had fired at almost the same time. Complete multiple shots at the same hole. A total of 5 bullets. Amidst the gunshots, Xia Jinyuan mentioned another rule that would increase the difficulty of the game. Before this, he had already reminded the 2 of them that he would mention another rule that would increase the difficulty of the game. With this reminder, the 2 of them were prepared. Yi Qian steadied the rifle in his hand and continuously fired multiple shots at the same hole. Completing multiple shots at the same hole was easy to say, but it was definitely not easy. Moreover, the 2 of them had to hold their guns in a standing position for an hour. The difficulty was so high that it exceeded the understanding of the rookies who had come to watch the game. Soldier number 1's expression changed slightly. After hearing the order, he immediately adjusted his posture and finished shooting. Chapter 3289. After an hour of standing and holding the gun, his arm was sore and painful. He didn't have time to adjust it. After receiving the order to shoot, fortunately he had been prepared beforehand, so he immediately finished shooting. When the order to increase the difficulty level was given, even if he was mentally prepared, he still needed to adjust his stiff arm. Just as he was adjusting his arm, a new round of gunshots came to his ears. The male soldiers saw the female soldier Qing now holding the gun in a standing position. After her wrist was suspended for an hour, she didn't even need to adjust her arm. Her arms were steady and flexible as she fired the second bullet. Her actions made some of the male soldiers gasp. In this situation, if it were them, they would have to adjust their arm first before firing the second bullet. But she really didn't. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunshots rang out. In the end, there was only a bang sound. All the male soldiers' eyes fell on the male soldier, number 1, who had fired the last bullet. In a second, they saw with their own eyes that their brother had fired the last shot. They saw with their own eyes that he was behind Qing Niao by 2 bullets. He was actually behind by 2 bullets. They had always thought that he was very capable because they had really seen brother number 1 shoot faster and more accurately than the veterans. However, today, they saw another person who could shoot faster than brother number 1, and it was a female soldier from the military academy. Moreover, when she fired the gun, it seemed a little strange. They couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange. It was just that after she aimed and fired the first bullet, under the vibration of the recoil, her shoulders and arms would more or less move a little. At this time, to complete multiple shots at the same hole, she would need to aim again. But they seemed to have found that Qing Niao didn't make any aiming movements. She didn't seem to make any aiming movements. Did you see it? Someone suddenly asked the question in his mind. I don't think I saw it just now. I don't think I saw it either. Did you see it? The male soldier who was asked thought about it and answered uncertainly. She seemed to be aiming. I'm not too sure. If she didn't make any aiming movements, it's impossible to hit multiple shots at the same hole. Then she lost. Her speed is 2 bullets faster than brother number 1. Do you think she still has time to complete the aiming movements? I don't think it's possible, except for the first bullet. The last 4 bullets were so fast that they looked like continuous shots, not point shots. No, it's a single shot. It's just that it shoots very quickly. I don't think it's possible for someone to shoot quickly and aim properly. Off stage, the male soldiers started whispering among themselves because of Yi Qian's quick firing. Everyone had different thoughts, and even they couldn't tell if Yi Qian had aimed or not. 300-meter rifle-moving full-chest target shooting. Full-chest target shooting with a 50-meter pistol. With another order, the male soldiers who did not have time to think deeply about it had to change the topic. They turned all their attention to the next match and did not have time to discuss who had won just now. Perhaps there was no point in discussing this anymore. What male soldier number 1 could do, the female soldier Qing Niao could do it much faster. This already showed that her strength was not inferior to male soldier number 1. After the order was given, the 2 of them started to run. At this time, the male soldiers once again discovered that the explosive power of the female soldiers was no less than that of the male soldiers. The figure that rushed out was like a cheetah running on the vast prairie. That speed was so fast that it covered several meters in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3290. Yi Qian's reaction was too fast. She was so fast that some of the male soldiers had only turned their heads to say a few words to their comrades before she had already rushed out. Such a fast reaction made the hearts of the male soldiers skip a beat. Some of the male soldiers' eyes had already started to waver. Perhaps they had really underestimated the female soldier who had come over and won against them yesterday. Perhaps they had really underestimated her. She's fast in both sprinting and long-distance running. It's a bit difficult for brother number 1 to win, who won when all the bullets hit the same hole. Don't be discouraged. The competition isn't over yet. Watch first, don't talk. Watch the competition, watch the competition. Don't talk so much. Number 3, tell us the truth. You're Qing Niao's driver. I don't believe that you don't know her results. Is it because of what? Because he knew that Qing Niao had already won against brother number 1. So he couldn't say it. Number 3, who was asked this question again, looked at his comrade. He saw the slender figure on the field with a gun raised and started to shoot. This figure had already shocked him countless times in less than 24 hours. At this point, he completely understood that the male soldiers, had really underestimated the female soldier. Gunshots started to sound. The competition entered a climax after the first shot was fired. You don't give way to me, I don't give way to you. They continued to shoot until they finished shooting. Number 3 stared at the female soldier, who was shooting as he replied to his comrade. Qing Niao's shooting speed is very fast. Watch her carefully, and you'll discover something even more shocking. What's so shocking? Watch carefully. Don't talk. Number 3 stared at her intently. He didn't get a good look when he was driving. Now that he didn't have to drive and could stand to the side to watch the competition, he had to get a good look. How did she manage to fire the last bullet of the old magazine and finish changing the new magazine? He really wanted to know how she was able to finish changing the old magazine so quickly. The male soldier who asked the question saw him staring at Qing Niao with a cold expression and didn't dare to be distracted. He didn't want to miss something that would shock him. For some reason, the female soldier Qing Niao always had a mysterious aura that made people unable to help but look at her. This kind of mystery made people want to explore and unearth it. Shooting at a distance of 300 meters didn't mean that you were shooting while walking. Instead, you were shooting tactically. The height of the target was different, so the shooting posture was different. Sometimes, the target would suddenly appear from the side. These all required tactical shooting, and at the same time, extremely fast reaction time. The male soldiers watching the match only saw the two gunmen rolling, jumping, bending, kneeling, and crawling. Almost all of their tactical shooting skills were used. Number 3, who had been counting how many bullets Yi Qian had fired, suddenly clenched his fists and reminded his comrade beside him, "Watch closely. 25 bullets have arrived." The rifle magazine had a capacity of 30 bullets, but the rifles in their hands were only loaded with 28 bullets. Soon, it was time for the photon bullets to appear, which meant that it was time to change the magazine. When the 27th bullet arrived, Yi Qian had already pulled out a new magazine. When the 28th bullet entered the chamber, she had already started changing the magazine. When the 28th bullet was fired, the new magazine was completed. Chapter 3291. Soldier number 3's eyes lit up. At the same time, his breathing became more tense. Finally, she fired the first bullet from the new magazine. The first bullet hit the target. Holy *T. She fired straight away. She didn't even aim. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That was the biggest question in soldier number 3's mind. That's right. When he was driving, he vaguely noticed that Qing Niao didn't aim when she was changing magazines. How could she shoot accurately without aiming? She didn't aim? That's impossible. She really didn't. I've been observing Qing Niao. She really didn't aim. But she did shoot accurately. She hit the target. How did she do it without aiming? Those recruits who were paying attention to soldier number 1 missed Yi Qian's spectacular performance. When they heard the discussion, they were dumbfounded. They felt that those who said Qing Niao didn't aim, but hit the target were talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. You're disturbing the morale of the troops. She must have aimed. Otherwise, how could she shoot? This is common sense, okay? Do you still need to teach it? It's because this is common sense, but she didn't. That's why I was shocked. If she had aimed, I wouldn't be shocked. She really didn't. She really didn't. Why would I lie to you? I'm not the only one who saw it. A few of our brothers saw it too. The people below were already in an uproar. If it wasn't for the strict rules, they would have gone crazy. No one expected something that didn't conform to common sense to happen. Yet, the female soldier Qing Niao did it. It was natural for them to be shocked. Pigeon looked at the recruits who were in disbelief because of Qing Niao's shooting. She revealed a smile that resembled Mona Lisa's. When they saw the green bird changing the magazine and firing, both the veterans and the recruits had the same expression. They all felt like they had seen a ghost and wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Then there were countless people who said that they didn't see wrongly and that it was really like that. There was a series of shocked expressions that felt like everything was King magical. This time, they're going to cry. 80 kilometers of heavy equipment cross-country. Can they walk back in 2 days and 1 night? Pigeon looked at this group of recruits who thought they could take down their captain, but were actually led by the nose by their captain. When she thought of the heavy equipment cross-country, she felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. Cool. It felt great, both physically and mentally. Then he said to Xia Jinyuan, "They're in charge of cross-country this time. Should we send some veterans to keep an eye on them?" "No need. Let Qing Niao lead the team. I'm going to drag them to the border for a cross-country trip. Then we'll participate in the exercise. and let them follow us to take a look. I'm in charge of the sneak attack from both the red and blue teams. This is the first time I've participated in this kind of exercise. I'll let them see the world." The pigeon asked, "Which border do you plan to go to?" Xia Jinyuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the borderline. If we go to a more complicated place, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back." That's good too. Although they are all elite soldiers selected from various military regions, it will be troublesome if they really go to a more complicated border. Pigeon nodded in agreement. What they wanted was a group of elite special forces in the future. They didn't want them to die early. After completing the 300-meter forward shooting, they entered the 50-meter range of handgun shooting and human body target shooting. G3 had been staring the whole time. He picked up the loudspeaker, and the gravelly voice was amplified infinitely. Target shooting with human body parts. He kept shouting, which meant that he needed to shoot continuously. Chapter 3292. This was the final shooting competition, and the two competitors were giving it their all. The male soldiers watching the competition didn't say anything, and all of them were watching intently. Male soldier number 3 only stared at Yi Qian. He wanted to remember Yi Qian's every move. The human body target was selected to shoot. 5 bullets had to be fired in 10 seconds, and the target had to hit the target. It was much more difficult than the chest ring target. The biggest difference between the two targets was that the chest ring target was a direct hit, while the human body target could be captured alive after being injured. Shoulder joint, knee joint, leg, elbow, wrist. Shoot continuously. G3's voice was exceptionally cold. His voice was already gritty, and when he spat it out so coldly, the male soldiers watching the competition couldn't help but shiver. Yi Qian, who could shoot accurately at any target, swung the rifle in her hand behind her back. She coolly carried the rifle and nimbly pulled out the pistol at her waist. Switching between long and short guns required extremely fast judgment and accuracy. The moment Yi Qian pulled out the pistol from her waist, she aimed, measured the wind, and fired, all in one go. She had a gun in her heart, and there was a human body target in front of her. When she pulled out the gun from her waist, the gun in her heart came to life. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets were fired consecutively in 15 seconds. When experts fought, time was measured in seconds. A difference of 1 second could mean the difference of a life. On the battlefield, whoever fired quickly and accurately had a higher chance of survival. A step late, a second late, and you might fall because of the step, or even a second late. Male soldier number 1 didn't undergo intensive training for human body targets, but his shooting skills were there for all to see. Even without intensive training, after firing 5 bullets, he also finished shooting accurately. It was just that he was slightly later than Yi Qian. Being a little late was still too late, and it also meant that he lost. Putting away their guns, the two jogged back. The applause for their wonderful shooting had already started. At this point, the male soldiers all knew that brother number 1, whom they thought highly of, was 1 step slower than the female soldier Qing Niao. Every shot of Qing Niao was completed with astonishing reaction speed. This was a speed that none of them could match. Now, all that was left was to see the results. How were the results? Soldier number 1 sighed to Yi Qian. "I feel like I've lost. I've definitely lost." The higher the speed, the higher the accuracy. Qing Niao wouldn't be so confident if she only had speed but no accuracy. With speed and skill, he would lose without a doubt. After sighing, he smiled bitterly. "Before I saw you practice shooting, I never thought that I would have a competition with you. After I saw it, I was a little unconvinced, so I challenged you in a hot-headed manner. As it turns out, I was too impulsive and self-righteous." However, I don't regret it. If I hadn't been so hot-headed, I wouldn't have realized that the qualifications that I was so proud of were so weak in front of a true expert. Lost. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Before the results were out, he admitted defeat in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian was stunned for a few seconds before replying, "Your shooting speed is already faster than many people. The veterans should have told you that your shooting speed is faster than theirs, right? You have a chance to surpass me. You're just behind me for now. If you train with the veterans, you'll surpass me one day." Chapter 3293. Soldier number 1 stared at Yi Jian. His young face was firm, showing his stubbornness. "You're my goal. I'll definitely surpass you." "Okay, I'll be waiting," Yi Qian replied with a smile. "I will work hard too. I won't wait for you to surpass me." When the final results came out, the male soldiers who knew what was going on felt bitter. They didn't need to be defeated by her within a week. She had used less than 2 days to defeat all of them. The first impression the female soldier Qing Niao left on the male soldiers was that she was as strong as a mountain and couldn't be shaken easily. The results weren't announced directly. Xia Jinyuan gave all 3 scores to soldier number 1 so that he could see for himself how big the gap was. When he handed the scores to soldier number 1, he said calmly, "You have great potential. If you didn't choose to compete with Qing Niao, it wouldn't be a problem for you to get first place with your results. Unfortunately, you met a soldier who was stronger than you. She used her strength to tell you that no matter what your results were, there are still people who are stronger than you, and you can meet them at any time. Recruit, it's time for you to take responsibility for your actions." Soldier number 1 took the scores from Xia Jinyuan and looked at the results of the 3 competitions. His face was already burning with pain. His captain was right. He should take responsibility for his own arrogance. Qing Niao's results told him that past results and past glory only represented the past. It didn't represent the future. If he didn't work hard in the future, his past glory would slowly fade until it dimmed, and he would forever fall behind others. When the male soldiers saw their brothers take the scores, they lowered their eyes and smiled bitterly. There was no need to announce who won or lost. Their brothers already had the answer on their faces. The scores were 1 high and 1 low. It was obvious who won and who lost at a glance. The way they looked at Yi Qian became more and more complicated. The female soldier Qing came to their team. She really wasn't training with them. She was here to crush them. After fighting with the veterans in turns, she fought with the eagle, who was the best at close combat. Then, she ran over to them without taking a break and became their captain. Today, after training with them, she competed with brother number 1. Thinking about it carefully, Green Bird didn't even take a break when she arrived at the base, but she was still so powerful. She shocked them again and again. This kind of female soldier completely refreshed their understanding of female soldiers. The female soldiers were already so powerful. If the male soldiers did not work hard, they would really lose face. The male soldiers, who were in a complicated mood, restrained their expressions. The feeling of being beaten by the female soldiers was really not good. It was really too embarrassing. They even thought that they were very powerful. Powerful, my ass. In front of Qing Niao, all of them were like weak chickens. No wonder the veterans didn't even look them in the eye. Ha! They still wanted to use guns on the battlefield. They were a burden to the veterans. In the end, the veterans had to risk their lives to collect their corpses. After looking at the scores, soldier number 1 put away the bitterness on his face. He looked firmly at the young captain standing in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "Captain, I was wrong." Standing in front of Xia Jinyuan, soldier number 1, who was qualified to be proud, finally felt his unwillingness disappear. He also finally understood why they had to let go of the past on the day they walked to the Shuiyu base. Clinging to the past was equivalent to being stagnant. It was equivalent to stifling one's strength. Chapter 3294. Compared to admitting your mistake verbally, I prefer to take action. Xia Jinyuan's expression was indifferent when he heard the recruit admit his mistake. There was no joy in his expression. The results are in your hands. You can choose whether to announce it or not. Return to the team. Yes, sir. Soldier number 1, who was holding the score sheet in his hand, saluted his captain respectfully and immediately returned to the team. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the middle of the team, glanced at the male soldiers who were waiting for the results to be announced. His cold voice pierced through the warm sun and pierced into everyone's hearts. Gather at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The 80-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country will begin. Recruits, prepare well. Your good days are about to begin. The male soldiers who were standing upright received the final confirmation, which was also the answer they had guessed in their hearts. Qin Miao won, and the male soldiers lost. It was that simple. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he handed the recruits over to the pigeons. He drove a commuter car and got into G3. The two of them drove away with a boom sound. What needed to be taught had been taught, and the rest of the time was for self-reflection. Pigeon walked to the front unhurriedly, still holding the folder in her hand. She took out a few sheets of paper from it. Class leaders, come up to receive this week's training program. In the future, the weekly training program form will be issued to each class leader. The 3 class leaders stepped forward to receive the training program form. This week's training was divided into 4 major training programs: combat skills training, mobility skills training, infiltration skills training, and reconnaissance skills training. There were also detailed items under the 4 major training programs, which were divided into different time points. Starting from 5:30 in the morning, there was only an hour of rest at noon. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there was only another hour of rest. Every day, after watching the news broadcast, there would be night training. Yi Qian looked at the bedtime at 12 o'clock in the evening. The training program for this week was similar to the 4-year training plan that Principal Chun had drafted for her. Time was tight. It was better to go to the army. There were systematic and detailed arrangements for all aspects. Although the school also had physical training, it was still too easy for her to keep up with Captain Xia's training schedule. However, was this training program the same as the veterans? Reporting. When the pigeons who were waiting for the classes to finish watching heard a clear voice that was completely different from the man's, they did not even need to look for him. Instead, they looked straight at him. Ask, do we have the same training as the veterans? Yi Qian asked. She wanted to have the same training as the veterans every day. Pigeon laughed. It's all basic training, so it's naturally different. In other words, the training for the veterans was even more demanding and difficult. All the major subjects of the training are the same as the major subjects of the veterans' weekly training. The difficulty of the subdivided subjects is not as high as the veterans. If you want to reach the same level of difficulty as the veterans, you're not there yet. As for Qing Miao, you can still train with the veterans, but the captain has ordered that you have to suffer first. The first part of the sentence was enough to make the male soldiers feel ashamed, but the last part of the sentence, Qing Miao has been wronged, made the male soldiers' faces flush red. Fortunately, everyone was the same, and no one could laugh at anyone. After Pigeon patiently answered Yi Qian, she continued, Today's training will be compressed. You must complete the training before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Whether you can make it in time for lunch before the 80-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country training will depend on whether you can compress the training before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 3295. Compressing the training before 3 p.m. to be completed before lunch. Yi Qian quickly recalled the training subjects he had just seen in his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't complete them, but he couldn't afford to rest for even half a second in the middle. If you don't complete the training mission, you will depart on an empty stomach. However, your results will be recorded every day. The Snowfield Brigade will not keep cowards. If your overall index does not meet our requirements, you will not be qualified to stay even if you are the strongest in your original unit. To put it nicely, we will send you back to your original unit. To put it bluntly, you are not qualified at all and cannot meet our requirements. In order to prevent you from being a burden to your comrades in the future, we can only kick you back to your original unit. This was an order and also a warning. Her words made the faces of the male soldiers who were originally prepared to go cross-country on an empty stomach if they didn't complete the training before lunch turn serious. This matter concerned the dignity of a soldier, so it had to be completed. Pigeon did not stay to watch the male soldiers train. After saying what she needed to say, she stepped on the all-terrain vehicle Xia Jinyuan had driven over and left. Yi Qian, who had beaten the male soldier, also had to continue training. She had only won this time, and not every time, so she naturally had to continue training. Shooting, obstacle course, and maneuvering skills had to be completed. If they couldn't complete them, they would have to start carrying weights for 80 kilometers on an empty stomach. In the face of such an order, who would have the time to ask soldier number 1 about the difference in their results? The 3 squad leaders shouted, and each led their respective teams to finish the day's training in half a day. No one questioned this arrangement again. What right did they have to question it? If they didn't even have the ability to stay, what right did they have to question it? This time, all the male soldiers managed to control their dissatisfaction very well. The doubts raised by people without ability were all F*** King Bullsh *T. If you let someone with ability listen to your Bullsh *T doubts, would they listen to you? If it were them, they wouldn't listen either. This was why the veterans directly ignored them when they submitted their reports, but Qing Niao could still get an answer when she submitted her reports. It was because Qing Niao had the ability to question everything they did, in a place where strength was the most important thing. Other than strength, nothing else mattered. Now, they were really glad that ever since they joined the military, even though they were dissatisfied, they completed their training according to their instructor's orders every day. He didn't protest and refuse to train because he wasn't convinced, nor did he procrastinate and complete the training because he wasn't convinced. Fortunately, they were very serious and did their best to complete the training. Fortunately, they had been using their own strength to resist the training to show their dissatisfaction. Fortunately, it was not too late. Everything could still go on. Xia Jinyuan and the veterans had been able to tolerate the recruits until now because they thought they were okay in the hearts of the male soldiers. These proud and arrogant elite soldiers were indeed elite soldiers. When they acted recklessly, the veterans who were secretly observing them had to cheer for them. It was because of this that he wanted them to stay. He didn't want to let any of them go. It would be a pity if they were kicked back to their original units because they disobeyed orders. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but they only managed to fish out 30 people to the base. It took them 2 years to send 1 back. You should be relieved now. This group of male soldiers has already begun to put away their sharp edges and get used to the rules of our brigade. After returning to the office, G3 sat down in his spacious office chair. At the same time, he opened the form that Xia Jinyuan had rushed to make this morning. Chapter 3296. Slowly flipping through the pages, the smile on his face gradually deepened. Oh, this kid is not bad. He likes to do things quietly, and his overall results are all good. This kid is not bad either. He was a scout, and was alone for a few days because of his previous profession. When he turned around and saw that the situation was not changing, he immediately turned around and looked for partners. I saw it and was happy for a few minutes. Q King, it seems that Boss Yang really put a lot of thought into choosing people for us this time. Although they are all thorns, their overall abilities are really good. Yesterday, Green Bird took down number 2. That kid isn't your average kind of strong. He was born in the Air Force, and he went into a company all by himself. He killed half of the people in the company like a ghost. Later, if he wasn't bitten by a poisonous snake and didn't have the serum on him, the entire company would have been destroyed by him. G3 had trained recruits before and had a good impression of them. He liked to see the recruits being despised by him and feeling helpless and secretly jumping up and down in anxiety. Xia Jinyuan glanced at G3, who was not polite at all when they entered his office. He pulled open a drawer of his desk, rummaged through it, and took out a piece of chewing gum that he didn't know when he put it there. He peeled off the paper and stuffed 2 pieces into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he answered, "Boss Yang is choosing people. We'll go and choose people. If we can't accept them, then we're blind. They are all good people. They didn't have any major problems after being left to fend for themselves for a few months. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have needed me to come back and would have thrown them out long ago. I'm thinking now, I have to let them see blood. If they haven't seen blood, something is missing." When he said this, his brows were tightly knitted, as if he was making a difficult decision. G3 saw that he was chewing gum a little fast. After being comrades for a few years, he knew that he was making a big decision in his heart, and this decision would have some problems. You sent them to the border for cross-country training. Actually, you already made a decision in your heart. He asked. Xia Jinyuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, when I saw their training results in the past few months, this thought flashed through my mind. What really made me decide was the deliberate provocation from those guys just now. He's not bad in all aspects, but he's still a little inexperienced and childish. They might be convinced now, but that's because Qing Niao showed up as a military academy student, and they knew that they were wrong. If Qing Niao showed up as a soldier today, they wouldn't immediately recognize their mistakes just because she's a female soldier. We have to make them recognize reality. Otherwise, they will always live in their own imagination. No matter how strong their comprehensive abilities are, they will still be eagles that have never left their nest and do not understand the dangers outside. We have to let them fly for a while." G3 fell silent, and then asked him, "How do you plan to meet blood? Real blood or fake blood?" "Real blood," Xia Jinyuan answered. "Don't worry about letting them go." "I'm worried." G3's eyes widened. "You're worried and you're letting them go?" Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. "That's why I'm hesitating. They only had one life, and if they lost it, they would be F** King dead. I've read their reports, and almost all of them say that they want to go to a real battlefield. F** what's a real battlefield like? Blood flows like a river, corpses are everywhere, bullets rain, and people are torn to pieces by artillery fire. This group of eagles that have never left their nest have never seen a real battlefield before, so they can't imagine what a real battlefield is like." Chapter 3297. It was rare for Xia Jinyuan to be hesitant. He was the captain of the Snowfield Brigade and the highest commander in the team. He had always been decisive and never hesitated. After being the captain for so many years, he had never hesitated even once. Even when it came to Yi Qian's life and death, he never hesitated. He had always made up his mind to complete it immediately. G3 pondered for a moment before replying, "I'll let them see blood directly and know the depth of the water. However, in my eyes, their abilities can still be seen in actual combat exercises. If it's really time to see blood, they still have to practice. He flipped through their results again and frowned. Their results are okay. Their professional performance is not bad. If they really see blood, they can hide it. Xia Jinyuan entered the computer system with the mouse in his hand and pulled out the psychological quality evaluation form for male soldier number 2. I've seen the psychological quality evaluation of all 30 of them. They have all experienced torture and simulated interrogation as prisoners of war. This is the last stage. This is the last stage, which means that 16 top students were screened out at once, but they survived. If they really see blood, they can face it calmly. G3 had not seen the psychological quality evaluation of the recruits. Can I take a look? Take a look. Xia Jinyuan moved the computer over to G3. The psychological stress analysis of all 30 of them is inside. In the end, they all stay because they passed the Major General's test. G3 moved the mouse over and slowly scrolled through the page to browse through the psychological stress analysis and evaluation of each person. The information was quite detailed. It started with the analysis of each person's expression and ended with the analysis of all aspects of their body functions during the torture. G3 did not finish reading all of it. Instead, he selected 5 people's information to read in detail. In the end, he sighed. No wonder these recruits are all so arrogant. Good fellas, they are very strong in both soft and hard ways. Yes, this is also why they didn't push themselves out no matter how hard they tried. They have a bottom line in their hearts and understand what they can and can't do. Xia Jinyuan turned the computer back to face him and stared at it for a few seconds. He said in a low voice, "It's still better to see some blood." G3 thought for a moment and nodded. This group of new recruits had gone through many tests and had finally become reserve members of the Snowfield Brigade. Seeing blood was indeed helpful to them. But seeing blood isn't something that can be seen just because you say so. You have to carry out a mission. Right now, our team hasn't received any mission from the higher-ups, even if we want to arrange for them. He kept looking at Xia Jinyuan as he spoke. As he spoke, he saw their captain, who had always been resourceful, and resourceful reveal a meaningful smile. G3 suddenly had an epiphany and immediately understood what he meant by seeing blood. I understand, but we still have to report this matter to our Major General first. We can only do what we want if he agrees. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan pointed at the landline and spat out the chewing gum in his mouth. He said to G3, "I'll talk to the Major General. You go away." Looking at the relaxed G3, Colonel Xia had to admit that he was a little jealous. He waved his hand to get G3, who had nothing to do, to quickly leave his sight. As long as the seeing blood plan passed, it was very likely that Qing Miao would be implicated. Thinking of this, Xia Jinyuan's heart could not help but feel a little heavy. G3 looked at him deeply and revealed a smile. Qing Miao was still training with the new recruits. Once the Major General agreed to the seeing blood plan, Qing Miao would be in danger. Chapter 3298. Xia Jinyuan put his right hand on the microphone and then took it back. He had to think about how to get Major General Yang to agree. He had to think about it carefully. After standing up and pacing around the office for a few minutes, Xia Jinyuan called Major General Yang, who was dealing with official business, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. As the Chinese New Year approached, Major General Yang, who had more and more work to do, heard Xia Jinyuan's arrangement. The first thing he scolded was, "Nonsense! Are you trying to stir up trouble during the Chinese New Year?" After listening to Xia Jinyuan's analysis, Major General Yang fell silent again, especially when he heard that the oldest person in the team was already 36 years old. "We can't delay any longer. Major General Yang suddenly understood why his young and capable general had made such an arrangement. In the end, it was because the Snowfield Brigade had too few special combat personnel. It was already difficult to ask for the best of the best, and it was even more difficult to ask them to be kings of individual combat. Major General Yang continued, "You can't be too hasty. Although they have been training in your team for a period of time and have met your requirements in all aspects, they have not been on a real battlefield after all. It's not easy to select these 30 people, and they are far less than the 50 people I expected to select. They haven't really come out yet. If something happens, a life will be lost. How about this? Give them another half a year. After half a year, the veterans will lead them to carry out missions. It's the Chinese New Year, and you will have a military exercise here soon. Postpone all the unimportant things and coordinate with the military exercise of the red and blue teams. This is also the first time you have participated in such a special military exercise. I hope you can complete this mission successfully. When it comes to bloodshed, you have to have a mission to do so. If it's really an urgent mission, only the veterans will be involved. They can't send out soldiers, so they can only be the eagles in the nest for the time being. Don't worry. Since I've selected them, I won't let them stay in the base forever. Half a year. Xia Jinyuan, I'll give you half a year. After you train them into decent Special Forces soldiers, I'll consider letting you lead the team to see blood." When Xia Jinyuan heard that Major General Yang's tone had softened, he raised his eyebrows and sighed, as if he had been persuaded. "You still agree to lead the team to see blood, right? You're just worried that they won't be able to come back, right? Nonsense. The reason I chose them was to go to the battlefield. If I don't let them see blood, why would I waste my time?" Major General Yang laughed and scolded him back. "Don't cause trouble for me. Did you hear me? We have to be on guard everywhere during the holidays. If you cause any more trouble for me, Xia Jinyuan, I will personally skin you alive. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you. How about this? I've thought of another idea. What do you think of my idea?" Xia Jinyuan, who had been laying the groundwork for nearly 5 minutes, finally said his idea. After he finished speaking, Major General Yang's cursing voice could be heard from the other side of the phone. When he finally ended the call, Xia Jinyuan had a deep smile on his face. It was done easily. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 80-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country trip started from the base. With backpacks on their backs and rifles on their shoulders, the team began to head north. Qing Niao led the team into the depths of the forest. The Snowfield Brigade base was located somewhere in the north and was not far from a scenic forest. They could enter the scenic area if they went any further, but tourists would not know that there was an unknown Special Forces team hidden in the depths of the forest. Chapter 32:99. The snow in the mountains was even thicker than the snow in the base. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. Their feet sank into the ground, and if they wanted to pull themselves out, they would have to use the trees around them to pull themselves out. Although it was called carrying weights, it was actually just carrying their luggage. They had to set off in the afternoon and return the next night. In between, they would have to spend a night in the forest with the snow, the mountains, and the beasts. They had to take good measures to protect themselves from the cold. Otherwise, if they woke up in the middle of the night, their bodies wouldn't be able to take it. Although the 80-kilometer armed off-road mission was caused by soldier number 1 losing to Yi Qian, no one blamed him for losing. Everyone knew that with Qing Niao's strength, even a veteran would lose to her. Just how strong was the female soldier Qing Niao? The male soldiers who were walking looked up at the slender figure walking at the front. They had been walking for a full 3 hours since they set off, and she had been walking at the front with her backpack the entire time. She didn't say a word about being tired, and walked along the Big Dipper map in a relaxed manner. Before they set off, the captain said that Qing Niao would be the person in charge of this armed off-road mission. He asked the male soldiers if they had any objections, and none of them raised any questions. Since the captain had chosen her, it meant that she had the ability. In a troop where strength spoke louder than words, strength represented everything. We're still 11 kilometers away from our campsite. We'll rest after we've covered 11 kilometers. In front of them, Yi Qian, who had reached a high point, held the Big Dipper map and said to the male soldiers at the foot of the mountain in a clear and melodious voice, 11 kilometers. We'll finish it in an hour and a half. How does that sound? The male soldiers at the foot of the mountain didn't see where she was, but when they heard her melodious voice, which was different from the male soldiers, they immediately replied, "No problem." There was another answer that was different from the others. "We'll finish it in an hour." How does that sound? As soon as he said that, countless F***K could be heard. It wouldn't be a problem to cover 5 kilometers in 16 or 17 minutes with light equipment, and it wouldn't be a problem to cover 10 kilometers in 34 or 35 minutes. But they were in the mountains now, and the snow was already up to their knees when they stepped on it. They had to use all their strength to pull their feet out of the snow before they could continue walking. Moreover, they were carrying 20 kilograms of weight. It was difficult to cover 11 kilometers in an hour in an armed off-road mission. Did this kid know how to calculate? Yi Jian's hearing was good. The male soldier's voice was loud and clear. It could be heard clearly in the silent valley. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "The veterans can easily do it in an hour. We still have to practice." Of course it's the truth. I don't like hearing lies. So it's normal to cover 11 kilometers in an hour. Why don't we challenge it? Yi Qian suggested. We have enough time to finish the 80 kilometers of armed off-road mission tomorrow. We can finish it in advance, or we can challenge it. Yi Qian actually had some doubts. Why did they give them so much time? They could have just squeezed the return time tight.